too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Yeah, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not not a race, no black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open, everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice, you can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, y'all. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything in once again in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
iLLeY though, trying to make up for it. Prestinni! Down like Røkkr! Looks for a second as well! This one, hold on, this one, they get it! They killed, they're lining up! They line up! FaZe will strike first! It's the Ravens! Running right into the box! And that is teamwork to a T. You get the team fight, what's that about? There's Octane! Octane's gone down, somehow the one touches it! And there's Kenny! iLLeY turned on it! Oh, baby! Shotzzy! OpTic! Hold the line!
Let's get into the cool and juicy league. Let's go.
You can hear it from the crowd. Atlanta FaZe were the villains that Major won, but tonight they start the revenge tour on the road to Major II.
And the LA Thieves will try to steal a top spot in the standings. Can they pull off a win over the high-flying Royal Ravens?
Plus, struggles in the North. Toronto Ultra winless on hardpoint, facing off against the Minnesota Røkkr in our Mountain Dew marquee match.
We're gonna break it all down for you. Your CDL pre-show headquarters starts now. Hello, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And I'm feeling really good today. My name is aBeZy. I'm hosting the ship, and we also have aLLeY and Nameless. And Nameless, man. All right, one day down. Today is the second one on the way to Major II. How are your thoughts about the matches that we have today?
I mean, we have a lot of matches today, man. I think some of these could be potential upsets. The first one out the gates, I'm predicting Paris to win that one, especially with the changes coming in. So I'm excited. Maybe some game fives. We'll see.
All right, let's go ahead and jump right into it then. Let's take a look at the matches that will go down today, because the first matchup of the day, we get to see Paris, yes, and they do have yet another team change. They're facing off against Los Angeles Guerrillas. That is a team that's struggling, and they're looking to get that big win under their name before we hit that second major. Followed by that, London Royal Ravens versus LA Thieves, a game that I'm really excited for. But aLLeY, the Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day, you got Toronto, you got Minnesota. I'm expecting a game 5. I'm expecting big plays. I'm expecting greatness.
Not the best showing out of Minnesota Røkkr from the Major 1, but I did see a lot more confidence and aggression in their gameplay, and that's exactly what they needed, so I think this is a good rebound match for them.
Well, hopefully so, because the standings are forever changing. And speaking of which, let's take a look at the points right now, because Atlanta FaZe, they are still on top, and they are the kings of the CDL, sitting pretty at 100 points. But right behind them, take a look at it. You have OpTic Texas, and behind them, the London Royal Ravens. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because Nameless, the race for top 3, or just them solidifying it, is is looking good right now.
Yeah.
The fourth team behind them is down by 30 points.
Yeah, the LA Thieves, down 30 points. That's a big margin, right? And LA Thieves are a championship caliber team. Most people predicted to be in the top 3 or even in the championship at the last tournament. So they're going to have an outstanding Stage 2 qualifiers headed into Major 2.
Yes, now one of the matchups that I'm most excited for personally today will be between the London Royal Ravens and the Los Angeles Thieves. And I feel like when it comes to the Thieves, there's a lot more that they want to show us right now, because what we saw at the Major and what happened against Atlanta FaZe, this team, they wanted to go to that championship game. And hopefully starting now, aLLeY, they start that run.
And it's been their search and destroy, right? That's where they've been falling short. And I really feel like it's been Drazah who's been struggling to find his footing. He has a 0.7 right now in search and destroy across the board, even after the Major. And I feel like it's because they're just trying to play too aggressive. I think LA Thieves is a much slower, methodical search and destroy team. And once they get those picks, just capitalize on the fact that you got the first blood. Capitalize on the man advantage on the site, and maybe we'll see a little bit more success out of them.
Well, hopefully so, right? Because today they're going to have to bring it. The team that they're going against, we don't even call them an underdog anymore. It's not a Cinderella story, okay? It's not even an upset, because London Royal Ravens, nameless, they've shown time and time again they can hang with the best, they can bang with the best. And as a top 3 team in the CDL, they're definitely going to bring it, especially even though they have a sub today.
Yeah, solidified top 3 team. Their hardpoint is absolutely insane. They have one of the best hardpoint records in the league. And what's crazy about this team is that Zero played so much better on land than he did online.
Man.
And they got top 3 without Gizmo even being a superstar at the Major. Gizmo was number 2 overall statistically throughout all of Stage 1 qualifiers. Didn't have the best Major, and they still got top 3. So when he gets more comfortable on land and he's putting up those big numbers, the map is going to be wide open for Afro and Nasty to push around and do what they want, because they'll have a Bash Bro duo in ARs. So this London Royal Ravens team, the ceiling is so high, they definitely can win a championship if they're going to be playing like that, and if Gizmo can return to stardom.
With Zero being outright one of the top ARs that entire event, it was phenomenal. And speaking of Zero, he's showing some love to Gizmo right now, who's back home overseas with his family due to personal issues and a family emergency. But Gizmo, we miss you, man. I'm missing you ball out on screen. Hopefully you come back soon. But also, let's talk about another matchup, the Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day between Minnesota and Toronto. aLLeY, this one is going to be pretty interesting, okay? Because online, Toronto, they were so good at a hard point. You go to the Major, they're good at search and destroy. But what are the Røkkr also good at?
Røkkr's good at everything. They're good across the board. Minnesota Røkkr are good at pushing you to the limit. And Toronto, they have been winning off of 2, 3, and 5. So this is definitely going to be a grueler of a series today. But Minnesota Røkkr, they were struggling on their confidence. They were struggling on making the confident decision to push up. And now we're going to see attached with an AR in his hand, Priestahh switching to the role of an SMG, which we've seen him do in years prior and have a lot of success on back. He's a very aggressive player, and I'm very excited to see this role changing.
Yeah, and Priestahh, he's .88 in the season so far. He's not been playing great as the AR, right? So having him switch to SMG, I think, is just long overdue, aLLeY. Like, we saw what Attach is doing with the AR. And personally, I've been saying it for a long time. Attach has needed to be an AR for years now.
Okay.
I thought he'd be a great main AR somewhere, but, just switching him to that auto, that dynamic could be what Minnesota needs, because it's the pacing. As you stated, that has been the biggest issue for Minnesota thus far. They aren't a bad team. They just have issues from time to time with speed, and this should theoretically fix it.
But hopefully that speed picks up, because when it comes to both of these teams facing off on hard point, okay, I'm going to be outright honest. I think Toronto gets back to their old ways. I think they're going to be better on hard point now. They realize the mistakes from the Major, and they're going to pick things up. We're going against Minnesota Røkkr, especially with their own Major coming up next, nameless. I'm expecting them to show that they can dominate in all game types, like aLLeY was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, for Toronto, I wrote down some statistics. Like, they're 11th in break percentage, they're 10th in rotation win percentage. So, one, they're not rotating, they can't break kills, and then when they do break, they're 11th in average points after the break. And everybody's below 1.0 besides Cammy. So literally across the board in hardpoint, they're doing everything wrong. Communication, they're rotating at the wrong times, they're dying on rotation. On their break, somebody's dying by themselves. So they have to start from like ground zero, because that was a terrible performance that we saw in Major 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the pre-show was coming to an end, but on the flip side, we're actually going to see the first matchup of the day, and I can't wait to see you guys as kick off the second day of the Call of Duty course before Major 2. We'll see you soon.
Octane. Howdy doody.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're about to get things underway with a little international matchup for the first game of the day. We have Paris Legion facing off against Los Angeles Guerrillas, wrong LA team. And with the team change in mind for Paris Legion, aLLeY, okay, Gravity's in the mix, Jimbo's in the mix now. What are your ultimate expectations for this new look roster?
Well, there's already some team chem right there. Jimbo has previously played with Gravity, played with Simp and Journey and Venom in previous years, but we haven't seen him in a hot minute for the past year. Modern Warfare, he was a pretty good player, had some top average placings in challengers, and then Cold War was a little bit silent. So seeing him being brought back into the league, we know he's a nasty player and what he's capable of, but in Vanguard so far, no real standout placings.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Now, the team that Paris will be facing off against, and it's going to be a true test to see how good this team is. Nameless, I think LAG can definitely capitalize on this. They're going against a Paris team that are really trying new things out, 2 new players in the mix now. Yeah, they're going to be going against the honeymoon phase, but when it comes to being a veteran, this roster on the side of LA, they're full of them.
Yeah, I mean, they started off the season great. I mean, they were playing great in Hardpoint. It's just since then, it's just been downhill. And honestly, one of the main reasons has been Slasher has not been playing well. He's not playing like himself. He's usually like the consistent force on a squad, but he has been in an absolute slump as of late, man. We saw even yesterday in that Hardpoint, they were so slow on some of the rotations. We've seen them trying to like play their lives and go for that perfect break, which is just not how you play this game, especially in Hardpoint, which is weird because in the beginning of the season, they were ahead of most teams when it came to Hardpoint. But for the Mountain Dew Game Fuel Keys to Victory, aLLeY, what are we working with?
Well, not a whole lot, and I have to tell you, have lost 8 out of the last 9 maps, unfortunately, and they really need to expand their S&D map pool. They're 0-5 on every S&D map other than Berlin, and they're struggling with S&D openers. 11th in First Blood win percentage, 11th in 3v4 win percentage. I don't think I ever would have spoken those stats out of my mouth as a team like LAG. Slasher, Gunless, Hook, ASIM. This is mind-blowing that this team is so bad.
And I mean, honestly, I know this is before their match, and they're gearing up, and the LAG fans are watching, and they're hoping they come out with a win. But, you know, honestly, I look at this team and I look at New York and I'm like, they could strike gold between each other with some trades back. There's some great players, some great pieces. They could make something work there because as it stands right now, this team has not been playing that great. Like, and even if they do somehow manage to come out with a win here versus a Paris team that's been struggling as well, who brought in a new player, I don't think it's going to change the trajectory of this team.
I feel like it's about that time where excuses just go out the window, especially going against a team like Paris. No disrespect to the Paris Legion out there, but I mean, they weren't the best team in the CDL.
They made some
before the first major. They made some changes, and we're seeing success. So we're letting people know right now those changes can definitely make a difference. And speaking about changes, aLLeY, lay it on us.
I mean, they've had plenty across the board, and what I love about this roster going up against LAG is a team with no composure. They're 0-3 in map 5. Paris, though, they are all about the vibes. They're all about bringing it back. We saw it in Temp during our listen-ins. He was like, come on, guys, we got to turn it up right now. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, and what do they got to turn up on?
Yeah, Mountain Dew hooked us up. We got some good ones. Continue to build new system with the addition of Jimbo and Gravity. Bringing in Gravity, he brought a leadership aspect that this team was absolutely lacking. And then also what they were lacking was the SMG duo to be aggressive and go out there and slay. So they bring in Jimbo to speed up that pace. And the second key to victory, Jimbo, should help solve the pacing issues. 10th in hardpoint engagements per minute as a team. What we've heard about Jimbo and what he's done, especially in the MW years, he is extremely aggressive. So that's what they want alongside John, who's a little bit more methodical of a player. And then get the bomb down and search and destroy. Last in plant percentage, third in neutral plant win percentage. We've seen some good moments out of Paris in search and destroy, especially at the major. And that's definitely something that they have to improve on. Just make the defense come to you. Get that bomb down.
Yeah.
The round tends to be easier.
Yeah, and Paris, and looking at the game field keys of victory right there, I mean, when it comes to talent pick'ems, that's going to be a big reason why I choose them. Because when you compare both of these teams, I mean, outright, really, one team is showing a lot of promise and success. No, I don't think Paris Legion are going to go ahead and win a major tomorrow, right? But the thing is, they can show us that they can go ahead and win a game today, tomorrow, whatever it might be, against just about probably anybody out there, especially the Los Angeles Guerrillas. I'm expecting Paris to win this 3-1, aLLeY.
And I have big high hopes for Paris as well, Belly. I'm going to be right there on board with you.
All right, Nameless.
I'm going with Paris as well, across the board. I got high hopes for these guys, and I think bringing in Jimbo is the right move.
All right, so let me ask you, as you know, OG in the scene, looking at a team like LAG seriously now, if they continue to have the same type of lack of success this season, I mean, what do you look at in the future? Do you look at the IGL, the coaching? Do you think this team just needs a roster change? Because these players aren't terrible, but obviously something has to change and be different.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this team, and I'm not on the squad, so I don't know about the coaching. But when it comes to the roster, I definitely make a move. I think you try to move Slasher somewhere, get a different main AR, or try to switch up, you know, even one of the SMGs if you have to, right?
Yeah.
Split aSim and Hook up just because you can get something great in return for a player like aSim or Hook and change the team dynamic. There's definitely a lot of options out there for them if teams are willing to make trades. These are some, I would assume, high-paid players contractually just because they're veterans. So, you know, trading those contracts to teams like New York, who are also some high-paid contractual players that have veteran backgrounds, you can make it work there. Because I know New York is kind of in a tough spot, given that when you trade a player like Clay or Crim, you have to pay them the amount of money that they're getting paid right now. That kind of pigeonholes New York because a lot of teams aren't going to want to pay that amount of money, right? So I think LAG and New York could possibly make a move. That's for the GMs to figure out. Right, and I'm sure it's a little bit more complex than that, but they have to do something.
I want to see LA do well.
It's not even that like any of the players are specifically bad. I just think together they do not mesh well at all. There is no team chem across the board. I feel like this is a team that loses composure fairly easily across the board once they're down, and they just aren't playing around each other. It's like every single player is on their own island most of the times, especially during hard points, and they only find success when it's a player like aSim going and getting map control by himself, when it's a player like Hook getting behind enemy lines trying to make a play. It's never all of them all at once.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, I love it when teams shut me up, and hopefully we can see that right now because we have a lot of high hopes for both of these teams. But let's go ahead and send this over to my boys, Bryce and Ton. What time is it over there, by the way?
It's about 8 o'clock in the evening. It's 8 o'clock. It's a little bit late, but it's all good. We're here for Call of Duty. It keeps us awake at night anyway. But I'm looking forward to this game. Two teams a little bit down low in the standings at the moment, but anything is possible towards the end, Ton.
Yeah, both of them probably reeling a little bit. I would say LAG more so off major #1, of course, in Texas. I think if you look at this Paris squad, there was definitely improvements. You would argue again, have they improved it once more with Jimbo? That's the question that's going to be answered today, potentially, and over the next coming weeks as we do get ready for Minnesota. But yeah, Paris are a team on the up. LAG seem to be a team on the down. So I'm predicting a very, very good game here. I'm alongside the desk with Paris, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to do for both of these teams. And we've just had a look at the match before, Bryce, and well, I'm leaning one way, but I don't know about yourself.
Well, interesting. So we had to do some picks for this one before, and I kind of went for LAG. I don't know if I'm going to regret that decision coming into it, though. Obviously, we've had a look through these teams and see how they've kind of ranked up against each other for this season in various maps here. I do know Paris on this map have looked very, very good, but that was when they got a lot of time on P1. Fellow was pushing it out. They got so many points on the board. It really helped them on this map. And I wonder how that is going to change with the addition of a new player on this roster.
Yeah, Fellow had a really, really good series, in particular on this map, as you mentioned, when they did face off against Seattle. But can Jimbo step up to the plate? I think that has to be the question here for Paris today. If they go on to lose this game, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it's a lot more crucial that LAG get a win under their belt rather than Paris, as it is going to be LAG kicking it off with the time here. But yeah, I think LAG are the ones in free fall right now. Paris, things can kind of only get better. And so far, so good for the LAG.
Well, they have that hold at the moment, LAG. Just going to try and hold off Paris for this push that's coming through. Nades flying through, taps flying through. John going to find that first kill as well. Hugh going down. Slashallow picking up 2 in return. And aSim is going to shut down the push for them. It'll be rotation time for Paris.
They're going to consider this rotation, looking that way, having one more stab at it over towards P1. That rotation over towards P2 though. Slasher ready and waiting. It's a really good take for the LAG on P1. We often do talk about some of the first hills on hard points and how mixy they can be. That one in particular on Berlin, though, it's very much one of those hills you can lock a decent amount of time down on. Over towards P2, though, that's also one that you can get a good chunk. see Paris in a nice little setup here. They've got Doc's control as well as control in the hill. They know where the hit's going to be coming from. They've got Temp spawning up there as well. I'm really looking to Temp to continue his form that we've seen at Major #1, though. If that can continue to happen, this team are definitely going to set.
Yeah, Temp's definitely been slaying out for them as well, and they're pretty much trying to get back into this game. It was all LAG in the kill feed, and now we've gone to P2. They haven't really had a sniff at any sort of progress at all. Temp continuing to just try and slay out, keep these players away. Gunners goes down to him, will eventually get traded away as well, though. And as you can see, one last push, one last roll of the dice here for the LAG as they try to get some scrap time and break it away. Not going to be any good, though. Jimbo is here. Scene goes in for it, but Jimbo with 3 there in the end. And now the rotation. LAG will have control.
Good stuff from Paris, though. That's a good chunk of time once more. But these teams not really able to break each other. Once that rotation is locked in, it's been very, very difficult so far for either team to break on through. The stats tell that as well. Will the story continue, though, as this push starts to come on through? Slasher and Co trying to lock this in as best as they can. Can John find the entry? Not quite going to happen. Somebody like Hook inside a fire is really going to be a problem. Jimbo on a 4 spree, though. That's going to end. Good hold from LAG so far. And for me, Paris kind of all going in one direction there. I'd like to see them splitting up a little bit.
Well, they're going to try and get this pinch going down now if they can. John going to go through fires. Already one in the corner. Slasher holds his gunfire for him for a second and somehow gets out of dodge. Eventually, it's picked up by the Paris players, desperately trying to crack this hardpoint open. But the same story as the last few hardpoints. Nobody who hits this rotation is letting any points go. And you've got to say, can Paris do it one more time? When this rotation comes in just a few seconds and they go to train, a hill, famous, by the way, for not allowing teams to get a lot of time on it regardless. Are they going to be able to get some of this back?
Let's see if they can. Both these teams, as mentioned, when these rotations have come in, big gunfight coming through. Gravity just about wins it with the cover. Maybe made it a little bit more difficult than you would have expected, but Gravity's that guy who's going to get the rotations for this Paris team. They didn't really have that prior to him coming in. We already seen the improvements when he did join this squad. Can Jimbo offer the similar level of improvement here for the Paris Legion's squad? They've got this locked in. They've got some good position. They've got people over towards Doc and inside the train. Everybody has to win their gunfights, so if they can do, they're in a really, really good spot.
Well, at the moment, Paris feeling the pressure of LAG, but let's find out how they are coping with that in the comms. It's time for a Paris Legion listening.
Behind me. That's your green box, one shot. That's your green
one's
box.
in there.
Yo, cross the front hill on the red thing.
Outer got
He's
it.
front hill.
Front hill. Hey, one more out.
One's coming P5. Still dirt, still dirt.
Try to get out.
Low post.
Asym, F1.
Okay.
He's stunned and one out in F1. There's 2
I went docks. I went docks. I
There's
left.
2 P2, okay?
No, cross. He's top tower. Top tower.
Docks right now.
Oh, one shot in hill. Hook. Austin tower, one hill.
Yeah, I'm behind.
Come on, yo.
Let's start pushing them.
Let's kick up right here. I hit him on the
fire. I'm P1 right now.
I don't see the guy. One hill, Kyler, one shot.
Listen,
Kyler,
one
left side hill, one bullet.
I need time.
Kyler, left side hill, or Kyler, one side.
There,
guys. We gotta
nail
this guy tower.
No, this is gonna be right.
I'm nading left side hill.
Alright.
He's still gonna be
one top
tower.
third. Top third weak and one time.
Yep. Where's he at time?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I naded left side time.
I'm nading top
naded left side time. He's still tower, guys. One shot top 3, Asym. Okay, everyone go right then. Everyone go right. We're not listening. What's far left?
Puke, one shot time.
We have to kill this guy left. We're spawned.
He's on the left. He's on the left.
Top tower. Top 3. One shot.
Low
Asym.
left time.
One P1 dead. Asym is top 3.
I'm coming left.
Top 3. Asym hurt. He's on streaks. Top 3. Backside time. Hook. I'm nading. I'm gonna get our nade shot, bro. Hook dead. He's still top 3. Asym. He's shooting me. I don't see him.
I'm trained right now.
I'm coming left with you.
You better clutch steps. I don't see him.
Clutch dead now. Asym weak. He's still there.
Asym still there.
There's 2 ult, 2 P5.
Asym hurt.
I got him.
Wow, my goodness, we do not see many teams pick up that amount of time over towards P5, and it's off the back of a combined like 25 spree for the LAG. They're about 100 points in the lead. And what is the comms going to be like from them? I'd imagine confident. Let's go for a listening with LA Guerrillas.
He could be freaking dub.
Donnie outer. Donnie outer. There's Capsidal. Dimbo or John and Donnie both are there. John. I'm turning nades. I'm going around left. I'm needing I'm already at it. Watch out. Back right, Jimbo, one shot. Back right. John, dead. Jimbo, dead. They could be docs on me. Could be docs on me. Intercept. One shot. I rotated it. Play SQ. I know where they're spawning. Donnie's on me, Casters. I got one.
Going dogs right now. Going dogs.
Donnie's still Casters. I'm already in new.
One
Yeah, Jimbo. Jimbo's one shot.
Jimbo dead. Jimbo dead. I
spawn out. Nice.
Yo, I'm firing time. Yeah, there's 20 dogs on me. 20 fire. One bullet on their front door. Jimbo. Jimbo's
on the tank. No, Jimbo's close to P5.
He's on the...
One more. Front door.
I got naded. Going out.
All one on you. Play your time, brother.
35 seconds.
Outer door.
Try to go train right now.
Well, two very different listenings there from our teams, and two very different games as well. At the moment, LAG dominating. Ever since about the halfway mark in this game, they have been lighting it up, including Slasher, by the way. I haven't had a chance to hype him up because we were in the listening, but oh my goodness, 24-11. Asim is 20-13 as well. It has gone badly for Paris here, Ton.
Slasher is absolutely cooking them. It's ridiculous plays from him. We heard Nimbus on the desk say that he really hasn't been stepping up to the plate, but 24-11. I think it was like 11 spree or something before. He has the things in the back pocket to try and break this hill if they need it. Shot's gonna come in, but I feel like the damage is already done. Legion so far behind. And in their listening, it was very contrasting as the kills start to come through. Here should be the break, but it's so contrasting. You're very right. Paris Legion sound frustrated. They've been broke, rightfully so.
Well, they've been broken here, and AC is going to continue to gun, not give him anything here. He's going to try and patrol platform, but at the moment, I wonder if Paris is just thinking about the next game. It's almost too late to break, and it is. It's over. It's done. It's dusted. And Paris Legion are not having a good time today.
Big map number one from LAG, and they needed that kind of map. Let's not get it twisted. They have not looked good as of recent. They flat out look bad, awful at major number one. As we mentioned at the beginning of the series, though, Paris, they came out the gates that little bit hotter on Sunday, or on Saturday, I should say, at the event. However, here online, where they notoriously have not been doing that great, once again, that comes to fruition. And I think you just have to look at the AR battle that goes on down. Slasher against Gravity, it's very contrasting.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think we've got to talk more, Tan, if we're being honest. We've got to talk more about those listenings, because you never want to hear a player sigh during a listening, right? Like, you just don't want it to happen. And up until that point, until we went into the listening, I feel like we almost cursed them with it. Both teams were very close. It was like 79 to 109 points. We went in with the listening with Paris, and unfortunately, we could hear the breakdown live. We heard a sigh. I think said, well, since no one's listening, let's everyone just go right. Unfortunately, at that point, which you're seeing here on the highlights, this was the closest they had gone the entire game, and it was a back and forth battle. Unfortunately, the skills of LA this time around shut Paris down completely.
So where are we here? We're over towards P5, and this is where things really opened up for LAG. We really do not see many teams go this hard. It was 10 in a row for a team. I think it was 11 or something in a row for Slasher, and that was all going on at the exact same time. So for the team to pick up so many points there, that's got to be telling for Paris. But at the same time, I understand the frustrations coming through. I think it was Temp who was getting frustrated with his team not doing what he is trying to tell them to do. But at the same time, look, this team have only been together as a four, really not for very long. Look, Gravity came in just before the major. Jimbo's just come in just after the major. They're essentially a pretty new team, but they will still not be very happy with that map number one. A convincing one for LAG, 250 to 111. Yeah. And then we're heading into Desert Siege Surge and Destroying Tuscan Control after this. Notoriously, a couple of these maps not great for either one of these two teams, but that's exactly the way that LAG would have wanted to kick things off.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's demoralizing for Paris Legion above anything really at this point. Like, you're going to ask yourself, yeah, they are a new team, but their comms, it kind of shocked me a little bit that already, you know, we're not even halfway to the first hard point, and it feels a little bit broken down. Now, maybe time can fix this. Maybe they can figure out a way to actually get back into it, and maybe it was just LAG being very good and shutting down completely all over the map. But if they have that kind of composure moving forward, if they can't figure out a way to find that iron core in the soul and say, hey, all right, it doesn't matter if we're losing, comms need to be good, the vibes still need to be good, and we need to be hitting things as a team and not worry about losing gunfights left, right, and center. Because as soon as you worry about losing gunfights left, right, and center, you're not going to win any more gunfights anyway. It's just not going to happen. And yeah, the slaying wasn't there for Paris in this one, but maybe in the future.
And look, notoriously, we have had a look at Berlin Hardpoint. It's really quite good for LAG as far as Hardpoint maps do go. They do like this map. They usually get beat on it, though, against teams who have some really good AR presence. So you look at it, their last result at the Major was up against London, where they played this, and Gizmo and Zero went off on them. And then that's when they couldn't contribute, when Slasher and Gunless aren't really doing their thing. For the most part, I feel like you can kind of rely on Asim and Hook to kind of do their job inside of the hill. But when it comes down to Berlin, it is pretty rotationally heavy. There's a couple of hills on that map in particular. You're looking at 1 and 3, where you really can't put up a lot of time. If your ARs are doing their job and your SMG players are also doing their job, which I said they do most of the time, this team are going to do well. It is on the ARs for me to get something done. I know Hook he's pretty streaky, as is Asim. But the ARs, when they get things rolling, when they aren't getting steamrolled, they can really dominate this map. And we've just seen that there. Nonetheless, though, they will not be worrying about that too much. They'll be focusing on map number 2. We'll be heading to Search and Destroy on Desert Siege. Gravity had a good time with things over in the Major. Bryce, I wonder if he can continue it off here.
Well, he's going to need to. So that is the key of this one here. After a disappointing start on the hard point, Paris Legion really need this S&D to come alive. And I'm sure a lot of people watching at home will be going for them on this one. Keep a look at the map records here on Desert Siege. Paris Legion 1-1, LAG 0-1, and of course the statistics tell a story themselves as well. Slightly give it to Paris Legion in this one. They get a bit more offensive win and first bloods, but hey, at this stage of it, you got a new team coming into it. Paris should be looking for revitalized tactics on this one, and LAG, they're trying to dig their way back out from the bottom.
Yeah, notoriously, which is apparently my word of the night, this isn't a great map for either team. You would lean towards Paris. LAG, though, as we've seen, S&D not working out for them too well, and it's not going to start great for the Paris Legion, as Gunless is the one to find the sniper. Look, we've seen some of these teams, they had the catalyst of a sniper to get them going on Desert Siege. I'm thinking Ultra with Insight being the main problem for another one of these teams. If Gunless can continue that, like he's kicked off round number 1, Paris are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, at the moment, they're relying on Gravity to keep an eye on the entire B side. Realistically, Paris Legion are going to try and play this close and contest if that bomb does go down. Right now, what they don't want to do is give Gunners any more snipes with it. Asim is looking to make a push towards B here. He's going to have to be careful. And it will be all on Paris Legion, by the way. They need to figure out where to get a pick. They need to figure out how this gets down. The sun is going to go down. They're careful.
That's huge. Jibba's going to fight one. Doesn't realize Asim's on the bomb side. Gunfights get traded left, right, and center. Ultimately down to Gravity in a 1 versus 2. It's really tough. He's calling out the information, and eventually we see Jimbo make the push, but goes for the wrong first gunfight. Oh, shots from Gravity though, 1v1.
Well, he had the statistics. We keep an eye on to this one. Can he kick it off with a clutch? Sees Hugh as well, and he can. Gets there in time as well, shuts it down, and that's what Paris Legion needed. They lost the first blood, but a clutch from Gravity will give them that first point on the board.
Very, very clean from Tom Gravity. And you see there in that situation, he hasn't really revealed himself down that B side. We see LAG kind of push over towards B from mid-map, so they don't reveal themselves on the outside. The first time they get a check on that is when the stun comes out from Gravity, and as soon as that happens, Jimbo moves forward, finds the one, does get traded, but from there, they don't really have a great deal of info on Gravity, and that's what he makes count in his situation. Finds the first kill, and from there, it's just about holding your angle, see if you can make it work for yourself. Chooses the right spot, finds the gunfight. John gonna take some shots at the start of round number 1 though. LAG, high defensive line.
Oh, here it comes. He's in a toe. Slash's foot could have been picked off, but no cigar there at the moment. But Asim is on site. John's looking for the angle on him. Temp might end up trying to push this as well. Gunner's on Overwatch though. Is gonna shut it down, and that makes Asim a little bit more comfortable. He's taking shots now from Temp. Temp has to back off as well. They know Gunners is out here with a sniper. Surely Paris Legion are not going to get another clutch in this scenario. Bomb is away from them, and they're a little bit pinned back.
Yeah, I mean, this is worst case scenario. Attack around, isn't it, really? Bomb over towards B. You know there's somebody there. And Gunless, oh, he's trying it to find on the Temp as well. It's such a nightmare scenario. And look, Gravity's left in a 1 versus 4, but what works brilliantly there for LAG, the fact that Asim finds himself behind Bomb, it means if you're Paris, you have to push forward. You have to then try and find the pick onto the bomb site, but then you have to worry about Gunless, who's got the big stick out back left. Here he is for another. It isn't just the pistol, it's the sniper as well from Gunless. Fantastic work from LAG. They bring it back fast.
Yeah, by the way, I've never seen a player just continuously look at a sniper over and over again as Temp did there. Unfortunately, he didn't get sniped, but he did get taken down with Hook in the end, and that would have been called out by Gunless as well. They would have moved on to him knowing if they take him down, it's a 1 versus 3. That's exactly what they were looking for. But a shutdown from LAG there on the defense, and Paris Legion seem to keep losing members at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, sometimes you do see players get aggressive on the defensive side and hold that angle from B site. As we can see immediately, that Temp is not doing. He's getting aggressive over the top. Is he going to get caught from behind? Though it's far too easy. This push that comes through, Asim eventually finds it. He'd be screaming at Gravity, where's the call? Gravity does not see the push that comes on through, and Asim, that's one of the easiest kills he'll find today.
Third round in a row here. Paris Legion have lost first blood.
It's just sloppy.
Well, it's fundamentals. They realistically, they don't want to give them away. It could have cost them more here if Gravity hadn't got the clutch, but all is not lost for them. They have the opportunity here to try and get another good scenario. 3 versus 4 for them at the moment. Bomb is going down. John is going to take some grenade damage down to 20, and with bomb planted, Paris Legion have to swing into action. Gunless throws a bullet down range. It's not going to be good enough, but I'll tell you something, there's no crowd here, but a ninja is coming in. Jimbo's on the ninja defuse. Another clutch from Paris Legion. Unbelievable. Unreal.
You got to be heading west in the brain if that happens to you, LAG. What am I seeing? It's planted for your side, bro. Just look it down. There's so many eyes on the bomb. My God. Look, if it was planted for other side and the mistake's being made and he's got the cover of the bomb to then defuse it, then yeah, okay, these things happen. He's planted on the other side. Somebody peek it. You got somebody with a sniper, just peek it.
Was it? I couldn't remember what side it was.
Yeah, it was planted for LAG's side.
Unbelievable.
Side.
I'll tell you one thing I took away from that, though, is it was very unusual after being at the major, there not being a crowd. I was like, wait a minute, I can talk about the ninja defuse, it's fine. And as I say that, by the way, another first blood. Paris Legion, their 4th first blood in a row they have lost, but somehow they are winning this S&D through 2 clutches they have made so far. Turns out it's not about first blood, it is about just ice cold blood. Because they are being composed and somehow winning this. They are down in members again, but at this point, I don't take anything away from them.
Yeah, LAG in a good spot to not let the 2v4 happen, I would say. But look, I think when it comes down to the fact that you're finding these clutches, yeah, that's fantastic. But you would rather not have to be in this situation as well. And well, there's going to have to be another one here from John. Now it's going to be 1 versus 3. Surely he's going to be pushed, and surely he should be dead momentarily. There you go, around over towards LAG. They're looking at this and saying to themselves, right, how are we not 4-0 up here right now? How is this happening? Fantastic stuff from Paris to bring it back. But as said, you don't want to have to give these first bloods away. Your job is easier in a 4v4 scenario rather than the numbers being against you. But in that situation, again, the first pick comes through every single time. That does make it difficult for Paris. They need to be stepping it up, need to be making sure they are playing and maybe a little bit more passive, not getting caught out so easily. Maybe those comms, maybe the strategies haven't necessarily been nailed down yet, because a lot of these first bloods are going to make an impact at some point.
Well, see if Paris can stop that first blood, and Gunless has already seen Gravity. He knows he's over here. Gravity pops up. He's not going to get it. Gunless goes down to 5 health. For a second there, I thought it could have been a first blood, and it will be. 10 gets it now. And finally, Paris get the first blood onto an S&D round.
And John nearly got snapped onto there, but look at this from Slasher. They wouldn't expect it so soon. Gunless with the overwatch, and Slasher gets out. That's the important part. John, don't you dare pick this. Oh, well, maybe he can with a sniper of his own, but nonetheless, still 3v3. LEG completely give up control of the site, but you need to find some kills.
All going down here, and there's another ninja on the move. There's another ninja on the move. They're trying to get this one as well. Surely not. They're going to try and get it onto a nose. They have to jump off it eventually. Temp gets 2. Word. It's now a 1 versus 1. Slasher is here to check. Temp is rid of the pre-aim. Oh, he's going to find him as well, and Slasher will shut it down in the end, but that was chaos around the B side for a second. I think somebody started defusing, and then obviously, with that many players up, had to jump off.
That's unfortunate for Temp. He is watching that angle initially, then checks towards sandbags, expects Slasher just to be holding the angle, playing his life out there. Unfortunate. Good gunfight to win the first initial, but nonetheless, again, it just feels as if it's constantly against Paris in this search and destroy. They seem to be fighting from the back foot at every single turn. And the fact that it's still 1 round in it is quite miraculous. It has to be said. Slasher 6 in a row, though. We've seen him streak off on hardpoint. He's continued to do so here on the Search and Destroy. Jimbo finds the kill into a seam 4v3 in favor of Paris.
Paris starting to get those first bloods rolling a little bit better, and that does give them a little bit more control on this map. Ook just trying to get some information, smashing out that window. Try to figure out where exactly Paris is sitting. Paris slowly trying to make this push forward, waiting for tacticals and nades to go off as those checks come into the bomb. Gravity throwing a long bomb down range. Oh no, Ook has managed to slip the net! He slipped the net and got temp! They brought it back to a 3 versus 3 and they know where the bomb is, and Ook is going for a monster flank now.
Oh, that's so difficult for Paris, but nobody watching the inside track on the push on the train side. Always difficult. John will find a kill on the gunless towards the back door. They could do with getting rid of Slasher, but he stays where he is. 2 versus 2. They know the bombs would have been picked up as well there. Now they're trying to bait the B push out here. Well, if you're LAG, you bit.
Oh, they have bit. They
have.
have.
Yeah. Paris Legion have played a blind. Oh, have they? Yes, they have. They find the first gunfight. Now Slasher left in a 1v2.
Can you see John on the outside, though? John's already waiting for him. He's going to try to win that gunfight. It's not going to happen. Paris Legion do get that round taken. And LAG, they rushed it. They thought there's somebody at B, and there wasn't. They got caught out just a little bit. Ook was flat-footed. And gets shut down. This one is going the distance ton.
Back and forth, back and forth. It's clutches happening all over, mostly on the Paris side, of course, but LAG really does feel like they've been the stronger team here. They're finding important kills. They're finding the first one the majority of the time as well. Seemingly have map control. Then all of a sudden, suddenly, Paris are finding rounds. This could feasibly be done. I'm not joking. This could be 6-0 right now at LAG. But the way that things are being going, Paris are clutching up.
Well, to quote the infamous philosopher, Dom Torino, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. However, glide bomb coming in, gravity catch. And he's going to get taken down. That's first blood for LAG. Big fight going down, though. Temp manages to get a seam and gets out of there. Slash will eventually get John, and Ook gets Temp. And one player left alive. It's Jimbo. That's not going to be enough. LAG will move into the lead in a very fast round.
Streak invested, you get the round. It's best case scenario for LAG. When you put that glide bomb and you find that kill towards the back, you would expect things to open up for you. They do so. And the problem is there for the players that are around that bomb site for Paris. You have to dive back in over towards the palace. Oh, it's literally a case of just trying to win your gunfights as you fight your way out back through mid. It's so tough in that scenario. Really don't want to be caught anywhere on Desert Siege with a glide bomb out there. There isn't a lot of cover. Most of it towards the defensive side.
Big push coming in here. Paris Legion going for this aggressively. We know Gunless is the only player over here, and he must have called this out. At the moment, he hasn't been able to get a pick for it. That bomb has gone down. Gunless has come under some serious pressure at the back. He needs reinforcements before he can try and make a move. Gunless already managed to pick off John. The rest of LAG are going to hit this from the front.
I mean, that has to be a crazy shot from Gunless from there. Takes down John, finds the bullets with the auto. Jimbo checking the site, and he's punished for it. 2 players left, one of them in Gravity finds the first, and Temp is here as well. Is he going to check the bomb? Is anybody going to check the bomb? Gravity, you need to get the shots in. Does so now on 1 versus 2. Oh, they didn't get the diffuser. Oh no, it's disaster. What is this Search and Destroy?
Unbelievable. I'll tell you something, LAG, they stack the bomb. They put players around it to deflect, and it paid out for them. Slasher just held it and said, you know what, I'm not getting off. None of my teammates are left. I'm staying here, and I'm hoping for the best, and it works out for them. Turns out, pro move. Stick with the defuse.
You can't get off in that scenario if you're Slasher. You just watch your teammates all just get eviscerated. So it's like, okay, well, what do I do? Jump off and try and 1v2 them, then defuse the bomb within 12 seconds? Ain't gonna happen. He's got to be sticking it. Gunless. I mean, he's gonna get gunned this time. A C-Man says back, though. 3v3.
Keeping an eye out and being careful. Name of the game here is Paris cannot afford to have any more mistakes. John with that sniper rifle throws one down range, but almost gets caught. Just a little bit of an angle. Slasher is there, and John throws a nade. Maybe to flush him out. Maybe to try and pick that one up as well. It's not going to work for. Wait a minute, it is! He's lobbed it long and somehow got Slasher for it. Hugh gets one back into this 3 versus 2. Sorry, 1 versus 2. Everybody's gone down. And it's all on Temp. Temp finds the first. He's looking for the second. Where on earth is Hugh is what he's thinking. He's seen the slide around the corner. He's seen Hugh. He's seen him. It's not enough. He gets gunned. And LAG will win the Search and Destroy. And what a scrappy S&D, by the way. I don't understand the majority of those rounds. The teams were fighting tooth and nail. There were ninja diffusers, there were clutches, there was chaos.
That is one of the craziest search and destroys I've seen this year so far. That was nutty. And what? I mean, look, we've talked about both these two teams. Search and Destroy hasn't necessarily been their best. I mean, it's not really been great from either one of them. That really wasn't great from either one of them either. I mean, there was clutches that came through for Paris Legion that had no right to happen. LAG were constantly, well, kind of doing the right things. They were fighting those first bloods, about making hard work of it. But ultimately, you can't do that if you're Paris Legion. You can't forgo those first bloods so many times. It makes it so difficult. You're fighting uphill consistently. Well, they're going to fight uphill for the rest of this series. 2-0 down. Map number 1 was super comfortable. Search and Destroy. A little bit squeaky if you're LAG, but they've got to be feeling good about this series now. A lot of people wrote them off in this one, myself included, but my goodness, I mean, they still made it very, very difficult for themselves in that Search and Destroy. It should have been a lot cleaner. I said that could have been 9-0, to be honest with you, the way that went for LAG. Paris just clutched up.
Yeah, so did good. Talk about a little bit of Slasher as well, right? Great performance in the first hard point. We spoke about that. Great performance in the S&D. I think 9-3 there in the end. And if he is gunning, then you know they're going to be winning here as well. And you are right. Paris did an awful lot to make that closer than it could have been, including the clutch, including the ninja diffuse. It was scrappy the entire way through, but I've got to say, for the most of the time, I felt like it was all LAG.
It was all the way through. I said Paris had to clutch every single time, and when they did, they found rounds, but you can't be fighting off the back foot every single time and try and win an S&D. It's very, very difficult to do. So LAG, yeah, okay, look, they'll be disappointed with the fact that the clutches did come through, but for the most part, very comfortable throughout.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, let's find out how map number 3 goes. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, let's find out if it's still as scrappy. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL. We are in week 1 of the qualifiers for Major 2, and we're watching LAG versus Paris, and it is a difficult watch on that S&D. You know it's a little bit difficult when I tweet out about it during the break, and the observer says, yeah, that was kind of messy as well, Tom.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've seen the advert on YouTube, you know, watch the Major, watch the CDL to improve your rank player games. Well, I mean, I didn't learn much there. Apart from just don't do a lot of what we've seen, to be frank with you. But, I mean, look, if we're going to talk about maybe quality of gameplay, I don't know if it's going to improve that much when we get into the control. Look at these records. Not looking great for Tuscan for either one of these.
It wasn't. We brought this up before. We're basically going into a control mode that neither team has won this season. KDs are in the bin, the round win percentage is in the bin, the average ticks is on the lower end as well for both teams. However, one of them has to win. If it's Paris, can we start talking about the reverse sweep? If it's LAG, it'll be the end of a very quick series for them. And this has been the story of both of these teams, by the way. They have not been performing up to par. Obviously, Paris have gone through some roster changes. This is the first week for them. I'm going to take it with a pinch of salt regardless. They've still got an awful lot to work on, and they can do better when we get to the majors. For LAG, they've been in free fall for quite a while, and they are looking to stabilize. The amount of talent on LAG has me winning this match time and time again, but they have to find a next level. They have to be consistent, and they have to step it up. This may be the start. A quick 3-0 here for their qualifier series may help them regain.
It might. Let's see if they can get things underway here, though, in Tuscan control. It's almost like when you see those two prize fighters, both undefeated, going up against each other, except the complete opposite. It's like somebody has to win, I suppose, and maybe things will take a turn for one of these two teams. Initially, though, it is a good start for the Paris Legion, getting aggressive. Should be church control, should be A control, as they lock in every kill.
Already at the moment, you can see it's all the Paris Legion moving forward at the moment. And they are gunning right now. They are trying to just make sure they get an early quick A. It's not gone for them very, very well, though. A slasher. The number 1 player for LAG so far this series guns them completely down. That's back to respawn.
All the way back. Now a little bit of a tricky situation here for Paris. Just to note, the request for a pause in the game has been queued, so we will keep an eye on that and let you guys know any information as soon as we do gather it. But for now, we are continuing. Gravity will find 2. Push over towards A, starting to come on through. Can they make something work here? Paris Legion. Lives very, very even. Gravity will find 3 on the entry eventually. It's only really gunless in a spot to potentially do something here, but a lot of time being wasted over towards A and not really a lot of map control. Temp will help with that. Next couple of gunfights are very, very crucial, though. Can Paris find a way through?
Oh, it's Slasher again here at the side, and eventually will go down, but there are trades flying about with him. It's the Simp goes for it, and there's a pre-fire flying in. This guy is obviously feeling himself, even though he's 3-3. Hugh coming in for another one as well. And they are now just trying to punish Paris back into their spawn completely. At this point, Paris is going to be sitting here trying to figure out, where do we go? We desperately need some more kills on the board.
Can't manage to find a way through, and with only 15 seconds remaining, it's a solid defense coming in from LAG. Luke's finding the kills with the auto, and now it's up to Jimbo. Try to slow this clock down as best as he possibly can. Good shots under a seam. Can he find a second? The problem is the support is not quite there yet. Here comes the engagements. Is A eventually going to fall? Well, there's potential here for Paris, but the problem is for them, even if they get this done, look at the lives they've got to play with to try and get a hold of B. So tough.
Well, there is a possibility if they do get A and they go for it, which is looks like they are actually doing. They're now going towards B. They're trying to make magic happen here, Ton. I don't know if they can already. Jimbo jumping straight onto it, stopping the clock. John's got 1. There are Paris players streaming towards B now. You got to get back on that clock, John. Don't get off. You're the only player on it.
There's a difficulty here, though, there's a difficulty for the side of LAG here, though. Did they commit to this? They have done. Oh. Is that going to be 2 kills that could have come through? Oh, no, LA Guerrillas, they get them off it. Nobody from Legion on the point, and
who let them through there? Who's that last player on the steps?
I'm not too sure, but it just felt like Paris had control of the side there. I'm not too sure how that's happened.
Well, essentially what I think happened there was John was on the site, but he had to play in a very difficult position. He was playing near concrete stairs. And the reason for that, by the way, is because he was worried about the nades flying in from LAG, but he was also the only player on that hill. I think it might have been Jimbo who was trying to watch that back spawn, but he wasn't watching truck, where eventually a player from LAG just moved through and gunned John, because John was essentially in the open, expecting cover from his teammates. And then we had, what, 1.2 seconds left?
Yeah, that's tough. I think if you Jimbo there, obviously hindsight is a wonderful thing. As of course the pause did come through, so we will get things up to date as soon as we possibly can. But for Jimbo in that situation, you kind of need to cut the head of a snake off, don't you? You need to be aggressive. You need to stop those nades potentially coming through if you can. Force the spawns further back towards the church side. Makes things that little bit easier, of course. But nonetheless, that is going to be the round over to LAG. Paris Legion now, their turn to defend. Very much an expected round for LAG. When attacking rounds do fall your way, though, it's more likely on Tuscan than it is in Kavitu. But here we go. Gunfights over towards B, and most of them going over to LAG. Make that another as Gunless starts to heat up. 8 and 6 from him. B not going to necessarily much go on here for LAG, but nonetheless, they find the kills to open things up. It gives them room over towards A as well. There should be a cap if they can lock some time in.
Well, Slasher again, just gunning temp off of it eventually. John, though, now getting a bit of control at the back of Church. He'll be looking for a Slasher as well. Good slide coming in. He's in a good position here for the rest of his teammates can back him up. You can see Jimbo trying to get that pinch as well, eventually going down. And LAG are holding fast for a second before they can get bodies up. They are not playing this reckless at all.
Good kills coming in here for Paris Legion. Lives are 4 over towards their side of things. If you're LAG, just take your time on this one. Don't necessarily want to give too much away here. You can see already Asim has found a little route through, and they're going to be playing off the back of that one. Here comes Asim from behind, going to find one. That's going to open up the door now for LAG. He's going to find a second as well onto Gravity. Trying to lock in as best as they can. John will be taking down the church, but damage is done. LAG, they've got a foot in the door.
At the moment, Slasher, slow and steady, is becoming a real problem for the Paris Legion. Every time they challenge him, they're going down. And Hugh just being let fly to go and slay as much as he can. Paris Legion, though, still in command of this realistically. They do have the lives on the board. A has now gone, but it's never about A. It's always about B, and LAG have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's still quite tough. Especially the life discrepancy that you find yourself at if you're LAG. We're just going to start coming in over towards the back here. You can already see, though, John posturing, ready to make their movement from behind as soon as this call out comes on through, that there's 3 coming from his side. Then that's what he's going to surely start making his move. Good work by Temp, though, to push shots in. Won't expect Jimbo here. And now this is a very, very hard push. Hook finds his way through. Will find himself back in the respawn queue as well. Jimbo's done well. Gunfights have been won by Paris for the most part. LAG struggling to get through.
Little curious about that push there in the end. Obviously, Hugh went for it. I was expecting Gunless to slide out and try and give him some support. Hasn't worked out for them in the end. And Gravity shut it down in mid-map. Temp gets 2 as well. And that's back to the beginning here for LAG. And I don't know if they throw these 4 lives away. I imagine with 32 seconds left, they're just going to try and get some more kills on the board.
Yeah, they're waiting for them coming. There's Gunless saying thank you very much. There's a free one for me. Trying to remember what the lives were in round number 1. I think it was pretty comfortable over towards LAG, but now they're making it a little bit more interesting. They found the kills here against Paris. A couple more and they maybe go for this one. 8v4. Got to be perfect if you're LAG still. There's another one on the Gravity. Do you consider it?
No, I don't think you do. I think they're just playing for kills here. They're just trying to bring that kill deficit down a little bit by a little bit, and Slash with that big pick, they would have liked to him to got out there. But yeah, that was the call from probably about 45 seconds ago. We do not have the numbers and we do not have the time to get B. What we need is the kill difference.
Good work if you're LAG in that scenario. I'd be happy to, well, bring it back a little bit. They found 4 or 5 kills without answer, so that makes things that little bit easier. When we do get towards the positives and negatives, I'll work that out if we need to get there, Brycey. But right now, LAG seem to be the ones in a little bit of a better spot. Jimbo trying his best, though, to counteract against that one. That's kill number 18 for him up against Asim. A little bit of B capture going on here as Tempest actually going to get some control top church as well. Ideal for Paris, but he does fall. LAG looking to break back on the front of Asim. He'll find one, he'll break on through. This should be LAG getting it back.
Still waiting for it. Paris trying to play those numbers at the moment. Gunner's playing slow, looking for them. He's going to find John as well. He knows somebody is behind him. I was going to say he should have known somebody was behind him. Eventually, he does come through. And Gunner's guns Gravity as well. Gunless now on a 5 streak for this one, and you can tell Paris Legion were trying to play that one a little bit tricky. They were looking for the early start. Jimbo has been playing very, very aggressive this entire game, and there it is again.
I mean, who had to be weak, right? Surely he had to be weak, as John will then find 2 inside of Church. You can see Gunless on the flank, though, continuing his spree. I think that'll be number 6 for him. There's the strafe and run. Of course, looking for that glide bomb. That's the important one.
And it slows down a little bit now as they know Jimbo's somewhere behind them, and he is being a menace. 20 and 16. Most deaths on his team, but also the most kills. Eventually gets taken down by a seam. And I think LAG might give this one away, Ton. I'm not entirely certain. They're going to try and make any sort of move towards it. They don't really have positioning. However, so that Slasher manages to pick off one. They might try and stop this now. Slasher knows where he is. And even when it coming through, it will be a seam on the flank, and they're just gunning all over the map. A seam's going to go down here regardless, though.
Didn't get it. They didn't get it.
They have stopped it.
And now they can push up, cause a little bit more pressure. Gunless didn't get a hold of that final streak, but nonetheless, he's still 22 and 12, so not bad off it coming out of Gunless. Push over towards B here. Jimbo now momentarily left alone. The cavalry is coming through in the form of Temp, who eventually will find one. Can't get out. Just feels like damage is done. Gunless all alone over towards A. Paris need to extend this time.
It seems like a lot of the Paris tactic here is to let Jimbo just run free and rack up as many kills as he can and be a problem for LAG, and it has been working somewhat in this game. Gravy, though, eventually going to jump onto this one, and LAG do have the live control. They are going to lose A. We've got at least another minute of this left. Simp just saying, all right, I know you're already weak, going to get challenged, but that will be traded as well. Another pinch coming in from LAG. Oh, gunned! John says no thank you, but it doesn't matter as Gunless is there to pick it up, and he has been a monster so far for LA. He's, I think, 26, and I actually forgot what numbers he was, but it was very good, Ton.
Hey, no, he's playing well. We'll get to that consensus. But look, yeah, for LAG in that scenario, yes, okay, they probably knew A was already choked up, but they just got chaotic. They know they have the life lead. It would take something quite mesmerizing for Paris Legion to bring it back in that scenario, but nonetheless, they're in a good spot over towards B. Make that 4, not quite 3. Eventually, 3 left for the Paris Legion. As Hook will trade that one out. Now for Paris, oh, the push-up comes on through. John will find one, but 3v8, you don't likely see it happening.
Nah, all Paris want to do is get a pick here without giving anything more away. They already know they're in trouble. A lot of life difference so far on the board.
It's actually about only a 4 or so difference right now. Look, yeah, so Gravity is what, -5. John is also -5. Temp though, well, okay, -4 now. It's about 5 or 6. The lead for LAG. Make that 6 or 7 as Gunless will find another, and that's kind of like, I don't mean to nitpick, but for Paris there in that situation, you're trying to play your lives to not allow it to get away from you far too much as we head into the 4th round. And they keep taking gunfights. I don't really understand it. Just stay alive. Keep that down. You don't want to offer that threat, because there's a big difference between 3 or 4 kills and 7 or 8. Like, I mean, I don't know. I just think in that situation, if you're choking around, choke it entirely. Don't take the gunfights unnecessarily. Don't know if you agree, man. I'm just
well, I think the difference is at this point, realistically, Paris have the opportunity on the defense to bring that back. Yes, obviously don't throw away the lives for it, but considering you've got a defense coming up and both teams have been able to get kind of the life advantage on their defense, if they can make a very good case for it here, Paris, they certainly might be able to bring it back regardless. Jimbo just trying to play his life here as well. Somehow eventually going to go down as Hugh opens up. And this is looking like a very fast A capture. It may not even come down to lives at all.
Yeah, it might not. And that positivity on the defensive side of things kind of threw your point out the window entirely. Fantastic hook from LAG, though, on their attacking side. And you're all right, though, that most of the kills were coming in for Paris on their defensive side. They will find a couple more there and will clear them out. But look at that, 2 minutes and 20 seconds for LAG to try and make their push. Can they do it 3-1? A 3-0 win here in this series would be... Look, I mean, I may be theorizing a little bit too far as there's still plenty of the game left to go, but a lot of people are expecting a little bit more out of Paris, myself included.
It's early days. It's early days for Paris. Like I said before, I'm going to give it a little bit of a pinch of salt for this one. They're just settling Jimbo in, and at the moment on this control, he has been one of the most aggressive players. 23 and 23. Slow down just a little bit, but Hugh is going to be there for him as well. The spray comes through, and eventually will be taken down by Gunless. Unfortunate, the 2-player bait and switch coming in. Temp now going to try and hold fast. He knows players are here. There will be a stack coming in from LA. They're looking for this. They're trying to punch through. And unfortunately, you're going to shut down. Grenades flying in from Paris Legion will shut them down completely. It's only going to be Slasher left alive. Eventually has to get out of there. 4 health remaining for Slasher. He says, all right, I'll wait for my teammates.
And living on a wing and a prayer there, getting out of the gunfight with Temper. We'll find one on John in the middle as well. So pressure still coming in here for LAG. Slight life advantage, although that's going to be very quickly wiped out. Only the one now as the gunfight comes through. A seam. Oh my goodness, Jimbo with the movement. Can he find a third? Doesn't need to. No gunfight challenges coming on through. LAG very much taking their time here. And I think probably in the same breath, they will know that they're in that life lead. They don't want to give too much away, but 2-for-2 trade, just taking their time. They're looking for the clean break.
The only way Paris will really try and make a push here. Sorry, LAG try and make a push if they do this. If they start cleaning them off completely, and they will. They're now pushing into B. They've got the life advantage on this one as well. And now they're trying to get the capture. Gravity pre-aiming. He knows players around here. He wants to go for it as well. Gets one, but will be traded out again. Temp coming through as well. Jimbo locking it down. And that brings it back to all even. That should technically still give it in hands of LA. As the push from Paris comes out, they're trying to put pressure onto the board as Jimbo gun Slasher.
That's big. I think that's going to chalk it up for LAG on this round. Having a quick look at it, though. It's gunless, isn't it? And this is the one that's making the difference. So -4. I mean, look at that from that. +16 for gunless is what's really making the difference. Fantastic stuff there. They will be in the lead in terms of kills. They will get the defensive side of things. Either that or my maths is terrible. A couple more kills coming through, just putting the cherry on the cake of what is going to be a round 5 defense for LAG. It's been all about the defensive holds so far. Both teams trading those blows as we head into round number 5. Can Paris bring it back here with an attacking round to force a map 4 and a potential map number 5, or can LAG close it out in 3?
Well, it comes down to this. Paris Legion are on the attack. And they have to do something neither team has been able to do here, but at least they don't have to worry about lives for it. They can continue to make pushes all the way through this round. At the moment, big push onto A for them. Nobody from LAG is really even contesting it. There is a flank coming in, but it might actually be a little bit too late. Slasher holding firm. John has called it perfectly as well. John sees the second, but he will be gunned down eventually. Slasher and Gunless have been menaces so far.
Gunless is absolutely frying. He's 35 and 19. It's going to be very, very difficult to beat a team when Gunless is playing that kind of game. They're going to break them on through as well. John's the only one left who can potentially do something here. They're going to force them away. Can they try to continue this pressure? Good shots coming in from Gravity. Gets the second as well. That should open up A here for Paris Legion. This should be the cap. LAG have given it up. A 1 life advantage. 2 minutes on the clock. Have to capture B to stay in the series. It's do or die for the Legion.
Yeah, at the moment, I've got to say, between Gunless and Slasher, it's been that auto roll that's been working really, really well for LAG. Whenever they can get into a position where positioning matters and hold down one side of it, either Gunless or Slasher in the previous games has been lights out. Cute though, they've let him go free, and at the moment he is just running around trying to whittle down the lives from Paris Legion. They still have 1:30 on the board to do this 1 ton, but it is very, very difficult.
They can get rid of Gunless towards the back, and there's a little posse beside them that maybe they can get around, but Asim says no. Most of these kills in the last 20 seconds or so have went over towards LAG. Starting to heat up though for Paris. Do they know they're Gunless to spawn back there so soon though? I'm not too sure they do, and there he is for another 2 kills. 37 and 21 out of Gunless. And just shutting down the Legion in every single attempt. Hook with another kill as well. It's looking good for LAG. Now they put the pressure on. Now they put themselves halfway up the map. Paris are going to fight through more than once to get themselves anywhere near the point.
Slasher doesn't want that gunfight. Eventually, Jimbo will take him down as well. Paris desperately trying to get a big wipe here as they push through. Gravity gunning Q-Kid mid-map. Might have done it. Asim is going to be here, though. Already shuts down that player onto the point. And John is just holding fast. He knows he needs more teammates before they can make this push. They're now going to have to link at least 1 more big wave of kills.
So what Paris are doing here, they're just completely clearing out their flank. They know they can't be pushed from that side, so now it's about locking it down. But oh, they're going to expect 2 top patio. They get 1. The call-out will come on through. That Slasher is there, but here comes the stack on the point from Paris. If you're LAG, you got to go, and into the front is Gunless. There's 1, can't find the second, does not need to. Slasher is there, and now all of a sudden, Paris Legion, you're killing each other now. It's a 7 versus 13, 25 seconds remaining. Bryce, I don't think it's doable.
It's 1 last push for Paris. John already, though, gets one, makes up for that grenade, looking for the players out here to gun it. He's already found Slasher as well. It's John all the way. John already looking for it as well, tries to give him the shoulder, trying to get through, but eventually he snaps on the wrong player, and Hugh can see him break it down. Gravity all alone, the sea of troubles. He's trying to make it work here, eventually gets traded out as well, and that will be the game. LA say goodbye to Paris in a 3-0 victory. They take the control. This game is done and dusted, and they celebrate. They know it was a good win.
Yeah, a confident performance out of LAG. 3-0 scoreline represents the game. Let's be honest, look, Search and Destroy, they were dominant throughout, albeit plenty of mistakes that were made, but mistakes can be fixed. Hardpoint, dominant. Control, yeah, you win your defenses, you get the job done, but it's a 3-0 series that LAG needed. Let's not get it wrong. Like, these guys were not looking good across the major. They went free fall. This is the kind of series that you get offered. You say to yourself, right, this is more than winnable. Let's get the job done. They do so in a 3-0 fashion. There'll be happy smiles and happy heads in the management of all the LAG after that one. It's very much one of those games that could be a little bit of a banana skin. You're on a bad run of form. You then run into Paris, but LAG very much make it count. Good, confident performance from them.
I gotta say, right, I think Paris Legion, there was something there on that control. I don't know exactly what it was, but like John was having a good game. Jimbo's very, very aggressive for them as well. I think the problem they come up against today is that Gunless and Slasher were very, very confident, and they were basically gunning down everyone as well. Essentially, I feel like for a lot of the key points of that map, we saw either Gunless or Slasher just gun down them, and then the flank was coming in. Hugh and Asim were just making sure it was difficult for Paris. They couldn't win the gunfights in the front, couldn't win them in the back, and even with some very nice performances out of Paris Legion through that, like I said, John made that last push possible. And if he'd made that third kill, it may have gone their way, but it wasn't to be today, unfortunately.
A really good game out of Gunless, not just in map number 3, but across the series of 1.38 out of him and a 1.45 out of Slasher. This is what the desk are talking about. They needed to see more out of the ARs of LAG, and they very much did that. That map number 1 as well. I think, you know, another one to point out, that P5 hold was the most points we have seen scored all season on that hill in that first rotation, 49-0. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm playing right play, and I'm struggling to get more than 10 points on that one myself. So 49-0, fantastic setup from LAG. And unfortunately for them, though, I think seeing that kind of thing is going to make Berlin something that we do not see very often against LAG. So yeah, really good performance from them, though. They'll be very happy. As said, the ARs need to perform. They did.
Well, we'll find out what the desk makes of it, of course. We throw it back to them, and, well, they guess Paris, and they guess wrong.
Why you gotta call us out like that, Bryce? Come on, man. Yeah, and I'm gonna need you to handle him at the next land. Right?
Oh, I got you. He's easy. Right. He's the easy win.
There we go. No, great commentary, fellas. But man, LAG put out with a 3-0 win over Paris, and us on the desk, we were wrong. But you know what, Ali? Let's talk about it though. LAG, especially winning out that first map, players like Slasher and Gunless going crazy. When this team is on, they're so good.
You said it perfectly. When this team is winning, they are winning, especially when Slasher is gunning like that. And it's starting to look kind of like the X factor for this team, because if him and Gunless are shooting like that, it looks like a totally different LAG team.
That's exactly what we were waiting for. And the fact that they were able to beat Paris and gain a little bit of momentum, I can't wait to see their next matchup. But Nameless, talking about the matchups as well, Search and Destroy, LAG won 6-3. Good game, close game in the beginning, but they just ran away with it.
Yeah, they did a good job. Gunless he's the shining light in this series. He got a lot of big kills over on the left side of the map, just picking off John with the sniper. Like, he was playing fantastic, and that's what you need to do. John had a really bad performance in that Search and Destroy. But talking about LAG a little bit, especially on the Berlin hardpoint, all the rotations, they were on point. We were talking about their rotations haven't been as good. Their holds haven't been as good as of late, where they seem like, you know, they were back into the swing of things. But it's nothing to write home about. It's versus the Paris Legion, who just made a roster change, who have been one of the worst teams we've had in the CDL. There's still a lot that we need to see out of LAG going forward. I'm not going to walk away from this one being like, they're in a good spot. Still totally not in a good spot. But what is good is that Slasher played a lot better, and that we saw Gunless popping off. So those are good things to take away from this.
This is what we expected to see, and we're happy we saw it. Now, speaking about Gunless popping off, let's take a look at the Scump play of the game, where Gunless went absolutely crazy. The performance he was putting out with the sniper rifle, I mean, we saw it at the Major, and we saw it again today. Ali, I mean, this guy is incredible. He's a highlight reel with it when he's on.
I mean, I believe at some point it was 4 first bloods in a row. I heard from the casters in the Search and Destroy just off of Gunless's snipes alone, and that really carried them, because there were some situations that they definitely should have won that Paris were able to edge their way back into, but it definitely speaks to what this roster is capable of in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, well, of course. But talking about Gunless for a second, I mean, I asked you because I was newer to the scene. I said, you know, this Gunless guy, he's elite. Like, you know, back in his peak, like, how good was he? And your answer was, he could be the best player in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time in Call of Duty, like IW, World War II, where he like was the best player in the game for extended periods of time, where he would just take over tournaments, like MVP performances. So like Gunless, he has that ability, and people know it. He sort of got a bad rap because of how he was on teams, sort of a hothead at times, and that's something he's been actively working on. That, you know, his teammates now, they'll say like he's calmed down, he's become way more mature. So I think for him, like that was his biggest struggle, right? He was at the top, grew probably a little bit of an ego, and then now it's about like mitigating that damage that he did to his reputation. He's in a good spot, and he's playing so well, been working on his mental health and things like that. So I'm glad to see Gunless popping off.
Yeah, he's going crazy. Let's talk about Paris for a second. So aLLeY, fellow's gone. We got to see Jimbo's first game with Paris Legion. It wasn't the type of success story that they wanted. And what are your thoughts on this new look version of this roster?
I definitely think the whole desk can agree with me. When we see these rookies being brought up from challengers, we've had a high expectation set for us with players like Capsidal in the league, players like Pred popping off, players like Nasty and Gizmo. So we have to go a little bit easier on Jimbo, I feel like, especially when he's been kind of silent for the past year, now getting brought into this Paris roster, who's been struggling to find success already anyway. But me and Ant were watching it. We were like, there's nobody there for the trades. The aggression for the squad isn't there. The timing isn't there. So it's just a repetition thing, I feel like, for them at this point.
Big time. Looking forward to the future of Paris Legion. I mean, what is your ultimate scale on this team's success for this season?
Yeah, I don't think they're a championship roster. I think when you know, Paris formed their team, like I don't know the exact details, but I don't think they really broke the bank when they were picking up their team, right? So you're not going to win championships, you know, do that unless you get extremely lucky with some of the challengers players that you pick up. But I think they can definitely contend, right? You can build around a guy like Tom Gravity. They've already making good moves by going out and get players like Jimbo. And to have Tom Gravity on your team is huge because he knows the challengers' talent, right? Like he would almost be like the best challenger scout because he's played with these guys. He has an eye. He probably has one of the best eyes for the challengers' talent.
Absolutely.
So having him there is going to allow Paris to be able to make these moves eventually.
Yeah,
and
it's
I think
longevity at this point.
Exactly, it's longevity. I think you build towards the middle, to maybe end of the season, and make some moves in the offseason. You can get to that championship level. Gotta spend some money too, though.
You're gonna have to spend a little bit of pennies to make this work. But ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a Game Field post-victory spotlight with the one and only Slasher. Fun fact: we grew up in like the same town. Slasher, congrats on your win, man. And I have to ask you, okay? And personally, like I want you to be honest. So LAG, you guys have run into a few bumps in the road and whatnot. But a performance like today, and to see you personally pop off on an individual level, I mean, how good did it feel to you? And what are things that you and this team really want to work on to get better in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it felt great. Obviously, getting a 3-0 win, especially like I said, like 3-0. Like I think we needed a big win like that. It wasn't against the hottest of teams, but just kind of anything to help boost our confidence. And obviously, me playing well helped me as well. And I think we're just focusing on the same things we have been for the past few weeks. We're a little inconsistent in the way we approach the game. We have a good foundation for a game plan, but we just don't stick to it in certain moments, and it's kind of screwing us over in these matches. So it's about just finding consistency in the way we play the game.
And that roster definitely felt like we were seeing the OG Slasher play style. And coming off in Major 1, you individually as a player, what did you do outside of the game to try and bring your all game today?
I think the big thing I did was I felt really uncomfortable in S&D with our team. So I took it upon myself and I played, like, if you guys watch Twitch streams, like I was in 6 hours of Money 8s with S&D stars like the past 5 days in a row, you know, putting up $100 per match, just trying to learn everything I could and become more comfortable in not only my own play, but my shot calling. And I think that's helped us a lot. Like even yesterday, like we did go down 1-5, but we brought it all the way back. And I felt like we could have won that last round. So yeah, I've just been putting a lot of time in.
Love that.
Congrats on the win, Austin. Also, you popped off today, so that's good for the team going forward. But I want to ask you, what's been like the biggest issue in Search and Destroy for you guys? I feel like we've seen you guys go all the way to the very end of searches and lose them at the very end throughout, you know, the stage 1 and at the major. So what are you guys working on, and what's been the biggest issue there?
Like I said, I think a big reason why we struggled is because we just start slow, and I feel like we've been uncomfortable, like myself included, like I was saying earlier. But I think now that I have more time in the game mode and more reps, like I've become more comfortable in like calling plays and like reading situations. But I think just the big thing in most game modes for us right now is just starting slow. Like we've gone down 4-0 or 1-5 or like so many things like that and just dug ourselves in a hole, and it's so hard to climb back out of. So it's about playing confident from the get-go of the game, and keeping the game at least close, or if not, taking a lead.
Sounds good. Hey, Slasher, from one Bay boy to another, man. Congrats. Listen, I want to see LAG win a lot more. Make me proud. Do it for Mack Dre. I'll talk to you next time after a victory. All right, man?
Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
No problem. All right, so there you have it, LAG with a 3-0 win, and we heard from Slasher himself, Nameless. I mean, they're all aware of, the struggles that they face, but a 3-0 win, even against Paris, is a step in the right direction, always.
Yeah, and, for the LAG fans out there that don't really know these players, like, they're aware of, like, the situation they're in. Like, Slasher is a realist when it comes to Call of Duty. He knows exactly why they're losing. It's just very difficult to fix these issues. I was a pro player once, and sometimes you have an issue, and even though you know exactly what's going wrong, it takes a couple weeks, maybe a couple months to fix it. And you're still trying to, decide whether, like, do we make a roster change, or is this something that we will eventually fix? And that's why you see these teams sometimes struggle for extended periods of time. And it seems like LAG is going to commit to this team and make it work because they have so much talent. That being said, I do think that if they do end up committing to it, they could make it work. It just they might fall too far behind in points. So,
that's fair.
To talk about kind of why we were saying maybe make a roster move. We'll see you going forward, though.
I will say this. I'm from Cali, man. I want to see all Cali teams win. And speaking of which, we have our other California team, the Los Angeles Thieves, facing off against one of the hottest teams in the CDL, the London Royal Ravens. We'll catch you guys on the other side for some more Call of Duty action.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane. That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty League. And I actually read something funny not too long ago. Shout out to Medical Pianist saying, Veli's got to be fake. No shot is he really all this giddy and excited. Number one, listen, dude, I'm a complete nerd and I talk about video games for a living. I love this job, but welcome to the Analyst Desk. Of course, my name is Veli. I got aLLeY and Nameless as well. And for the second matchup, I am just as excited for that as well. We have London, we have LA, and
banger.
Yeah, we're gonna see if another LA team is gonna pull out a win. And speaking of which, it's not going to be easy for them, Nameless. They're going against London Royal Ravens, a team that is just waxing everybody right now. And when you have players like Zero and Afro on your team, sometimes it's just that easy.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger of a matchup, especially when it comes to these hard points. Like, these are two heavy-hitting hard point teams. On one end, you have the LA Thieves, who are 14-3. On the other side, you have the London Royal Ravens, who I believe are 13-6. You got Slayers on both sides in the AR position. Like, I am super excited for this match. For the Thieves, it really just comes down to their search and destroy, though. That is what I'm going to be looking at. These guys, they have not been great. Defense, they are number 12 in the league in win percentage. 4v3 win percentage, they're number 12. Plant win percentage, they're number 11. So a lot to work on in that game mode. Their map pool isn't that deep, so for them, that has to be the focus. Now, tell me what the game for keys to victory are, aLLeY.
Well, world-class hardpoint breaks. They're 14-3 in hardpoint this season, breaking 36% of hills. That is first overall. And they're going against a team like London, who depends a lot on their breaks. Have been struggling in that rotational area and show more improvement in S&D. Have lost 5 of the last 6 maps, 11th in round win percentage. I think the biggest issue right now with LA Thieves is they're trying to play that aggressive, get that first pick off S&D when they really find most success when they slow things down a bit. They play together as a group. They play for those slow trades in S&D, and then win the control coin flip. They're 4-0 on Kavutu, 1-4 on Tuscan. Once again, everybody's seen Kenny's tweet.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get Kavutu in the rotation, because you're just not going to win unless you happen to be the likes of Atlanta FaZe.
By the way, for everybody at home that are watching, if Los Angeles Thieves didn't choke against FaZe, this would have been the rematch of the loser bracket finals to get into that championship game to play against OpTic Texas. So this was a matchup I've been waiting for some time now. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock it on down. Let's send this over to Lando and Steady. Fellas, it's good to see you, and boys, good game today.
What's up, fellas?
Val, this is going to be a great game. Appreciate you guys for breaking this one down. And I mean, what, Jay? Ant brought it down to the desk. It was like, this is going to be a banger of a series. I know we got the map videos to talk about. We got a lot of discussions to have. But the big thing for the Ravens, they're trying to go 2-0 despite not having Gizmo in the lineup. He's out for personal reasons, so we wish him the best. Paul X is in for his second series. On the other side for LA Thieves, they are trying, right, to essentially get back to where they started at those Major I qualifiers. Off the reverse sweep versus Atlanta, it's gotta hurt. But it's terrifying, Jay, because we're flying in for Kavutu, baby, and it's the Thieves.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger of a series, like Nameless said, because when you look at these teams on paper, they basically stack up on every single mode that we have. But as we get into the game, on the Gavutu hardpoint to start us off, London on this map are sitting at 4-2. The Thieves are 5-1. Their only loss has come at that major versus Atlanta FaZe, where they did lose that series on the reverse sweep. But you know the firepower that the LA Thieves have. Kenny starts already early into this game with 3, but the game crashes.
There you go.
The game crashes.
Yeah, that game ended just about as fast as the Attack on Titan drop sold out for the 100 Thieves as well. So we'll do our best to try to get back into that one as quickly as we can. It's all good. You know, maybe that's the way that the Ravens win on Gavutu. You know, you ice the Thieves a little bit. We all know that the Ravens are pulling cords out here, all jokes aside. We're just messing around. But I don't know. Maybe that could be something. It gives us a chance to talk more about the vetoes because, as we said, I mean, this is kind of a statement type of moment specifically for London, because obviously if you're talking about both teams, you know, being at full strength, the Ravens can't say that, right? Thieves, this is their full 4-man lineup. On the other side for London, no Gizmo for the time, but still, they're standing up to the Thieves and saying, yeah, we'll play in Gavutu. We don't really care. What does that tell you about London, Jay?
Well, yesterday when we got to watch London versus NYSL, they did play a Gavutu hardpoint and they dominated that map. Paul X especially was the guy to watch. He's the guy that's coming in for Gizmo. Not going to be the the player on this roster for a long time, but he was just doing his job yesterday. I'm pretty sure in hardpoint, he puts up like a 1.2 at least both all those hardpoints that they play versus NYSL. And if you can do that today versus the best team in the hardpoint, then you're going to be in a great position to at least force a game 5. Because like we said, if we ever get a chance to look at our maps and modes, that map number 3, you already know. The Thieves won the coin flip, so they're going to have that Gavutu control in their back pocket where they are sitting undefeated on. But that map 2, at least for me in this series, is going to be Berlin Search and Destroy. And that's basically whoever wins that map is going to tell me exactly how this series is going to go. Because neither one of these teams have seen a lot of success on that map. 1-6 on the side for the Ravens. The majority of the time that they lose that map, it's all the way in around 11. And on the opposite side for the Thieves, they're sitting at 0-4. So that map number 2 is going to tell us everything we need to know about this series. But into the keys to victory for the London Royal Ravens, it starts off with Zero has to be in his bag. So far at the major, he put up a 1.12 KD. Sheesh. Yesterday in the series versus NYSL, a 1.26. Zero is really not messing around as of recent. He said his team's going to be top 4 at the end of the year. So far, they're starting off hot. And they continue playing total hard points, second in hold percentage and second in break percentage. That is a beautiful stat on the side of the Ravens, because if you keep in mind, in the beginning of the year, they were struggling off the rotations, and I'm pretty sure now they are second in rotations as well. So their hardpoint game has just hit a whole different level. And then S&D First Blood Kings, winning 57% of their first bloods from the Royal Ravens. If you get that first blood, they are seeing a lot of success. Doesn't matter if Paul X is in the lineup or not. Give them the first bloods. You're going to allow Afro to just go out there, be a playmaker, the same thing he did yesterday, and that's eventually leads to the success of Search and Destroy versus team.
Yeah, without question. I mean, we know the Slayers that are on this Ravens roster, and a lot of people said it was a little scary, right, to not see the rookies, to not see the young players perform on LAN. But on the other side of the coin, you could say, well, yeah, the one guy who was questioned, the veteran on this team in Zero, he just happened to put up the best numbers for the entire roster. This team just screams consistency, and they could absolutely prove it, and on new levels, if they were to walk away with this game today versus the Thieves. As we said, we've got the new addition, Paul X, very familiar with this Ravens roster, and the man that sits to his right on the screen, he and Afro, right? We're the talking points around this team last year, and Jay, there was a lot of people who thought, right, that Paul X was surely going to have a position moving into Vanguard for the CDL when he was on one of those original Boston Breach lineups that was being rumored around. He and Venom, along with Methodz and TJ, gets his chance, and there is no better opportunity to do it versus one of the best AR combos that we've got in the game. I mean, it's argued, right? Paul X has a great series. That instantly brings his stock up.
100%, because especially when that you're going up against the Thieves on 2 Gavutus in one series. So that means he has to be there, especially from the play coming in from Octane. So far at the major, he didn't really pull up the best stats, even throughout the qualifiers. He's sitting overall at a 0.97 KD in hardpoint. And when you're talking about a player like Octane, with the LA Thieves roster, they have been playing a lot of the Gavutu. Don't understand why teams are choosing it, but they have just been blessed with a lot of Gavutu hardpoints and control. So you would expect Octane's numbers to be out of this world on a map like Gavutu. But so far, he's sitting at a 0.97. Looking at him to answer early into this series.
Yeah, looking at Octane, and really from the Thieves, the one thing that is scary, though, about their hard points is that nobody ranks above like a 1.06. Nobody sits below a 0.97. It is all around consistent from this Thieves team in hard point as we are ready for the reset. On into the Gavutu, and it appears that everybody's frying except for Drazah. He dies by a barrel.
Thieves starting off with this P1 exactly how you want. You get this initial time, but the Ravens actually do a great job of breaking right on in. Usually when you see a team take control of that P1 hard point, you're basically forcing that second team to hit that early rotation. But London are able to get back in, pick up a couple of these kills. So this final 15 is going to go in their favor. And you already have Nasty and Paulex off the rotation. The Thieves, so far, starting off this game a little slow.
Yeah, and take a look at the cross that we got right now, specifically for player 5. Zero sits in a primary position, takes down 2, and with that, it will limit the forces. If the Thieves are going to half off of spawn, but it's the beamer from Sam LaRue that will open up the avenue, rather, for the Thieves to maybe make their way inside a top boat. And the one player that you love to have in a position like that is going to be Envoy. Trades aplenty, but it will be the Ravens who are walking away with the majority of them. Kenny gets the last laugh of the fight. And with the Thieves rushing in the way that they are, this is great time for them. He and Octane combine for 2, make it 3 as Paulex gets sent flying. Afro alive on 2 HP. He gets killed by a stun. Everybody's dropping, and all I know, Jay, is that Thieves sit in the hill.
Yeah, this is the remaining 20 seconds is definitely going in favor of the Thieves. Now you just had to start thinking about that rotation. So number 4 in Envoy, a huge one-on-one gunfight to eliminate this player from top green. And look what he's doing. He's able to hit that full pitch. Gonna catch a player in Paulex off guard. One player in Zero. It's gonna be a player that spawns behind him. Does Envoy read it? I don't think he does. So Zero should be able to approach this gunfight. He actually does. And Envoy gets the kill as well. Just when you were thinking that the Ravens are gonna have the spawns, have the rotations, the Thieves are able to break on in, but then they take down that kill onto Envoy. They control the hill for the time being. Should be able to switch this lead here.
And props to the Ravens for being able to rebound. Octane falls off the 5 spree, but in the meantime, little plays like that, right, are what has made this Thieves team so scary in the hard points. It's not just the incredible slayers that you have on one end, but it's the little plays that somebody like Envoy can make. A nice response in the feed. It's overall a 3-for-1 in favor of London, as those 25 seconds look to tick away. Meanwhile, on the rotation, it is London who's going to be here early, specifically Paulex, who sits at the top of the tower. And that's going to catch a lot of the Thieves' attention, specifically Octane, giving out the callouts, trying to initiate that Paul is trying to make the play. A big 1v1 as both players struggle to get up the ladder. Paul, for one, can't trade on the second. A nice trade for the Thieves to take, and boy, do they need some time at this next hard point. It's the one to do it on. We'll see how the Ravens look to try and retake.
Yeah, Paulex almost just ruined the party on the side of the Thieves. Him just staying alive in that top building allows Zero to try to hit that late flank. If Zero would have won that huge one-on-one versus Kenny, but spawns would have potentially flipped, and then London will be able to have control of this hard point. But as for now, the Thieves controlling the back spawns, controlling the hill for the time being. You see a lot of pressure starting to come in from a bunch of London players from all over the map. One player left here is going to be Envoy. He has to try to go big. He gets taken down in London. They break on in.
And I love that play from London as well, right? They full send it just by a few of those engagements, which we know how this hill can be. A little bit scrappy, a little sticky in the backside of the spawns, but okay, never mind. The spawns are flipping everywhere back and forth. I was going to say, it's a good play by London, and you could argue it's an even better play that they now have in their favor. The final 10 seconds, they'll give that to the Thieves, and they will prepare for next. gavutu can be a mixed bag from time to time, as Paul watches a nice little explosion happen in front of his face. We'll say goodbye to the eyebrows, but at least it's the time that they've now got in their hands. 120 to 91. The final 50 seconds of the first set of rotations, and right now it has been the Ravens in the driver's seat. Let's step aside and go to a listening with London.
We got the weak from broken.
He didn't come into me. No, he's going to shoot from broken draws.
Have a time.
Front. 3 dead. Get time.
You're looking for push up straight away, give me a sec.
I'm looking mid right now. Mid, broken dead.
Nice. One boat now dead. I'm one shot.
Nice, I'm going new. I heard you. I'm going new.
This scrap is huge, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I have all your crosses, Trey. He's low boat, Trey. He's going mid tank, right?
Don't see him mid tank.
He's still got me old.
No, it's Envoy. Envoy's going you. I stunned your page, Trey.
Get up new, Paul. I'm coming down.
He's not top broken, Trey. He's front. I'm going draws new.
Nice, I guess. It could be close.
I'm rapping to you right there.
Listen, 2 gonna spawn out. Yo, one top boat, 2 out the play, guys.
I need time. We can try this. One top boat. I'm traveling over you, Marcus. I'm traveling over you.
Yeah.
I need him on the right side.
Yo, there's steps, guys. I'm nading it.
I'm on one shot.
I sent him outer. I sent him one shot S-steps. One shot S-steps, guys.
Third, Trey, third.
I got needed. He close. Yeah, close.
Did he push outside?
Give me a sec. Can you give me a sec?
Push out. No, bro, I can't. Let's go. He's on the rock, Draws. Nade him.
Outer heady, absolutely.
On our rock. Listen to me.
Heard you.
Yo, I got a kill. Tell me, Drazah absolutely for you. I got him hill. Still on rock. One down.
Two rock on me, bro.
On the rock,
Okay, the Ravens find themselves in the advantage. Those comms, everybody is spitting fire right now amongst each other. Despite having the new player in the lineup, Paul seems to be sitting right at home. A stunned Thieves team for the time finds themselves down 50. Let's step aside and see how the comms now sound for the other side. Let's go to a listen with LAT.
There were two on all nice. There were two on all nice.
Yeah, he can be out.
Going top out. They're safe right now. I'm behind. Where's that first thing? Trey, weak. I don't want to. I'm there. Still across. Arc clip rock. One low clip. Low clip. Our circle steps. I can low clip. Nice. Our circle steps. I can count. I want to burn back. I'm playing for us. I think I'm mid-tank. Green too. I'm top out. Let's top green. Top. I got naded. I'm on shot. Could be P5, guys. I'm going. I'm located after located this. I'm still tanker now. Hey, I'm top green. Top radio. I top green. One green, one radio. Watch your tank. Mid afro. He's challenged just in the middle of the hill. In the middle of the hill. Secure this time, bro. Secure this time. It's a good time. Mid. Weak. Our side old. And then circle thing. Here, I'm circle with you. Oh no, traded. Circle thing. I don't see this guy. He was there. He was there. Alright, I'm holding first. I'm there.
And the comms are just clean coming in from the Thieves. You can just tell if they're able to get back into this game with a great hold on that P2 hardpoint. They just have to execute this bake on P3 because a lot of commotion that happened the first go around was Envoy trying to do everything he can to try to flip these spawns, but the Thieves doing a great job of doing it right now as they're able to take control of the back. London still holding on from the front.
And Afro still being a menace with the SMG. He eventually gets traded out, but yeah, man, the comms. I mean, there's not one thing going on now. There's not anything going on GVU2 that the Thieves don't know about. How about Octane? How about Envoy? Great little trades for the front side of this hard point, and Envoy is ready to fry again. Now sitting on 4 in a row. How great could streaks be for this next hill if they're able to get it? Final 10 awarded to LAT, but what could be the hard point to decide it now sits up and is going to be in the London camp. You see Envoy's awareness, trying to be prepared for what could be the spree. He gets taken down, and so do the Thieves' confidence, as they'll have to settle for a break. They'll have to settle for a little bit of time as Octane is able to combine for 2, not the 3rd, as Afro still lingers.
And the perfect way for the Thieves to play this or try to win this game is to try to continuously force the spawns of the Royal Ravens on the backside, but they are able to flip it. So now London, they're doing exactly what they need to do to close out this hard point at this hill. Trap them in towards the back. As long as you're able to eliminate a couple of these players, or at least trade a couple of these kills while you're still picking up this time. This is the best possible position right now for the Ravens to close it out as they find every single kill 15 seconds away from taking map number 1.
And they've got them in a trap. They've got them in a trap right now, Jay. The Thieves cannot break out. They've got to contest. They've got to do something, but Afro is frying. 5 more seconds. Drazah hops on the hill for a second, and the Thieves continue to get picked apart. And London answering out of the gates on GVU2 hardpoint. You've got to be kidding me.
Okay. I just remember the Thieves tweeting out a whole bunch of Kenny memes saying, hey, you play us on GVU2, you have a better chance of doing anything else. But that's 2 back-to-back GVU2 hardpoints that we have seen the Thieves drop. One to Atlanta FaZe, now the second one coming to the London Royal Ravens. The Ravens, they just played that beautifully. The very first rotation of hardpoints, they were able to break into that P1. Right off the rip, when you break into P1, that's great, because if you're the Thieves, you're expecting them to be early off the rotation to try to bounce back off of that P2. They break into that P1, they chain into the P2 with about a good 30 to 40 seconds, and then they also get P3 as well, with Envoy trying to make the play to flip those spawns. Right there, the Ravens show you why they are one of the top teams that we have in hardpoint, because even when they do not have the spawns, they're doing the correct things to try to break these hills. Perfectly executed on that P4. That was the only way the Thieves are going to be able to get back into that hardpoint and potentially win map number 1. But when the Thieves are trying to hit through that lower beach side, they're basically flipping the spawns for themselves. What all the London players have to do is just pick up at least 1 or 2 kills from the front side. They do that, they're going to spawn out towards Cliff, and you basically put the Thieves in a trap, in a box towards that back P4, and it's basically impossible to try to get out. London, they came to play so far in this series, up 1-0.
Yeah, they did, man. And it puts a smile on my face because it's so impressive to see a team who literally has a substitute go up against what is arguably the best team in a certain mode that we have in the game. I know there's some arguments to be made, but the memes are out there. I mean, I made it my desktop wallpaper, for God's sake. The LA Thieves on Gavutu, you don't want to see them on it. And I'm going to be switching my desktop wallpaper once the series is over. We'll see. But it's impressive, right? And also, on top of that, I don't even think we mentioned this guy's name throughout the entirety of the map. Nasty goes 32-20. You and I had a little conversation about Mr. Byron Plumridge. I love the name, by the way. It feels like he's never talked about. It feels like he's never truly highlighted, right? You got the veteran in Zero. You got the young Slayers in both Afro and Gizmo. Nasty's gone underneath the radar, and he can have these games, these moments where he just explodes and takes over, and that is exactly what we saw there. The layers that this London team has is uncanny, and we just saw it there on that Gavutu.
And this is what makes this team so scary, because if Nasty's putting up numbers like that, you remember what Gizmo was able to do all throughout the Stage 1 qualifiers. He was basically the second best flex player that we had throughout the entire league. You have Zero, who performs at the major. He's coming back fresh off the majors, putting up the same exact stats. Yeah. And Afro, he's been their most consistent guy. If Nasty's that player that pulls out a third AR on Gavutu, puts up 32 kills, I'm telling you, like, this London team has such a high ceiling, because when Gizmo gets back in form, he didn't have the best performance at major, put up like a 0.8, and they still got top 3. So imagine if he was playing at his best, and you have Nasty playing at his best that he currently is right now. This team is definitely in contention for a championship.
Yeah, an impressive win to start off this series. Let's take a look at the top performers in Search and Destroy for both of our teams. It's Afro leading the way at a 1.12. On the other side, I guess it's not great if you're the Thieves. I mean, you'd prefer to have your top performer probably at least be above a 1, but it cannot say that at all. And how often, right, have we actually even seen, I just thought of this, the LA Thieves drop an opening hardpoint? Rarely does it happen. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, Jay, that is only the second time in all of Vanguard, including the Kickoff Classic, that the Thieves have dropped an opening hardpoint. They've got to be stunned. I mean, they've got to be somewhat surprised that they dropped that. And now coming into this Search and Destroy, it's not been one that's treated either of these teams kindly, right? We know for the Thieves, right, they are 0-4 on Berlin Search and Destroy, and you can see the stats that will back that up. This map has by no means been their strong suit. Search and Destroy in general clearly has not been one game mode that's treated them kindly.
Yeah, you see it right there. 42% round win, which is 11th in the league. You're not seeing a lot of success there. Your KD is dead last in Search and Destroy. That means you're not getting a lot of first bloods. First blood percentage is 48%, 8th in the league. And then even in 4v3 situations, there's a 65% chance of winning it. You have a man advantage. It's still a great percentage, but those need to be locked up. Like 4v3 situations, you have the man advantage. With such stellar players that they have on this team, they should know. We should always go fly around, play the trades. We're usually going to see a lot of success. But this Thieves roster, they just haven't been able to put it together in Search and Destroy yet. And I feel like the biggest talking point that we were able to discuss before the series even started was Octane. Octane so far, even in respawns, his overall KD before the series even started was sitting at a 0.94. But even before he was on this LA Thieves roster, think back to when he was on the Surge. His best game mode was Search and Destroy, and right now it's going to be his worst. He's sitting at a 0.87 in the mode. If you want to see success in Search and Destroy, it all starts with this guy, because if he can start to get going, picks up the sniper, does it with the auto in his hands, he will start filling himself, which opens up the lanes for the SMG players to bleed playmakers. You need Octane to step up in this mode in order for the Thieves to really be that championship caliber team.
That's a great point, partner. I think you've taken the words right out of my mouth. I mean, we've talked about it a lot for this Thieves team. Who's going to step up in the Search Destroys? Is it going to be Octane? Can it be Drazah? Can it be Kenny? We know the talent that a player like Envoy has in Search Destroy, right? There was no surprise about that with his last 2 seasons on OpTic. He can be the playmaker. The problem for the Thieves, though, is that your leading KD player in Search Destroy on Berlin has got a 0.58. Right now, Envoy has a 0.58 on Berlin Search Destroy. So if history looks to repeat itself, somebody from the Thieves outside of your leading S&D player in Envoy has got to step it up. You take a look at the numbers in terms of first bloods, 9th versus 1st. Despite what has been not a great performance on Berlin specifically, the Ravens know how to get the job done early in these rounds. And the Thieves, well, they have not. Let's go ahead and jump into the search destroy, though. Now on Berlin, we're into this bad boy. And it will be the Ravens kicking things off on the attack. The man that we've discussed a number of different times is going to be starting us off on our screen, sitting in a nice little position over at the library. The bomb is down, and that comes at the hands of Nasty.
And he's able to get out with his life as well. A trade does go down, so it makes it a 3v3 situation immediately. But a lot of pressure coming in from the Thieves players in towards bottom library. Drazah's able to take down Paul, make it a 3-2. Now with 30 seconds left, Nasty does find one, but Afro, he's the safety net. Even if Nasty drops here, the Thieves players are going to know his position. If Afro can try to take down one, he should be able to close out this round.
Yeah, and you'll see the Thieves try to maybe formulate somewhat of a body shield type of situation. Afro, for one, just has to stay alive, 20 HP. And how about the plays from Afro? Kenny will make him test the shot, and Afro will take that challenge every day of the week. A 2 versus 3, in which Nasty goes big inside of the street. That then sets up Afro in the post-plant position. He'll grab half the Thieves there. And what a start for London.
And that was just good pacing off the rip from London. To go down there aggressively towards that B bomb, get the bomb down immediately, make it a 4v4 retake. Even though the Thieves did have the numbers, the clock was not on their favor. As Afro puts himself in a great position, like I said, all you have to do is just take down one of those gunfights, and the last guy is either you're sticking to the defuse or you're going to commit towards that gunfight. And Afro reads it perfectly that London are able to take the first round. But look at this pressure.
I was going to say, an interesting little play. Quite a bit of pressure from everybody over at Gold. After the first one to gain some information, he'll take that info and escape with it. Quite literally the scout right now for the Ravens as he and Paul look to make some magic happen, much like they used to in Cold War, and they will find that it very well could be the rotation calling out to their veteran Zero as they'll look to make the play. Catches out the first, catches out the second. Good night to Kenny, and it's all up to Drazah. How about the information gained out of London? They call out the rotation. They set up their veteran, and he delivers.
Such a great play call to come in from London to send 3 people basically straight through middle broken, take control of their side trades, and then that forces the Thieves to make a quick decision. They could have potentially got the bomb down there, make it a 4v4 retake, potentially get a kill on the backside of train, but they decide to push through their spawn, and that's exactly how London wanted them to play that round. They ran into the trap of Zero as he was sitting in the back of the spawn, got a 2-piece, and that was 4 up, 4 down. Such a clean round coming in from the Ravens to put themselves up 2-0.
Zero getting some nice information in regards to where the Thieves look to go, and Octane able to put through his first kill of this search destroy. It only took 3 rounds, and we'll see if he can continue to maybe keep up the pace, rather increase the pace is rather what you'd like to see. But Kenny able to find the second one on to Zero. The game starts to level out in favor of the Thieves, as now it's all up to Afro. A quick 1v4, but he's got information on 2 of them. But so many players, so many things to look at. Thieves started off with the first blood, and they get the one that counts, the one at the end. Solid round in response.
And that's how you stop the bleeding if you're the Thieves. Just match the aggression with the aggression. Octanes opens up with that first blood. Then eventually they take control of that middle statue area, find a couple kills in towards middle broken. Then in a 4v1 situation, Afro, he does find one, but eventually he gets taken care of. So that was a clean round coming in from the Thieves to make those adjustments, to not sit back and allow London to just be those playmakers, to allow them to be the guys that are going to go out there and try to enforce the round. But the Thieves are able to close it out. Back on the attack they go. Drazah, good opening shots into Afro, not able to get the pick though.
You see, Thieves are trying to play around that first blood. It does not happen, but at the very least, Drazah tosses out a prayer. Is able to take down Afro in the meantime, but it's been the automatons so far throughout this round 4 from the Ravens. But on the other side, it's the MP out of Envoy, who now brings things square at a 2-2. 55 seconds left. A lot of time to work with if you are LAT.
I'm pretty sure Zero was able to at least spot that player in Drazah. Drop down from in a broken. So now you're going to see number 6 and Nasty starting to rotate back towards that top fire building. But Envoy's in a great position to shut this down. He's actually able to spot one. He's going to spot both players. So can he stay alive? Drazah's going to be there aggressively with them. So they get the first, but Zero immediately turns it into a 1v1.
Oh, and Zero doesn't know. Zero did not see him go back toward the plat. He thought he might try to challenge this from fire. How about the plays from Envoy up close? I thought, Jay, for a moment he was getting a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah.
But his ability to stay alive sets up Drazah for one and then seals the deal in the 1v1. Made Zero think, rather, that he was going for the pinch. Again, the Thieves staying with us.
That round all falls on Envoy's hands. He was able to work his way through the middle of the map, find himself behind a player in towards backfire, finds that kill, makes it a 2v2 situation, and then he gives that information like, hey, I have control of their spawn. You can wrap this back, get this bomb planted for free. And then even in the 2v2, he disengages from the engagement, allows Drazah to eventually get in the fight, and they were able to clutch up. Huge plays coming out of the Thieves.
Nice shots from Zero off the start as well. Pepper's up too. He's gonna have that information for the team. The fight's already going on toward the back alley. Kenny responds with the first, and Drazah, well, he gets the information. He stays alive, but at the other end, it's the Ravens who come through with 3 big ones. 2 out of Paul X specifically. And they're aware of Drazah's position. Paul says, thank you very much. I'll take down the final 3, give him the hat trick, and give the Ravens their 3rd round.
And right there, the Thieves, they sent 4 players towards that A bomb. It's a 4-on-4 battle. The only thing is they weren't expecting a Paul X to go in there and pop 3 kills on the round. Great adjustments coming in from the Ravens. Just like I said, keep up with that aggression. It all starts by getting that first blood, and Paul X, he does the rest, picks up the final 3 kills on the round for the Ravens to stop the bleeding. Now go up 3-2 back on the defensive side.
The Thieves finally making the play over at B. Seen quite a few A attacks. We'll see if that man Octane can find a first blood. Right now sits at 1-4. The man that we talked about. We'd love to see him step up in the search destroys. We know he's got the talent for it, but Nasty, despite having a few melees at his feet, is at least able to take down 1. And speaking of 1, it is a solo mission now for Paul X. There was ever a time to come away with the clutch. Now could be the time, but sitting on that 3 spree. We'll see if he tries to make an attempt at it, but not a whole lot of time. Get some info there on to Kenny. It appears he will play for the streak, Jay.
Yeah, Paul X is not going to give up his life for free. If you're the Thieves, you potentially want to try to shut him down on this kill streak. As Kenny, he is going to be able to spot him. So now Envoy trying to put himself in position to pick up this kill, but Paul X, he actually reads it, and he's able to win the gunfight as well. So even though the Thieves are able to win the round, good progression towards that B bomb. Get it down. They get a couple trades. Nasty, I thought he put himself in a great position to at least get 2. The movement was a little funky. Finds himself on top of a red barrel. It's a little scary, just in case. But the Thieves, they're able to win the offensive attack. Getting that B bomb planted exactly what you want to do. Even though Paul X does pick up that last kill, it's still going to be lingering in the back of the minds of the Thieves players that he's on a 4-3. We need to shut him down.
Yeah, they absolutely know. And nice kill at the end, by the way, from Paul X. I'm not sure if he spotted the top of the head, but that's just one of those kills where you almost wish that we couldn't see through the walls a little bit, just to show how impressive something like that was. But into round number 7, all square at 3, and Nasty again able to deliver the first, and also has some words on the second. He's also going to lay down the objective potentially, as long as Octane cannot do some damage from the middle. Overall, the trade still favors the Ravens. A 3 versus 1. It's going to have to be the ace at a good old Sam LaRue. 35 seconds to work with on that objective. A tall task and then some. Give him all to Nasty.
That was nasty out of Nasty to go in there aggressively. Obviously, you have Zero who's watching the cross. So Zero's giving them the information like, hey, you guys already have the man advantage. If you can potentially pop a 2-piece, it's a free bomb plant. Nasty said, don't worry, guys. I'm going to take care of it myself, especially with the way that he played on that map number 1. Confidence is flowing through his veins. Finds the first 2 opening kills, makes it a 4v2. And then Zero, he does a great job of not initially dying to Octane. He picks up that kill of the player that was going to the late flank, forces it to a 1v4, and an Octane. Still a great search and destroy player, just not going to be able to clutch it up right then and there, as the Ravens are able to go up 4-3. But you see the Thieves. This time they're going to be taking that bomb over towards A. Ravens are slowing down the defense.
Swing round already. Much needed W if you are the Thieves. Envoy gets tagged up, and Drazah not able to deliver. Paul X does fall off the streak, so someone of a positive if you are LAT. Player number 3 in Kenny. Still looking for information toward the middle side of the street, and he will find his second of the round. Great work coming through from Kylo Ken. And I believe that Kenny's also got some information on one side of the map, but it's Nasty on the other side. Flank after flank. Nasty now brings it to a 2 versus 2. You saw LAT aware that Zero's got to be back here somewhere. They've worked so hard to get this one done, and they'll be awarded for their efforts. Nasty it be, but it will be the bomb. Being planted now over at A. Envoy will lay down the objective, and can Nasty do it again?
Down to 1v2. Nasty's going to work his way all the way around the backside of the spawn. These players do have some kind of information. He's going to be trying to attack this from B. But once he spots Envoy in that corner, you're going to know that it has to be a crossfire setup. He's going to go for the chase onto Envoy. Not going to be able to get the kills. Octane watches over him just in the nick of time to pick up that kill. Great round coming in from the Thieves to not rush play that round. Nasty, he was able to find that kill onto Kenny and towards the back boathouse. You force it to a 2v2, but right there is where the Thieves need to make a game plan. They decide, hey, we're going to push through the back of their spawn. We catch Zero with his pants down in the back of the fire building, make it a 2v1 situation. Let's get the bomb planted. Let's play corners and play the trade. Perfectly executed out of the Thieves. Even though Nasty he had every single ounce of information right there to clutch that round. Just not able to do so. 4-4.
4-4 indeed. Big round specifically from Kenny. Gets the information. Nice work done. Oof. And Kenny could be erased from this round had that bullet not gone through the fence. It's another chance at life as the bomb quickly planted again at a big Byron. Mr. Plumridge doing the objective work as Paul was able to answer early. Drazah on the other side, stunned inside a library. That could set up Paul X for another kill. So dicey, so careful, but drops as well. Drazah for 2. A 2 versus 3. Bomb is down. And the Thieves, knowing exactly the way that London love to play this, we saw it just a few rounds ago. Afro in the preferred positioning. He'll take down 2. It's a double for Afro. And with the time left, Octane will not go for the defuse. 0 versus Octane, sure. Octane wins the fight, but it is Afro. Both kills on the site. And what a play from him as the Ravens put themselves up 5-4.
This has been a great search and destroy from the Ravens. With the early offensive attacks that they have had, they have just been putting a lot of pressure towards that A-bomb. So you think the Thieves, right there on their defensive setup, they're saying, hey, we're going to attack this stupid and broken. We're basically going to give up B for free, and hopefully they attack this A-bomb. But it throws them completely off guard because, once again, it puts them in a 4v4 retake kind of situation. Now, with the clock not being on their side, Afro does what he needs to do by taking that player off the bomb. He doesn't really need to pick up the second, but if you find 2, that's even better. Forces it to the 1v1, and 0 plays the clock beautifully to close out the round. Ravens, 1 round away from closing this out, and you see Nasty in a position already at this B bomb. The pressure's going to be here. 0 also here for the assistance.
That's just great, at least for 0, to give Nasty all the information that he needs. He sees it. Shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge, letting us know exactly how that play formulated. It's the vet giving the young gun the information, and right on cue, he will deliver. The barrel a little too close for comfort there if you're Envoy. Really not a whole lot of information to work off of. They've got 2 players over at the library. Envoy sliding on through. Not confident in getting this bomb down because, Jay, he's got nobody with him.
Yeah, they're not giving the Thieves any breathing room. They said, hey, you got to watch your flank. You got to watch your front. You got to at least try to open up with the kill. But Nasty, shooting in the way that he is able to take down 2 on the round. Octane does get the trade, but now it's all left up to Octane in the 1v3.
The human turret. Can he deliver? Paul X with the info over at the statue, and that will be the game in the books. The Ravens answering in the search and destroy, the one S&D that has held them back so many times is the one that will promote them now to a 2-0 advantage versus LAT again, Jay. It is a roster with the substitute, taking one of the better teams that we have in the CDL. My goodness, what a game, and what a game specifically out of Nasty and Paul X. 21 combined, a game and a half from those 2. Incredible stuff.
You gotta feel good if you're London to come out here and finally get a win on Berlin Search and Destroy. Doesn't go all the way to around 11 like it usually does for this team, but they finally see the 6 at the end of the scoreboard that puts them up 2-0 in this series. I think their game plan in that Search and Destroy is beautiful. The way that they started off, obviously the early B pressure, when you do that, you're forcing a couple players on the defensive side of the Thieves to always play that position. But then in the mid-round adjustments, to continuously be aggressive towards that A-bomb, Nasty was doing work. Him and Paul-X open up that A-bomb whenever they wanted. Thieves send 4, Thieves send 2, doesn't matter. They were always going to win those gunfights. And then at the end, you see it. Like, that game plan started to just, like, it was turning the heads of the Thieves players because, all right, they went A, they went B. I don't know what they're going to probably do this round. Let's try to attack through middle. And what London were able to do so well was just the game plan was on point. They said, all right, we went B off the rip. We went 2 back-to-back towards that A-bomb aggressively. Let's slow it down here. Let's just try to go for that B plant once again. And they see a lot of success. Afro going huge in a great spot towards that back post. Back bow house, not once, but twice clutching up for his team.
Yeah, man, I know that we're excited, but there is nobody more excited than Gizmo watching his boys from across the pond. I know it's getting a little bit late right now, but I'm sure that hashtag is flowing. Hashtag 4JGiz. The Ravens are going to see if they can make this a 3-0 sweep for their man, or can it be the opportunity for the LA Thieves? It will be a Gavutu, but the last time that we saw Gavutu, it was London who were able to secure it. Make sure and stay with us, folks. Game 3 of our current series up right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back to day number 2 of our Major II Qualifiers. We're in the middle of our second game of the day, and it is the London Royal Ravens up 2-0 versus the LA Thieves. You heard that right. You saw the vetoes on your timeline, and you thought, okay, I'm not going to tune in. Surely this is going to be the Thieves. Not at all the case. London have come out hot, but Jay, can they do it again? Can they beat Thieves on double Gavutu? I mean, that would be the ultimate resume bump if you're Paul X right now.
If they can get it done, I'm going to be mind blown, because obviously for the Thieves, this has been their bread and butter map in hardpoint and in control. They are undefeated in control on this map so far, sitting at 5-0. So far through this match, you see Paul X, substitute or not, the guy is coming in hot, ready to go. 1.32 on the series so far. Needs to have that same exact performance here, because this is a tough matchup. On the side of the Thieves, they're undefeated, like I said, but their team KD on this map is sitting at a 1.11. On the opposite side for the Ravens, they're 4-3. Their team KD is at a 1.06. So it's basically almost even. But the Thieves, you put it on their side that they're a little bit more comfortable on their map.
Oh, and I love, though, what we're already seeing from Afro. He instantly flanks to the backside of P1, finds 2 off the start, aware of the talent that this Thieves roster has. Regardless of on attack or on defense, the Thieves, as you said, Jay, are no joke on Gavutu, specifically on control. They've yet to lose it, and despite the nice plays coming through from Afro, Thieves will finally establish some control inside of the boat. Zero and Afro, they both get sent home packing. And into the respawn screen as Paul, he gets made quick work of as well, halfway through at that A zone, and it just appears the Thieves will not fall. The nice kills comes through from Nasty that will halt things for the moment.
You see number 4 in their base, which is going to be Envoy, just trying to cause so many problems on the backside of the couple players of the Ravens, trying to at least stall this clock by hopping this B point. He eventually does get taken down, and London, they're able to retake map control. So now if you are the Thieves, you have to try to chain a couple of these kills together. Envoy with the teammate onto Kenny, even though he does pick up that kill, does make it a 3v2, so they're able to at least eliminate all these players from this 8 point. Almost the second tick of progression is about to be done.
Nice nade comes in from Nasty. And Afro's going to give this one another go. He wants the challenge for it. He'll win the fight. He'll actually take the fight versus Drazah. Envoy in a position to try and clutch. It's all up to player 3. That being Kenny, has to go for 2. Not able to do so as the Thieves will continue to cycle in players. And this is going to be somewhat of a frustrating moment. If you're the Thieves, you're throwing more lives at this than you would like. Now in the back of their base, but Kenny finds a double. That could be the opener. The Thieves yet to capture A up to this point. And I believe it's Afro who sits in the bottom. Still waiting, still lingering as Afro goes for 2. It's Afro who goes for 2. 10 seconds. And as you said, Jay, they've got to go now. They've got to go with this. Time's starting to slip away. Is it going to be an opening round for the Ravens? Clock will stop at 1.8. Paul X shaves one off the top of the tank. And Zero, knowing that there's a glimmer of life, decides to challenge for 1. Pulls out the pistol, gets dropped. Afro falls, and it will not be the capture. It will not be the capture. The Thieves don't get it.
Wow, what an insane round coming in from the Ravens. And then just in the nick of time, I'm pretty sure it was like 1.5 seconds left. And Nasty comes down P1 steps, able to win a huge one-on-one onto the player that was sitting on that 8 points. So the Thieves are not able to complete either one of those segments. And they also lose the round by at least 1 kill, with Nasty clutching up at the very end to give the Ravens their very first round of this map number 3. I mean, just tell you, man, I thought that the Thieves were going to be able to close that one out. The Ravens were not going to give up easy, man. The nonstop pressure coming in from these young players.
And as we said, I mean, obviously they lose the coin flip, so we're gonna be playing GVOOTSU regardless. But then to be like, yeah, we're gonna play GVOOTSU hardpoint. Let's do this. Let's just go ahead and play what we feel comfortable with.
Oh my!
That is 3. Nasty specifically on the 3 spree. Go ahead and give him the 4th. Go ahead and do it. Big Byron is having himself a series and looking to continue to go off. That'll be 5 in a row. As you just see, the Ravens are feeling all kinds of confidence as Paul nearly finds 3 in a row himself. A minute stopped on the clock as player number 5 and 0 has snuck his way through over at the B zone.
And this is what the Ravens are able to do so well. They cause so much problems at one point, which eventually allows one player to sleep through and try to at least get that first segment on that B.0. He is going to get taken down before he does so, but now this opens up A. Nasty finds a huge kill onto Octane. You see him trying to take top gun positioning. Couple players from the Thieves still trying to contest this from the bottom middle of the map. If you're Nasty, all you want to do is try to stay alive here. Envoy does find one. Afro with the trade, but just kills going back and forth. Afro able to come out on top.
Oh, and that's an unfortunate little angle as Envoy not aware that he was over at the top gun, or at least forgot about it. So as Nasty sits toward the top, it is Paul who will linger in the objective. Clock stopped at 34 seconds. As Paul drops, it's now an all-out headbutt in the bottom side of the boat. We'll see what Afro looks and elects to do is he'll make his way onto that B zone. So the Thieves got 2 things to worry about. Not just that A progression, but also some plays being made over at the beach side as well. Time still ticking away, but Envoy with the double. Paul X literally goes into the abyss. I have no idea what just happened to him. Excellent plays out of Envoy at 14 and 9. Staying alive from range as well. Alive by 4 HP. 10 seconds left, and is it going to be an equally dominant defense out of the Thieves side as they desperately need some momentum going in their favor, being down 0-2. A great nade tossed out as Afro gets brought down as well from the back. That is going to be a clean 4 down. The Thieves answer.
And it all comes on the back of Envoy. If he doesn't pick up that 2-piece, there's a lot of commotion going over there towards B. But if he doesn't pick up that kill on that 8 point, that's going to be the Ravens walking away with that, extending it by a minute, and then the round goes deeper into it. But Envoy, such a huge clutch 2-piece to secure the defensive round for the Thieves. Finally able to put some momentum on their side, and they were also able to outslay by at least 2 kills there. So if it does go to a round number 5, the Thieves are currently up by 1. But back on attack they go.
I'm so glad I got you, Jay. I would have no idea. I'm just looking at all kinds of numbers. I don't even know what to do with them.
Good with numbers, my friend. I'm good with them.
You are indeed. You are indeed. It's a nice double. That's all that I can do. Nice double coming in from either side. Half the lobby drops in just a matter of seconds, and just like that, we'll see how the Thieves elect to try to play an early mid-round decision. As Drazah initiates the fight over at the tank, he falls. Meanwhile, Envoy, nice wins over at the top side of the ship. And so with the arrows directing the way that they are, the Ravens elect to make a few plays through B. And really it comes down to the team's got to stay alive for as long as they can over in the ship. And as long as they do so, that pinch is not going to matter nearly as much. The pinches aplenty. Pinches aplenty. Oh. Comes with 2. Oh! Away the final with the pistol. 5 in a row for Paul X. As we said, having a resume-like game, letting everybody know in the CDL, I'm available, baby. I'm available. 25 seconds left. The Thieves, they've got to do something.
Thieves just have to get out of their spawn. Nasty has been in their base basically since the beginning of this round. Only 20 seconds left. The Ravens are starting to slay, picking up every single kill in the feed. What was just a 1-kill lead on the side of the Thieves is now going to be a 6-kill lead going into this round number 4. If the Ravens is able to hold the line, even with Afro giving up that free team kill, does not matter. The Ravens are just answering and doing the easy work on the defensive side. Put some up by 6 kills in this round number 4. So if I'm the Ravens going into this offense, all right, if we can go out there and complete A and only try to contest B, that's our best case scenario. But you want to make sure that you keep the kill department in your favor for that round number 5.
I guess this is one of those situations where maybe if you're both sides, you're like, Well, I guess it's okay that it's not going by ticks, right? I mean, at least the kills are somewhat close. Nobody has yet to fully capture that A zone. We'll see if the Ravens will be the first team to do it, as Envoy will strike first, now reaching the highest kills in the lobby. This will be joined alongside by Nasty. Can Envoy be the difference maker? Can he be the playmaker as he was in the one round that the Thieves have got to claim for themselves? You got to imagine a moment like this for LAT. You just got to stay composed. This is a round that you're expected to take. A defense on Gavutu surely should be yours. With a nice double and 0 contesting over at that B zone, it's a lot to worry about if you're the Thieves. As they get strike down, it's now the Ravens' opportunity to continue to push out this B lane.
Yeah, they're going to be able to complete this first take of aggression as well. Pollock, some great shots onto Drazah. As you see, they're not even worried about this 8 point. They are just trying to pick up all the kills. They're currently up by 6, or currently up by 2 lives in this round. So that puts them up by 8, but eventually the Thieves are able to shut down that B pressure. But still, a couple of the Ravens players just being nuisances in the back of the spawn of the Thieves players. Afro is here. He's able to take down one, takes down the second as well on a 5-3 work towards some streaks.
Nice plays being made from Afro. Oh, the slide. He waits, he hesitates, but it works out perfectly. Great shots coming through from Afro. 1 away from the streak. And you got to imagine that tongue has got to be flying. Ayo, indeed. Nice shots. Oh, Envoy able to take him down. As the Thieves, a moment to breathe, but they've got to get right back into the objective. Drazah finds himself on the flank, over toward the middle, wipes away the players over inside of the A zone. A 2-for-2 trade as the Thieves look to continue to do some damage control.
If you are the Thieves, you just have to try to minimize this kill deficit that they're currently down. Puts them at 9 right now with 30 seconds left. If you're London, starting to total up. Probably want to complete this 8 point because this is definitely a winnable round now that they have that early tick progression towards that B point. Drazah, good shots to be able to at least take down 2 players off of that 8 point. 27.5 is here. The contest is here. Drazah is able to find 3. Octane with a little bit of assistance to give him the 4th. But the Ravens, they were able to secure that 8 point, extend this time by a minute.
They do extend it. You notice as the Thieves take down a few players in the boat, they instantly rush toward the spawn, aware of the trap that they can get the Ravens in. Farthest pushed up player is going to be Afro. As he takes down Envoy, the nice nade from afar comes through from 0. Kenny still sits in the base. He still sits on the outside of you while Drazah looks to lock down middle. Back-to-back headshots. Can he find the third with the pistol? The answer will be no, but a good halt so far from LAT, as every player that's been pushed up past the 50-yard line has instantly been met with bullets. It's not looking great so far for London, and the question will come in at some point, Jay. Do the Ravens look to slow down knowing the kill advantage that they've got? Or do they try and push this one? It appears that they are parking the bus for the moment. 20 seconds left. It looks to be around for the Thieves.
Yeah, Ravens, they want to make sure that they get defense for that round number 5. But as I say that, they're still giving up a couple of free kills. Envoy, he's trying to at least give his team the opportunity to get the defense. Octane does take down 1. But kills are just going back and forth. The Ravens, I'm pretty sure with that last couple of kills at the very end, they will be able to secure the defense going into this round number 5. It got a little scary though on the Thieves. If they do not shut down Afro when he's pushed up towards green, he was on a 5 spree. You would have seen a totally different gameplay if the Ravens, if Afro picks up that glide bomb, they're saying, okay, we completed this 8 point. We got the glide to work with. We can go out and try to close it out right here with this offensive win. But they did not pick up those streaks. They played it safe. They make sure they had the kill lead. So that should give them the round 5 defense. Here we go.
Here we go. Is it going to be double Gavutu victories? The Thieves on attack. Will this be the 3-0 sweep for the Ravens? Or can the Thieves answer back? We'll have to find out as Octane starting things off nice. The early kill, they're on to 0. And we know what Afro loves to do. The flanks, and then some more flanks. Already in the base he goes, catching off Envoy. 3 fall straight in the feed. The Thieves look to balance things out, get some pressure through middle. A nice double comes through from Kenny. Still alive, still hanging out, and still thriving as 3 players sit strong in the bottom side of the boat. The Thieves look to stack, and that'll be the first hit guaranteed.
And this is what makes Raven so good, because look at the pinch that Zero is able to set up. Goes all the way around through low beach side. Finds that kill towards top cliff. This is going to allow his teammates to eventually break on into this 8 point. Paulex finds one. Nasty finds one. Last player up is going to be Envoy, as he's able to take down Paulex, as Octane does win a gunfight onto Afro. But still, a lot of pressure coming in from London through these late flanks, through the middle of the map. Thieves are able to shut that down. They should be able to secure this 8 point, extend this time by a minute.
Oh, the first time we've seen an A capture.
There we go.
It happens in round 5. It's time to get mixy. It's time to get crazy. Kenny with the auto up close inside a ring. Shut down. Unfortunate if you're Kenny, but still got a lot of time. Minute and 40 on the clock. As we said, a map that LAT has relied on so many times, undefeated as they come into this final round, as they find a nice double for the opening. The first attempt, really the first look at that B zone, and they've got a 3 versus 1 established over at the tank. Job done on the first, but it's Afro and Paulex who can find 3 of their own. How about the retake out of the Ravens? Picture perfect. Minute 15 left.
Now it's all about holding the line if you are the Ravens. Take a little bit more of that map control. Get yourself towards that top ring. See, they have full control of that. The Thieves have a minute to work with. They're trying to attack this positioning from that top ring. Paulex takes down one. Unfortunate team nade comes in from Envoy, so now it's a 4v2. Nasty's able to at least win the engagement here, one-on-one. Fortunately, he is going to lose the gunfight, so the Thieves, they do have ring control for now. 45 seconds left. The Ravens, all they have to do is hold down this cross.
As we said, that's really the checkpoint. If you're the attacking team, you get toward P1, you have a chance, you have a constant lifeline. It's the 1-for-1 to start. Kenny and Paulex both off spawns for the respective teams. A lot of green pressure coming in from the Ravens as they trade out once more. Octane hanging out with the AR as Afro puts in some shots from range. He gets taken down by the nade. The clock will be stopped as Drazah does everything he can to hold on to the objective, but that one gets taken right out from underneath him. By no means a life count advantage as Envoy somehow stays alive inside a ring. 6 versus 11, the final push out of the Thieves. Can Envoy be the playmaker? Can he be the playmaker? Up close, can he catch Paul out? No, he will not. The great coordination, the great double comes in from Nasty as he will eventually drop 8 more seconds. It's gonna be on to Kenny. Can he get here? No, he gets dropped as well, and that will be the 3-0 sweep out of the London Royal Ravens. Not at full strength, but watch them fly. Taking down one of the best teams in the CDL with a substitute on double Gavutu. Give me a break.
That is what you call a statement coming in from the Ravens to get it done, not even with their full roster. Typical performance from Paulex from start to finish, man. He was so consistent, but the player that we have to highlight, it has to be Nasty. The performance that he was able to put up on 2 Gavutus with that AR in his hand versus players like Octane and Kenny and even Drazah with that 3rd AR in his hand, he was dominant from start to finish of this series. The Ravens, they came to play today. Thieves, they started off a little slow, especially when you go into a series thinking like, oh, we have 3 of our respawn maps that we are barely lost. These are our best respawns. They're probably sitting there delusional confident. The Ravens, they were just feeling the ultra vibe. Everything was on point. Paulex is the perfect fit when you talk about a substitute player. Let me just tell you right now, if I'm any other team in the CDL, I'm probably going to give this guy a ring, because that's one hell of a performance versus the best hardpoint team in the game, and especially the caliber of players that are on that side of the Thieves roster to come out and put up a performance the way that he did. With only like 1 or 2 days worth of practice, it's very typical out of Paulex. Great series coming in from the Ravens.
Truly tippable indeed. And I mean, like we said, man, we're talking about this. Our only concern, right? We knew how great the Ravens looked yesterday. Yeah. We go from obviously one of the bottom teams in the game versus New York, then to coming into this game versus one of the better rosters and on their best maps. It's unbelievable. It's a crazy story, but they go 2-0 despite not having Gizmo. And what a series, as you called it, my friend, for Nasty, the guy that never truly gets highlighted enough for this London lineup. 32 and 20 on that opening Gavutu. He goes for 11 in the search destroy and 34 and 28 on this Gavutu control. A 3-0 sweep for the Ravens. And my goodness, we were talking about, okay, well, once we get to the Tuscan, like that can be even a scarier map for the Thieves. That could be maybe the opportunity for Ravens to force the game 5. They don't even need it. Double Gavutu victories. We've only seen the Thieves lose Gavutu once. They drop both of them here. I don't even know where to go from here, my friend. I really don't.
Neither do I, man. Neither do I. We got to get the desk back because I got to hear what their thoughts were. Because I know we said it was going to be a great series. But for London to come out like that, Ed, oh my God.
Bro, London they're disgusting, dude. And we got to show some love to Paulex. Like, you guys just said a lot about it. Like, this guy came in on a couple days' notice. And what makes him so good is that he's winning his ones. Like, every time they're in a team situation, because they have great chemistry, right? Paul is there. He's in the right spot. When somebody's dying in control in that last couple B pushes from the LA Thieves, every time somebody died, Paul was the guy there to get that kill to help them regain map control. And at times, pushing up and getting a two-piece with the pistol. We see him do it a few times. There were massive clutch plays on the side of Paulex. The hard point was beautiful out of Nasty. When they were LA Thieves were trying to come back into it, they rotated to P4. They were set up. Nasty gets a two-piece from top cliff. They break on in, get 30 seconds. They die. Then they rotate and they set up and they get P5 control once again, where it's just like a brick wall on the side of London Royal Ravens. Like, they are executing their game plan perfectly right now. They look phenomenal. I'm excited for the future.
Listen, if you're a GM of a team right now, you need a player that can just about do it all. You better hit up Paul right now.
Seriously.
aLLeY, we were talking about it in the back room as well. London, top 2. Like, the way that they're able to adapt with subs, you know, anybody out there against any team. Let me hype them just a little bit, Ed, all right? Like, any team they go against, they can change the pace, they can adapt, and they always find a way to stay in it or win.
Speaking of power rankings, you can check out mine on the CDL YouTube, by the way. That released a couple days ago. Looking real good after that London win, but I got to talk about Nasty was lights out for me. He has continuously gotten better since the first week of qualifiers. He was still playing good across the board, but the major, he hit for him. He's continually to shoot up. I mean, 1.6 in the hard point, 1.43 in the search and destroy, and then 34 and 28 to end the Gav control, man. They beat LA Thieves on not one Gav, but 2.
Yeah, LA Thieves were 9-1 across Gav. If you the control on the hard point playing Gav, 9-1, and just lost 2 of them to London with a substitute player.
Got that right. And speaking about the substitute player, the scuff play of the game was going to go to him. This guy was an MVP in my eyes and nameless. I mean, the 3K that he was able to get here, Paul is able to get the kill, which is important, but the best part about it is what he does after that first kill.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a 2-piece, then he gets a 3-piece with the pistol, and what's great is he did this a couple times throughout this series, right? Like, he puts himself in these fantastic positions, and we've seen him last year, right? Like, have the big maps on checkmate, like when he burst onto the scene. We were calling him the Red Menace because he was so good, just frying. So I'm excited that he got his chance here to prove his worth going forward, and I'm sure there'll be some teams in his inbox.
It should be. The man that got a 2K put out the pistol and John Wicked him for the 3rd. That was insane. But the Game Fuel Spotlight victory, post-victory spotlight, I'm sorry, I'm hyped right now, is going to go to none other than Paulex, man. Go ahead and get up on the screen.
Hi, Paul. Congratulations on your win, man. I got to ask, what was it like having to fill Gizmo's role in this roster with only a handful of days of practice and then to perform like that?
Well, they made it like really easy for me coming in. Obviously, me and Gizmo play like the same role, basically kind of like the same player. But coming in, you know, the coach made it really easy on me. He just, hey, this is what we do. This is how we play. We're a running gun team. Just do what you do, because he knew I was obviously here last year, so he knows how I am. He knows how I play. I like to take gunfights, and that's what they like to do. So they just plugged me right in. You know what I mean? So I'd say the 2 days that we had practice for, like, they were on and off, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. I have to fill in, I have to get used to, like, the European voices again, because, you know, I was in NA Challengers and I had to come back to this again. So it kind of threw my head in a circle for the first, like, day or two. But after that, I kind of got used to it.
Paul, I got to ask you, dude, because I've been looking at your tweets recently, and it just seems like your mom is so passionate about Call of Duty. How's it to have that type of support going into each and every day, each and every match since you've been with the Royal Ravens?
Oh, dude, it's amazing. Obviously, the last couple months for me, I've been in the challenger scene after last year, you know?
Yeah.
So it's been stressful and tough on me, to be honest. So I'm grateful for, like, the London boys and Dom calling me up to let me show myself, show you guys, show everyone what I could do, because a lot of people had doubts on me, but the one person that never did was my mom. She always supported me. She's always been there for me, so it feels amazing.
Gotta love those moms. And then also I have another question. I know you're loving it being on the Royal Ravens and you've been fitting in great here, but I gotta ask you, out of the realistic teams that are gonna make a change, is there a team that you have your eyes on that you're hoping comes to you?
Listen, I don't know if I can answer that.
Oh man, like listen, now's to speak your piece, right? You want them.
I'll be real. A lot of people look at my challenger results of this year, and people are probably just like, whatever he's doing. He's not as good as he was last year, whatever. But I hope that they see now that I can still perform at the highest level, and you know, whatever team. Yes. This is obviously my last match with London. Yeah. So whatever team wants to make a change, I'm literally down for any single team. Like I just want to get back in the league and show you guys I can still do what I do.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Paul, man, watching you come in as a sub for London and go lights out has been phenomenal. Every single map, like, you put in plays that helps your team win, which is incredible. The impact kills are out of control. I'm gonna leave this last part for you to thank, you know, the fans, of course, your parents for supporting you, man. I don't know if you got a girlfriend or a waifu out there, show her some love, but also at the end, I want to hear what your plan is until we see you again in the CDL, because I feel like it's only a matter of time, man.
Well, you know, obviously my parents have been supporting me since I started, which was like 6 years ago. So they helped me get everything I have, all my equipment, everything I ever started with was because of them. So, you know, big shout out to them. Big shout out to the London people, not only like the players and the coaches, but, you know, the whole organization as a whole. They got this done fast. I literally flew out in a day, got my jersey. They made everything amazing for me. Wow. But as for my near future, like I have to just go back to the challengers until, you know, a team decides that they want to take a chance on me again. I don't know what else I have to do to prove myself, like, you know what I mean? But I'll wait for that call. I'm just gonna keep playing and doing my thing. One thing about me, I don't stop fighting, bro. That's my thing. Like, challengers or not, I'm still gonna be playing.
Good luck. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Paul, you're a class act. You're incredible,
Appreciate
man.
you.
I wanted to cuss just now. You take it easy, man. I seriously hope that we see you again, and I hope you have a great day.
I hope I see you too, bro. I hope this is not my last interview.
Damn right. Take it easy, man. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's Paul X. And I'm going to be honest, like, yo, aLLeY, that's kind of bittersweet. I hope this really isn't the last time we interview him, but we have to say, the subs that we have seen, substitutes that we've seen this year, Hixie, you got Paul X.
And it's always the surprising ones. It's always the ones that are placing like T6, like in the middle pack. You heard him say, he's like, you know, my placings don't reflect me as a player. You know, I can still play at the highest level.
Capsidal,
hello. is a perfect example of that. Prior to the APAC region, yeah, he was winning everything, but it was APAC, so everybody was overlooking it, right? Challengers, man, you gotta go watch their players, just like Paul, constantly going at it in that gauntlet.
Got that right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the day. It's moving pretty fast so far, but coming up next, we have the game field marquee matchup. It's gonna be Toronto Ultra versus none other than Minnesota Røkkr. I can't wait. We'll see you guys on the other side for some more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Four warriors. Confronting them, like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, where we're always bringing the big plays and hot action. But I gotta say this outright, ultimately, out of all the hype videos out there, yo, Toronto Ultras kind of slaps here. That song is fire.
That song is fire. The videos, the aesthetic is good. They're like color-coded with the outfits they got on, even the same sneakers. Minnesota's is fire too.
Minnesota's is nice.
I honestly think they have the two best like hype videos going.
They do. Toronto just makes me want to get jiggy with it. But let's jump into the matchup right now. When it comes to Toronto Ultra, I mean, nameless. This team, they've been good on hardpoint, they've been good on control, they've been good on search and destroy. But the thing about this team is I feel like their peak is going to be when they bring it all together. Toronto Ultra can be something special.
Yeah, for the game fuel keys to victory, like hardpoint, it was just terrible. Major 1, 0-8. That is unacceptable, and they still were able to get top 4. This is a team that's been great at search and destroy for 2 years now. So they figure out that hardpoint, it'll just push them over the edge. You know, what, 11th in break percentage, 10th in rotation win percentage, 11th in average points after the break. Got to start from ground zero. Pressure advantage on offensive control. They're second in offensive win rate at 33%. We've seen them have some great moments on Tuscan, and then as of late, also Gavutu. They've been playing a lot better than the beginning of the season. Also need more slaying as a roster. 0.95 overall KD. Everybody on the team is below 1.0 besides Cammy, and Cammy, usually we're expecting him to be popping off better than, I think he has like a 1.03. Yeah. So, and that's with the hard point. Once they figure out their hard point, naturally all those statistics will go up. But, you know, as a unit, they just have a lot of improvement.
I just see Bans and Kleenex just pop off when it comes to respawn. And as long as Insight has the scope on search and destroy, it's over. But they're going to really have to bring in. They're going to need to bring that consistency because aLLeY, Minnesota Røkkr, okay, we haven't seen much from them this year, but with the next major being in their hometown, I really want to see them show the league what they're all about.
I completely agree with you. And going up against Toronto Ultra, both of these teams are struggling in respawn. The issue, though, is Toronto has a little bit more of an edge when it comes to control in this squad. But again, there's going to be a role change onside Minnesota Røkkr. Priestahh is going to be pulling out the SMG, whereas Attach is now moving into an AR. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory heading into this, Minnesota, the defensive control issues start with not giving up early the captures. Last in average time left after first capture, and last in defensive round win percentage. And will the role change help? They're 6-13 in respawn record. Again, we're just going to have to see. Against a team like Toronto Ultra, who's also struggling on hardpoint, though, it's a bit of a toss-up, and winning the rotational battle will be critical. Minnesota is 3rd in hold percentage. Toronto is 11th in break percentage. So it's just really who's going to be that rotational gunfights.
You got that right. The game field player to watch is going to be none other than Attach and Nameless. You've been following this guy for a very long time. Yo, I got to say one thing. Ever since I saw Attach start playing to now, I heard a black don't crack, but this guy is a 21 his whole life.
Yo, right? Seriously, this guy's handsome. He literally doesn't age. But yeah, he's the Mountain Dew featured player, and I think he's going to pop off with the AR. What we saw with the AR out of him was just phenomenal, man. I think he's needed to be an AR for years. I honestly think Attach is like mid with a sub right now in his career, and he has been for like 2 or 3 years. Like, he has some fantastic moments, don't get me wrong, but the level of play that we've seen SMGs get to and evolve into the last couple of years, I don't think Attach can keep up in the SMG role there, right? So I'm excited to see him with the AR, man. Naturally, as you become a veteran and later on in your career, a lot of people sort of end up becoming AR players or flex players at the very least, and it's time for Dylan to move on over to that.
And he is a beast with the AR. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? Enough from us. Let's go ahead and jump in the game. Let's send this over to my European brothers. Bryce and 10, you got another banger, man. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, fella. Yes, I'm very much looking forward to this one. A lot of history between these two teams from Mountain Dew marquee matchup. These two teams have played each other many times in the past, and it's always been good.
Yeah, I think the one that you probably want to speak about mostly is, of course, the reverse sweep of all reverse sweeps that obviously Minnesota managed to pull off against Toronto Ultra. Well, okay, it's maybe not quite the gravitas of that situation in this game for our marquee matchup here. But my goodness, it should be an interesting one, to be honest with you. I think, you know, you talk about that mix-up when it does come down to Røkkr. Let's see if Attach can hang with some of the better ARs in the league. We know what Cammy's going to do on that flex roll. You know, Insight, very, very solid as well. It's a difficult matchup for him to kick off this AR roll, but as we head into GVU2, let's see how it's going to go.
Well, at the moment, it will be Minnesota who do have a little bit of control straight away into top ring, but you are right, the story with these two teams, of course. Minnesota not having a great record in respawn, and what's more famous than Toronto Ultra, 0-8 at the major in hardpoint. They'll be looking to try and correct any mistakes moving forward to have any sort of a shot at winning the next one.
Yeah, well, Cleanex finding 3 in the middle and then immediately killing himself is not going to be ideal, but nonetheless. Look at the control here for Ultra. They got plenty of time over towards P1. Standy just trying to cause some issue on that side of things, but not able to get it done. It's all about this fight over towards the boat, and Standy will get those final 10 seconds or so. So good work from him. But control is over towards Minnesota Røkkr in a good spot. And yeah, for Attach, it's a very quick, it's very much from the frying pan into the fire with this one, though. As said, we know how good on the AR side of things that Toronto Ultra can be. And can Attach to keep up with that? So far, so good. 4-2 from him, locking this one down. Hard push for the Ultra.
Well, doing well so far at the moment. Slow and steady wins the race. He's just trying to hold off any of the pressure Ultra can get through here at the moment. MajorManiak backing up as well. Eventually will go down to Insight, but right now, Røkkr not really letting Ultra get a toe into this one.
Yeah, they just defended very, very well. Holding this one down is, in terms of holding these hills, they are very good at doing so. We know that Ultra, not necessarily the best at breaking that. And I wonder if that's just maybe, is it a pacing issue or something along those lines? Yes, okay, you have Cleanex who's lights out fast, bounces pretty quick as well, but other than that, you know, these players not necessarily the fastest on the map, you would say, necessarily. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from my point of view, I don't think these boys are known for flying around the map, very much team-oriented, and that's maybe why we're not seeing some of the bricks come through for them so much this year. At the moment, though, they do have control over towards P3, but hard fights for Bance to try and win as we watch MajorManiak all the way around from behind. Is he going to get caught out? Doesn't get taken down. Is he going to find Cammy as well? It has to be said, it's a bit of a slip from Insight to let him through, and Røkkr break it.
They do, and Røkkr should be able to hold this down for a little while. Ultra trying to find their bearings here, not really able to get anywhere near this one. Kill still coming in for Minnesota. The next trying to get that first kill. Going to try and get pressure on Ring, but he is going to get caught by MajorManiak. And for Toronto Ultra right now, they're going to be thinking, can we even get near this next rotation in time?
Oh, they're trying to break through for this final 20. Not going to be anywhere near it. Spawning way, way out. We've got Priestahh setting up over towards the boat side of the map already. It's been really, really good from the Røkkr so far. Limiting Ultra to as little points as they possibly can do. And now it's through the gauntlet. If you are Ultra, Priestahh's going to be the first to find a kill, though. can already see Standy. He's lingering around over towards Ring. He'll surely find one, may well find the second as well, but just very, very well played from Røkkr. Setting up halfway around the map, and it means Ultra, they've got to break you a couple of times before they're even anywhere near the hill.
I wonder at what point it starts to become a little bit of a mental block in Ultra's head. Like, we keep talking about it, it's the main storyline about the moment. Top 4 of the major, 0 hardpoint wins. And at some point, they've gone back to the drawing board and going to try and make this a little bit different. However, Minnesota are looking to pounce on that weakness, continuing to rain terror on Ultra as they finally get the spawns in and finally get some more time.
Yeah, they get a little bit of control. You've got to be careful not to get yourself locked into those back beach spawns. But they get through, they get some time. For all that, it has really felt, well, relatively comfortable for Røkkr. It's not necessarily a gargantuan lead. 30 or so points. Ultra will bring that down to 20 by the time we do head over towards back green. But it's about winning these fights on the transition, which is really where they have been struggling. We spoke to their coaching staff during the major event, or at least I did, and I was speaking to them, and they said it's all about rotations. That's where we see where we're going wrong. And well, case in point right here. Ultra have been second best at getting to these hills first. Røkkr very much got their heels dug in.
They are, and this is becoming more and more of an issue. We've been speaking about the Mountain Dew player of this one, and obviously Attach had changed the AR 12 and 7 at the moment. On the other side of it, Cammy having a slow game, and compared to how he was playing last season and how much stock people actually put on this man, you know he's going to be a little bit frustrated.
It's really not going fantastic for Toronto Ultra so far. Røkkr have been there first to every single hill. The comms are going to be good, so let's listen into them. Let's go to a listening with Minnesota Røkkr.
I still want their T1 iLLeY.
Alright, inhale, clean-X. One shot our side, one shot our side.
Nice. I'm getting in. Almost gonna be ring stairs or their side.
In.
Our side dead. Yeah, you got me. I'm
helping you.
Get the pen flipping, Mike. Yeah, let's find ring stairs. Let's find ring stairs.
I think ring stairs.
Yeah, they clipped him to our side. I have our side.
He's
on P3 already. On
Mid-stairs, watch out, Mike. He's arming. He's arming.
Their side circle.
Mid-stairs,
dead. Nice. One more, our side. Inner weak. Oh, shit. Look at spawners. He's inner ring. You might be able to tell us that quick. He's left side. I'm nading over. I know we're upping right.
In ring. I did over ring. Vance in ring.
I naded him. I'm coming up. Charlie, I have your left. I got one weak time. Oh, he's their side heading. Cammy. Close then.
Cammy side.
On my way. Nice.
Inner ring.
Nice, Mike. Nice. I can pick him mid. I'm dropping low. Listen, I'm going to get clipped. I'm heading here. Yeah, mid's open.
On the head.
I'll go back for time. I want to forward.
You're going to hit mid-stairs, Mike.
I have clip. They're already here.
Let's hit him.
I'm one shot.
I'm looking at your helmet.
Clip on me. He's in the ring. I'm pretty sure. One shot Kleenex in time. One shot Kleenex in time. Nice. That shit. One's low clip on me. Look at mid. Inside is outside. He's on low. I'm low P5 on me. I'm low P5 for you. I'm naming my low. Is he still top? No, he can be home.
Mid.
Nice.
Wait for a second. It's close. On time. Top right button time. He's running up on you.
Yeah, you make top boat. Kleenex 3 all spawn. Top boat and 3 all spawn.
I'm making clip.
Nice fucking mid. Vance, T1. He's going ring. I'm nading over cliff.
Yo, top right boat, Kleenex, guys. Top right boat. Top boat, one boy. He's absolutely no.
Right?
Nice, stay alive ring.
I'm looking top left boat.
I'm
looking
over
hill. I'm looking over you boat. One's top left. Inside. One shot top left. Kleenex is in mid. Okay, what's T1 in? What's T1 in mid? I'm in mid. Nice shot.
Well, playing in the comms, I got to say, at the moment, the Røkkr are absolutely flying around the map. Still have the lead here against Toronto Ultra, and you can tell they are trying to up the pace of this one, continuing to just trade blows everywhere.
Yeah, that's been working out for them so far, but Ultra are slowly but surely clawing their way back in, and it's thanks to Cammy. 4 streak from him. He started to step it up a little bit. 12 and 19 is not the numbers you would come to expect. But you're finding big kills around like that. Gets you another 15 or 20 points just off the back of one player, and the rotation comes in your favor as well. The most important gunfight is for MajorManiak. Can he find his way around the back over towards P1? Yes, he can, but he gets taken down straight away. Can the rest of the team still continue to lock this down?
Oh, Standy with an absolute laser beam. Now looking for this one. Only Kleenex left alive as well, but it will be a complete sweep from Minnesota Røkkr. They brought this one back. It's not even scrap time. It's the majority of the hill for it. Ban's trying to do some work up top ring, give his teammates an opportunity to pinch this one as well. Here comes the Ultra pinch, by the way. They're looking to get through this one as well. Ban's going to be on the top. Huge kill for him there, and Røkkr gets shut down. Huge. Somehow Toronto Ultra smashed that one wide open, and it's off to the races as the rotation now must come in.
Yeah, they sent 3 towards the back of the hill. Really well played by Ultra, but they've foregone the spawns over towards P4. That's the only thing that they sacrificed there. But for that, they do find themselves a lead. Can they find a little bit more than that, though, as they continue on in this game? There's a big gunfight going on towards Beach. That's going to be Cleanex to win it. Bans, can he survive here as well? Attached then falls. We can find a second kill in the MajorManiak. That would be huge. Good gunny from Bans. There's the pinch towards the spawn as well. And that is as clean as a break as you're likely to see from Toronto Ultra. Will their hardpoint woes continue, or can they lock in this game?
Well, it's going to be a long, slow push from Minnesota. They're trying to get in a position, but the first few kills come for them. Cammy now going to be feeling the pressure. He knows they're outnumbered here at the same time. Pressure from both sides as well. MajorManiak takes him down, and that's going to be a huge kill from Attached to gun them as well. But Cleanex is still on the hill. Cleanex has not gone down in that fight, and he is now outnumbered. He's desperate for the Toronto Ultra to back him up. Players eventually getting into the hill with him, but it's still Cleanex on the board, staying alive on a 5 streak for him. That's all Cleanex to keep Ultra in the lead here.
And they flipped it perfectly as well. There you go, Røkkr towards the back, but he is actually going to fall there, Cleanex. Not sure how that happened. Nonetheless, he falls just short of streaks. Ultra will still be happy with what they got out of P4 there, though. They got the majority of the time, forced Røkkr back there, and now they're in complete control of P5 as well. Nice spot for Toronto Ultra to be in. They lose a couple of gunfights on the exchange over towards this next hell. These next couple are so important. Those Attached finds 2, 25 and 16. Can he heat up here?
Well, they'll be looking to break this one up. Attached, just getting him through there. Lovely wallbang from him. He's going to know exactly where Cammy's in that corner, and look at the nade and tacticals raining in. It's only Bats who can do something here. He's trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. Røkkr have broken this one. I'm going to try and push him out, but no. Goes towards the back. Will be picked off as he does it as well. Standy's going to go down at the same time. Priestahh, though, coming in with 2.
Smart.
And somehow Minnesota have taken this away from Ultra. It's all going to be going for the rotation to Ring now.
Let's see what Attached can do over towards Ring, but Priestahh continues his dominance over towards Green. You can already see, though, Røkkr on the rotation. These 10 seconds of scraps matter very, very little in the grand scheme of things. That's going to go over towards Røkkr, but what about these fights inside the hill? Standy will find one. Can he continue to pop off? Cleanex is there, and Ultra will just about win this rotation. They still have a lead. It's about a 20 to 30 point game. Ultra can win it here on P1.
Priestahh with a 5 streak, though. Trying to cut off any reinforcements that could come through. And here comes the pinch. Minnesota about to go in. They're looking for it as well. Bands managed to get that first one. Inside gets a second. MajorManiak around the back there with Standy. Gonna go down. It's MajorManiak with 1. He gets Bands with the second, but it's not enough. His teammates have not made it through. Priestahh going to try and keep this tempo going, though. Going to go straight in for it for the contest. Looking for that player inside. Not able to spin onto Insight as Ultra are holding this down from all the pressure from Minnesota. Only a few more seconds left to go. One last push for Røkkr. MajorManiak fighting his way up those steps, but he is going to be taken down by Insight. And that will be the duck broken. Toronto Ultra have finally got a hardpoint on the board. It's not land, but it's still a win.
Yeah, 0 and 8 to 1 and 8 over there. What, last 4 or 5 games? Eventually get 1 on the board. Good game from Ultra there as well, because it really felt as if Røkkr were getting away from them at the start of that. The first 3-4 hills, it felt like Minnesota were in complete control. Heading into that second rotation, we were in there listening, and that's when things started to change. Ultra slowly but surely finding their way back into the game, and really don't allow Røkkr that many points in that second rotation whatsoever. From P3 to 4 was the break that did it. Ultra, a very, very good game out of them. We said we need to see more from the AR side of things. Cammy not having the best game, but look at that from Insight. Very good game out of him. And to be honest, slaying-wise, very, very similar across the board for both teams. But Ultra, they made it count when they won those rotations. They locked those hills in for big, big time.
But interesting statistic, actually, talking about the slaying for Toronto Ultra. I think they were like 10th. Statistically in the league,
it's not
playing like a 0.96 KD overall, which is insane considering how good they are at 2, 3, and 5. Their hardpoint, if they're going equal, they're probably going to win it.
Yeah, well, that's it. I think a lot of people, you know, we speak of it, and I was thinking about this during the listening of at what point does it become a huge, I mean, it's already a big issue for Ultra, and let's not get it wrong, but it's not like it's one of those things where they're in a tough spot in terms of the league or thinking about making a change, because it's just one game mode. Like, this team need to just fix that. That's the thing. It's not like they're having poor results. They're really good at S&D. They're really good at control. But I mean, if 2/5 of your game are a hard point, then it does make it very, very difficult to go on to win series. And it just proves, look at their placement over the weekend. They played not great and still finished top 4. So I think they will be looking at that with some positivity heading in towards the rest of the season. They know if they fix hardpoint, they're going to become very, very scary. And if that is the kind of hardpoint we're going to see out of them, they're going to start becoming contenders, unlike what we've seen so far this year, but more like what we've seen last year.
Yeah, 100%. As we talk about the highlights of that map as well, it was very back and forth between these two teams for the majority of it. Some of the big breaks, though, I think one of the most influential was probably that last Ultra break where they managed to get through here. And got to speak about CleanX as well, holding it down when I thought realistically they were going to be swept out that hill turn. I didn't think Ultra would be able to claw even more time out. And what that actually did for them was give them the opportunity to not have to play for scrap time, to get that early rotate in. They won a big fight up top ring. And at that point, Røkkr basically just had to go for a hard break.
Yeah, Røkkr were really struggling to get inside that hill. It's one of the many P1s that we have on Vanguard that is pretty easy to lock in. And from that moment, when Cammy finds those two, that's really when Ultra started rolling. CleanX finding those 2 kills, though, from the mid-map. Really good work from him, and that breaks it through. You can see the spawns come in for Røkkr. And Ultra just sit tight and win their gunfights. It's as simple as that. Really good work from CleanX and Co. And then they get the transition over towards green as well, which was not quite the nail in the coffin, but the hammer was raised. As then they lock in P1. MajorManiak tries his best, but nobody else able to find a trade. And that is going to be game. It's around Ultra. As you said, they break the duck. Can they find their way to consistently do that, though? That's the question for them. I think coming up against Røkkr are not necessarily a superb hardpoint team. You would like to see Ultra up there against like LA Thieves, London. They're the kind of teams that they want to be in the mix with when it does come to hardpoint. Of course, FaZe and OpTic in that conversation as well. But look, as said, we'll talk about it time and time again. Their S&D is great. Their control is pretty good as well. If they can make their hardpoint at least decent, they're in a good shot of winning the tournament this year.
Here's the difficulty, though. We spoke about Toronto Ultra being a 2-3-5 team. That includes the search and destroy, but coming up against them, the statistics do not lie. Minnesota Røkkr looking very, very good. First in round win percentage, second in first bloods. They look like the better S&D team coming into this. Of course, their performance at the major probably wasn't up to the par that they would like, Ton.
Yeah, very much so. When it does come down to search and destroy at the major, of course, it was very, very good for Ultra. Let's not get it twisted. They looked very, very good. Looking at Minnesota, though, they went in, they won both of their S&Ds that they did play, but they only managed to play 2 of them at the major, whereas Toronto, they went on and won, 5 out of the 6 that they played. So that's good. Look, you talk in normal form, yes, okay, we can compare LAN to online, but as form goes right now, the search and destroy game out of Toronto is pretty solid. However, looking at this one, though, it's not one that they play so often as Tuscan, but when they have done, they've looked good on it. So let's see what they can do.
Well, at the moment, Standy just waiting. Not going to go any further forward here. It's looking like it should be a Røkkr plant. Now, bear in mind, Toronto Ultra, a lot of the times, have nades to check this. And Attach will get that first blood as well. Cammy is going to go down. CleanX actually breaks through, and I think he knows Standy is there. They try and stun check it. He's going to go through as well and lose the gunfight. Standy more than capable for him and gets banned as well. The double chow means 2 kills on the board, and Insight finally gets a kill back, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, Insight was somebody who found a couple of clutches over the weekend, one of them famously on Tuscan. I don't think he's going to manage this one, though, although 28 seconds, he's got time to play with here. If he can gun Attach, it's game on. Oh, is he going to see him? Not quite. Attach will find the kill, but the big man in that round has to be Standy. Fully stunned, still finds 2 inside of radio, which is just bewildering for the Ultra, I would imagine, but nonetheless, he gets the kills, and that's pretty much the round there. Good work, though, from Minnesota. Lock in that hill, or the bomb site, I should say. I'm still on hardpoint here. You wake up. It's getting late, Bryce.
Always with a late call with you, but yeah, at the moment, Røkkr opening up that first round, and this is really their biggest opportunity. I was worried about Toronto Ultra going into that hardpoint, but Røkkr don't have a great respawn legacy as it is. Inside, though, we've seen what he can do with this. Looking, waiting for that peak. Already a little bit attached, waiting for it. Slow, though! Attached with the patience of a saint. Eventually takes down Insight, and that was a great bait there from Røkkr. They just pulled Insight's focus away for a split second, and Attach took full advantage of it.
That was like an SAS operation. on that side of the map. Look at Priestahh just runs out inside time. Oh, look, somebody moving, and then Tatch is like, bang! You didn't see me though, did you? Fantastic work from the side of Røkkr. They know exactly where Insight's going to be playing, and they catch him with his pants down, if anything. But here we go now, 2 versus 3 for Ultra to try and find. This Bant's going to check his right-hand side. Oh, he's downstairs, never mind.
I was going to say, we have the advantage of on Gulgas being able to see through, though. Bant's still going to be looking for this pick, and eventually gets taken down in sprint. Leaves Cammy alone again. This is a similar scenario to last time, but I just don't think it's going to be a clutch again. He takes the fight. Doesn't have the bomb, and basically, Røkkr will just dance around him until the end.
Yeah, good luck, Cammy. Oh, good shots. And not going to be able to find the second. Røkkr really put them in a dangerous spot here. Ultra constantly fighting from behind. Very similar story to what we've seen in game number 1, although maybe not quite as bad as that. But at the same time, there was quite a lot of first bloods not falling the way of one team, but then clutches coming through. This situation, though, Ultra haven't actually been able to find these clutch situations whatsoever because Røkkr have not allowed them. Every time it's been a 1v3, 1v4. Very, very difficult to do against a good team. Ultra, though, need to switch on here. Haven't really found their footing so far in the search and destroy. Can they manage to find a first blood to kick things off?
Well, we're going to find out. Inside again with that sniper. Just wait to see if anybody pushes, but nobody is at the moment. Standy's in a great position. This could be trouble for them as well. Standy gets that first one. Inside's going to be in a little bit of trouble as he comes under fire. Somehow gets out of there. And does manage to get him with a pistol. Inside gets 2. That is unbelievable, but Attach answers back. And that is round over. Røkkr are rocking Ultra right now. This is a ridiculous S&D round. Somehow, Insight, I thought had a madness, but Attach, the flank, just hammers them.
Really, really good work by Insight and equally as good work from Attach. Just finding a little route round. Gets behind them at church, and it doesn't matter how well you do with a sniper and the pistol, you can't really do much when somebody's shooting in the back. Really, really good work by Attach. Insight did fantastically well to survive as long as he did. Fair play. But ultimately, doesn't really matter because the round goes over towards Røkkr. Attach 5-1. Insight 4-3. The battle of the snipers continues. So far, so good for the Røkkr.
Priestahh with first blood as well onto Cammy. Phoenix looking for it. Eventually finds one who's going to go down, but Bans gets a second, bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. And all the way back in spawn is Insight. We've seen him play that role before, though. Just waiting for him. And a little bit of patience now from both teams. For Ultra, they're going to try and figure out exactly where Røkkr are.
Bans making the move. Sticking together here by the looks of things. You can see Priestah's backed off, but he knows where the bomb is. And that's the problem now.
Comes a double chow.
Oh, good shots in from Bans. Priestahh gets out, though.
They've got to be careful with this one as well, though. They're still moving as a team. They're going back to fight this again. Insight with the pistol, Bans with the gun. I think he's called him out as well. He's going to see him, but Priestahh gets one. Insight gets the trade. Down to a 1 versus 1. Priestah's on a 5 streak, and that eventually will end.
Oh, did he see him?
Looking for him. I think he might have done. He's going to go check B. That plant will go down at A. Was he left a little bit too late? Yes, Standy's just flown out the top. Has he seen him? I don't think he has. Insight is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to go down. He's going to go for the chow! And that's not going to be enough. It's 4-0 now for Minnesota. Insight thought he might be pushing him a little bit more. He wasn't. And comes down again. Minnesota running roughshod over Ultra at the moment.
Looking very, very rough for Toronto Ultra here. Røkkr are just having their way with them. I think in any situation like that, though, like when Priestahh finds that first kill in that 1v2, you've got to get him dead quicker than that. You can't allow him to find a kill and then put yourself at a 1v1 situation. When you're playing bodies like that, when you're playing those close quarters, you should be able to get something done. But this is something a little bit out of left field from Røkkr. Yes, they do get the bomb down. Bans will find the kill at the Priestahh, though, 4v3.
Now it's a retake from Ultra, but it's a difficult retake. With that bomb down as well, MajorManiak opens it up and Bans goes for a double beatdown. Decides not to even use the MP40. Sees a few players as well. He's going to try and challenge Standy, but that will be a bait and switch. Attach gets him as well here. Standy now moving forward. It's a 2 versus 2. Cammy hunting attach all the way through, but it's just time bleeding.
Oh, Attach just played that so well. He's played it so well. Nobody on the bomb. Clayster will find the kill, but needs to jump on the defuse. Is Standy going to be able to get there? Yes, he is. My goodness gracious me, Standy.
And this is a one-sided S&D, something we did not expect to talk about with Toronto Ultra. And I guess statistics tell the entire story. Minnesota Røkkr are first and second in most major statistics for S&D. And it is proving a difference here.
Standy is the one who will take the plaudits there, but Attach does such a good job at staying alive towards the back. You can appreciate the fact they're going to push him out. They know he's got a sniper. So he just gives them a runaround, essentially. Just gets out of there, causes all sorts of issues because they know he's there. They need to kill him. And ultimately just burns that time down. And time is ticking for Ultra in the search and destroy. You're going to have to start waking up pretty quickly. Bance is going to find the first blow in a Standy. Insight onto MajorManiak, now a 4v2. Surely this is their first round.
Well, looks like it. Priestahh almost got caught a little bit flat-footed there. Bance was looking to chow. Attach has just found Bance as well, though. CleanX will clean that one up. Now 1 versus 3. That will be Toronto Ultra's first round onto the board here. But they need to win 6 in a row to have the chance of winning this, and I don't know if that is maybe a bridge too far.
Yes, I would imagine it's going to be. But at the same time, look, it's signs of life, at least, for Ultra. You know, need to do that 5 more times. And it's just... It just doesn't look likely, though, does it? With the way that the search and destroy rounds typically have been going. Difficult to be on the Ultra side here. Let's see, though. Looking like an A hit, but look at the aggression here. From the side of Ultra, stacking over towards Church. They're getting mid-control.
Looking for this push here, although I think he saw a player up there. I know we did on the Coldcaster. CleanX decides discretion is a better part of valor. Leaves as well. Priestahh looking for that first kill. Cammy going for that infamous heady. And gets away here. Both teams still dancing around each other.
First blood's huge. Who's going to be the one to find it? Can they even plan with Cammy there? It's such a difficult spot. Is he going to be able to get a peek onto the bomb site, though? Yes, he is. There goes Priestahh. The pre-spray over towards top. Broken as well. Takes a lot of bullets, but he'll be able to get out, but only momentarily. 3v3.
Pull this one back, though. CleanX gets it. 3 versus 2. Attach now going to try and make his move. 8 and 4. Has the bomb. Decides to go for a little bit of a journey.
And I absolutely love this about Attach, by the way. He's not one of these players who pick up the bomb and just, you know, a slow, cautious route round. It's just, yeah, send it. Let's see what happens. And well, what's going to happen is that bomb's going to be going down to B. It's CleanX going to see him, though. Yes, he is. MajorManiak now with a 1 versus 3. Finds inside, but I don't think Ultra will offer him the opportunity here to do a great deal. This should be 5-2 Ultra.
Oh, slowly but surely, the Ultra dream remains alive. At the moment. It's tense, though. Like we said before, I think you called it. First blood will be massive here. And I think a little bit of frustration maybe for Minnesota. You could see they weren't really finding out the locations of some of the players they wanted to. Nades coming out from them, trying to basically get those hit marker checks to see rough distribution of where Toronto Ultra was sitting. They didn't find it. Priestahh had to make a move to bomb in the end. That was first blood. But still a long way to go for Toronto Ultra.
I'll tell you what, if it gets to 5-3, if you're the Røkkr, things start getting very, very nervy. CleanX has got to deal with more than one here, though, and there's the push. Røkkr get very aggressive, play together as a team, and Ultra haven't taken the invitation to plan today. Plenty of control here for Røkkr. Surely it's their round to lose.
Oh, it's basically a flip now. His team seems to be the other way around, but Standy.
Shots.
The second kill for him. No hit marker, though, so we won't know insights there. He will now. It's a little bit of problem for him. I think Cammy wants to get through, but Cammy's in a bit of trouble as well.
Oh, he's
been found. Standy's going to go and clear it up, and he does. Standy with 3. Standy with the ace. No! Inside denies him. Inside for the 1 versus 3. To keep Toronto Ultra in this S&D. Finds the second one as well. It's inside again. He's looking for MajorManiak. Oh! And it's Winside again. Toronto Ultra have now got 3 on the board, and Inside pulls off a 1 versus 3. Unbelievable.
Oh, this man, you put him in a 1v3. He's got as much a chance as anyone. So many times he finds those clutches. The second kill is huge. I'm not really sure what Røkkr's information is there. They know where Insight is. Itachi's going to get caught slipping in the mid-map. And all of a sudden, it's down to 1v1. Insight with the gunny. That's 3 rounds in a row. And that said, if that 3rd round ticks in for Ultra, you start to worry a little bit if you're the Røkkr. Ultra with a little bit of confidence now.
Oh, speaking of confidence, here comes the hit. It's massive into towards the middle. Clicks a little bit. Oh, and it spins! Burns! Oh my goodness, Ultra have just thrown caution to the wind as they continue to pile on the pressure. Hello, by the way, attached at the back of the map, and it's all alone now for MajorManiak. What has happened in this S&D? The Røkkr were ready. They were ready to just lock it down, and somehow Ultra have won 4 back-to-back. This cannot be happening.
I mean, Cleanlex is just evaporated. I think it was Standy. I don't even know. The shots are in. He gets around the corner, and Cleanlex just deletes him. He blinked at him, and he died. Oh, my. Oh, you're 5-2 up. You're in a 3 versus 1 against Insight. You lose that. Okay, we've just been smoked off the map to make it 5-4.
It's still Røkkr's game to lose, okay? At this point, Ultra have done a fantastic job, but they still have to win 2 more rounds here in this S&D. And he going through. I don't know if he's seen Cammy. He knows the hit markers there, but he hasn't seen Cammy's behind him. The COD timing is paid off for Cammy. Finds around the corner. Priestahh's going down as well. Cammy has just gunned him. Surely this is not happening.
Oh, no. The full sales on the cards. If Ultra can find this, it's a 2 versus 3. Make that a 1 versus 3.
Maybe it's time for MajorManiak to start the 1 versus 3. They could have it back here. He's looking for it. He's trying to figure out where these players are, and he's going all the way around. He's figured out the flank. He's figured it out. Banstow has hit him in the turn. And we are going to a round 11 on this S&D. How we got here?
Well, if it wasn't squeaky bum time before, it is now. I mean, that's 5 rounds in a row you've just dropped after winning 5 rounds in a row yourself. What a stark contrast of 2 halves of Search and Destroy. We head into round 11. The momentum, the wind is in Toronto cells. I mean, don't tell anyone otherwise. What is the play for Røkkr?
Alex Ferguson, by the way. I believe this is squeaky bum time for Minnesota Røkkr. Got to be playing a little bit nervous at this point. However, maybe not. They've called out play out the playbook. The rotation to beat.
First blood's huge.
They know. I think Ultra are figuring this out, but they're so far away if this bomb goes down.
Yeah, it's such a hard retake as well. Is MajorManiak going to catch anybody on the flip as well? Have they cleared out mid-map? This is such a hard retake for Ultra. Here come the shots, though. Standy's going to call out about 15 players in mid-map. Bance is going to find first blood.
Oh, MajorManiak sees all 4! He sees all 4! He manages to get none of them! His teammates clean it up, and that'll be it! That'll be all done! It's a stack from Ultra, but it's a stack into a kill zone as they just get wiped off the map. All that work for nothing as we go 1-1.
I don't know if I'd rather be 6-0. After all that hard work, prolong the map as long as possible. And then you lose the last round like that. I mean, MajorManiak's he's played a blinder there. Yes, I know the rest of the team picked the time up, but the fact that he comes around, finds one, and puts the damage down, puts himself in such a good spot to help his team out. If you're the Ultra, at the same time, I'm not sure about the 4 stack through mid-alley.
That last round call, by the way, because normally Ultra hold someone near B, right? You hold someone to make sure nobody gets through P5. You just stay there and wait, and you let the rest of your players going through. Ultra essentially were feeling themselves say, hey, let's be bold, let's be aggressive. They pushed field, they were trying to make the play outside there. They reacted a little bit too late for it, and they went for the stack through church side door, by the way, as well. Like, they didn't spread out. They knew somebody would probably be towards the back of their spawn. They'd given up a little bit of control. They were worried about it. But unreal.
I don't know what to say. It was just such a weird S&D. Like, Røkkr were just running them over, and then Ultra were running them over, and then it comes down to that final round. But what a huge play out of MajorManiak to pull it out of the bag at round number 11. But I still don't feel like that was the best one of the series. Really good players there, but that 1v3 from Insight as well, that was what really started things ticking. Ultra, I said, though, where's your thought process on that one? When you lose that map like that, would you not have rather just have lost at 6-0?
I think that'll be okay. But before we get into talking about Ultra's mental state, let's take a look at the scuff play of the game for that very last S&D here. And it is the flank actually coming in from MajorManiak. Keep an eye on where Ultra are. They're just pinned in. As soon as these shots go down, by the way, Ultra are panicking. They know there's a player towards their back. And I don't think MajorManiak got any of these, but he put damage onto 2. And the difference it made, by the way, was Ultra had to look in multiple directions at once. They weren't able to concentrate on the gunfights in front of them. And that's when it didn't pay off. MajorManiak might not have got a kill there, but he caused chaos in Ultra's ranks.
And the problem is there for Ultra with that retake is that you've kind of got nowhere to go if that happens. Like, I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, but I'm not too sure on that. I would have probably rather seen something top church. But then that's what happens when you don't commit anything over towards B, and they've got 3 men over towards that site. Very, very well played out of Røkkr rather than a misplay by Ultra, I would say, to get that B plant. It's a very, very hard retake, especially with the ARs that are set up there. You've got 0 control. Makes it very difficult.
Yeah, it really does, of course. But I tell you something, Minnesota Røkkr hold fast. We've got a game on our hands here. 1-1 currently between these two teams. Let's find out what happens on map number 3 after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this game that's only just started to heat up. Minnesota Røkkr versus Toronto Ultra. Our Mountain Dew marquee matchup is certainly living up to the hype. After a nail-biting hardpoint, which Toronto Ultra finally get one back on the board, Røkkr were on the verge of being full-sailed 5-0 up and win it 6-5. Ton, ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I haven't recovered yet. Honestly, again, it's a stressful situation for everyone involved. I think, I don't think either team is too happy about that one. I think Røkkr will be like, yeah, okay, yeah, we won the SD, but goddamn, we made it difficult. Whereas Ultra will be like, oh, okay, I probably would have. For me, I still would have rather been 6-0. But thinking about this series in general, we talk about control. Both these two teams, let's see how it's going to go. The top performers in that game mode specifically right now is Cammy and Standy. Standy has played quite well so far in this game. Let's see if he can continue it, but can Cammy start to resume that kind of form that he became known for when it came down to last year and how good he was? So far, so good, though, for the Ultra on Tuscan when it does come down to control. Their offensive wins is what's kept them within a neutral record. But for Røkkr, 1-3, not great.
It certainly isn't, but we'll have to see how this series ends up going down, because it genuinely could still be anyone's game, of course. And at the moment, you can see a little bit of a push coming through. Obviously, the initial tacticals and frags flying out from both teams here. Will be MajorManiak to open up proceedings, though.
Cammy has thrown back, and Standy just trying to get control of Church. And well, we asked if Standy can continue off where he left. 2-0 from him so far. Getting things rolling. There's plenty of offensive presence coming in towards the Church, and Bance reads Priestahh at the right time. Must have heard him push around. Standy now, is he next in the firing line? Not quite. 3 in a row from him.
Now, this is the punishment. You get Clayster, though, can eventually take down Standy. Not going to have enough of that. Inside gets one back here. It looks like they're actually going to try and make a little bit of a push here. MajorManiak just trying to capture Zone A. Inside sees where he is. He goes down. And that has been contested. They've stopped it on the very last point. They can possibly stop it as well. Eventually, though, Minnesota get it as Bance has to back off of that challenge. Inside coming through as well. MajorManiak just guns him out of Church.
Good play by MajorManiak, getting control in and around Church. That's what you want. There's mid-map wiped out. If he can find this kill in advance, it will be huge. But still, the thorn in the side is there. He is now removed. The touch finds a kill, gets traded out. And I just can't stress how important it is to clear a radio top Church if you are the attacking team. The amount of routes that these players can take to get round behind you is absurd when it comes down to Tuscan. That's why it's so hard to find this attack. You need to find the full wipe. Ultra doing a great job of just getting these trades. That's absolutely fine if you're the defensive team.
And they've managed to put the pressure back of Minnesota for just a few seconds. Cammy, though, going to be up against it. Already Standy coming through. Clayster trying to get that trade. Outnumbered. Actually probably waiting for a little bit of a backup from his teammates. He does have 2 nearby. Eventually going to go down. Nobody there for the trade either. Minnesota now moving forward. He sees Bance and he is going to get him as well. And Priestahh now trying to go forward. He's just pre-firing everything and he gets insight. He has just punched his way straight into this hardpoint attack against Cammy as well. And they are moving on to B.
Yeah, Clayster tries to find a route through the back as well, but Standy's going to make the push. Thing is here for the Røkkr, you pushed out the spawns. You've got them spawning somewhere a little bit more awkward, but no time's being made up on the hill. Here we go, MajorManiak. Getting a hold of the zone now. Time ticking down, but this is allowed Ultra. That little bit of time, you find a couple of kills, and all of a sudden this break becomes a little bit easier. MajorManiak should immediately fall. Cammy finds the kill. Priestahh still towards the back, though.
That's the problem. Every single time. Whenever you try and make that B push, you think you get so many down. He looks in such a good position. Oh my goodness, Priestahh with the pistol. And they won't be playing this for lives here. They have the life advantage as well as Priestahh continues to go on a reign of terror. Eventually will be shut down, but more MajorManiak coming through. Insight stops the pressure now. And for Røkkr, they've got to push. They don't have an awful lot of time. They would love to play lives here. And I wonder if they're going to give this up and maybe just take that life advantage.
Inside backing down. Oh, can he survive? Yes, he can. One push from the Røkkr. Here goes Standy. Big gunfight. Finds Clayster. Can he find the second here as well? No. Ultra back on down. It has to be the 4-man hold. Insight will find one. Bance another. No time now. The Røkkr tried, but Ultra will find their defensive win.
Little curious there for me, actually. I thought maybe Minnesota were going to hold fire and just try to maybe get some more kills on the board. They already had 3 in the lead, and It didn't look like they were going for a push unless they maybe found a bit of an opening, but that opening was definitely not big enough for a full B push. It just gave away a couple of lives. I think they'd made the decision not to push, and they had the life advantage, and only if they got maybe 2 or 3 down they could have done it. But I suppose Standy came in, made a big kill, and they went, all right, let's go.
Now the turn for Ultra. Can they find attacking around here? Just going to come on through. We're seeing Røkkr very much just give up the ghost when it does come down to A. Attached does very well to back on down and then find the kill. Both teams though just roaming around the map, working out in Røkkr's favor. That's 3 dead.
It's looking bad for Ultra already. They haven't got a single kill in this round. Clayster might be able to do something. Eventually takes down Standy mid-map, and it's going to force Minnesota to rethink their battle lines. Priestahh though continuing to hold down P5. There's not a single step onto a point yet here for Ultra.
It's been a strange one. I haven't really been able to find any purchase on anywhere on the map, to be honest with you. They're getting slayed off it. Røkkr with a really, really resolute hold so far. Coming towards the back could be the catalyst to get Ultra back into this round. Priestahh very, very high on the map here, just trying to cause some problems, and causing problems is what he is doing. Clayster falls, Cammy and Co just trying to find a route through. Cammy's over towards B, he's been wiped out, and Ultra have got very little left.
Ultra, I don't know what they're doing. I'll be honest with you at this point. Like, I think the biggest reason for them to take A here is to try and get this life disadvantage somewhere back to normality and give them a bit more time to do it. Røkkr may actually just end it here and now, though. MajorManiak through the back. There's only one player left alive. It's going to be clean. X inside, though. Managed to get one off spawn, and no, they get taken down. 8 seconds left to go. And this has been dominant. Minnesota have completely and totally outplayed Toronto Ultra here.
I mean, this is just a drubbing. Insight eventually does get inside, but the lives do not make for pretty reading if you're an Ultra fan. Could be very influential heading into that 5th and final round if we do indeed get there. Kills are starting to fall their way now, and well, they will. Just like the S&D extended at the final moment. A minute to go for a hit on the B. It's really one decent hit.
Now, this is going to be a big hit for Ultra. I mean, they don't have an awful lot of opportunities left on the board. Can they try and bring this life deficit down in some meaningful way? Their #1 objective at the moment, because I just don't see them making a good full couple of wipes onto Røkkr, who have so many lives and Ultra have so little time.
Has to be pretty much perfect, doesn't it? Coming around the back though, creating that pressure. If they can win the good fights in the mid-map, it's huge. Attaches the last one there though, stunned up. Push is inevitably going to be coming through any minute. There you go, a few kills fall their way, and Cammy's towards the back. He's keeping that pressure on. It's all realistically on Priestahh. Can he find a route through as Ultra start to get some time as Priestahh then finds 2. There you go, that might just shut it down. Ultra with only 4 lives remaining. Not going to happen this time around. Røkkr will surely hold this defensive side. A solid one of that as well, but once again, Ultra do make it difficult for them.
Yeah, they actually did a lot more there than I was expecting coming towards the end of it. And I don't know, it just seemed very flat from Ultra for the majority of it. It was only really at the end of that B push we thought they might have something, and if they hadn't thrown away so many lives so early and so much time done, then it could have been a very different story. But right now, it's looking like Røkkr are in control.
It's kind of felt like that for the last 2 maps. For the most part, apart from if you could discount the 5 rounds in a row that Ultra won, but still, it never felt like Røkkr were out of control until they went. Priestahh moving forward. Sure, they're going to find this first kill on Insight. And I'm curious to see how he's going to do the SMG. And well, right now, doing great. 17 and 10 here on the control. As far as the lives go, they're very, very much in the favor of Minnesota Røkkr if we do hit that 5th and final round. Røkkr now on the attack, though. Plenty of work being done over towards A. That should be ticked in quite shortly.
Here comes the pressure again. Ultra, only 1 kill this round as well. MajorManiak continuing to do work. Now waiting patiently, ready for the rest of his team to complete A and then move forward. Bance though takes down Priestahh. He'll have to come off respawn and join his teammates.
Slow and steady for the Røkkr. Only lose 2 lives and getting a hold of 8. And that life deficit very, very much in their favor. Ultra need to lock this down as best as they possibly can do. Insight, not many better at holding down an angle. Here comes the push. Surely it's going to be the bait. He knows that as well. Does he know there's 3 of them though? No, he does not. Priestahh then pushes the issue. Finds 1. 3 in the spawn of Ultra.
And they're playing this very, very cautiously. They know kills only have to go their way for them to take control here. Priestahh though has got to a great position, but Pants guns him. Cammy gets 1 as well. Push towards the back, and Kleenex says thank you very much. It's only attached left now from Røkkr. Deep in the spawn of Ultra. Just holding tank, and not been a lot of kills on this. It's been very, very slow from both teams.
Yeah, only 6 kills apiece so far. Kleenex is going to spot attach. Yes, he is, and there's his head gone. Look at the hold here from Insight as well. We'll be able to find 1. Ultra just chipping away here. Really hard for Røkkr to find their push through, but I think they'll know that the slaying side of things so far on their side that they know round number 5 will fall their way in terms of who gets defense, at least anyway.
This is another slow push, a methodical push coming from Minnesota. They're looking for it as well. Cammy trying to get that slide cancel through. Does eventually do it. Attach versus Cammy. Pre-fire coming through from Attach, but it's not going to be good enough. That's now waiting again. See Standy decides to just shut this one down. Ultra finally feel like they're kind of shutting down the pressure that Minnesota have been putting them all control on.
Yep, they've done a really good job of getting somebody in the spawn of Ultra and causing issues from that side of things, but eventually Toronto can clear things out. 25 seconds remaining here. You can already see the Røkkr. Have they choked it? Looks that way. 20 seconds to go. Be quite the push to get this far, especially with Bans finding his first kill. That should shut it down entirely. Okay, kills from Bans. Finds another S. Yeah, I mean, sorry to butt it, but I mean, just for Røkkr here, there's no point. There's no point in just sending the men forward. It's such a hard push. And until control changes, teams are going to continue to do it.
Yeah, it's the name of the game. The players have got to play it smart and tactically all the way through. Especially around B, you know you have to get successive waves to try and get onto it. And those nades are still going to rain in. Teams are way too practiced to let it go easily nowadays. And at the moment, I still think it's in favor of Minnesota, but I'm sure, you know, quick math ton will let us know.
Although it's close now. It's very, very close now. There's a couple of kills in it, but we'll keep an eye on it towards the end of this round. Can Ultra maybe find themselves an attacking round on top of it and not even have to force that round number 5?
Well, that is easier said than done. At the moment, just a little bit of progress towards 8 as both teams trade all over the map again. Minnesota, though, looking to make moves. Already players coming through here. Cammy going aggressive. Has found Standy towards the back. That player in U has been cleaned up as well. And he's challenging Attach up top. But he's getting multiple players challenge him. Cammy now hunting Attach. Attach is all right. They're not having any more of that. And Ultra have completely left A. They're not even worried at this point about getting that final cap. And they eventually get a player back onto it. As they run through it as well. Attach will pick up to inside. And Ultra are more worried about getting this B lockdown. Look at the pressure coming in from them at the moment. They are feeling themselves, but Priestahh has just taken a key player out for them as well.
Oh, MajorManiak didn't finish all Kleenex off towards the back. And the pressure's going to continue to come on through eventually. Standy will find that kill. And I think the reason that Ultra kind of just choke it up, because they know they have so much pressure over towards B. You've seen you had players over towards back alley and obviously pushed up towards the truck. If you feel like you've got control of church and radio, then send it. See what happens. Priestahh trying to find a way through. He will fall momentarily. It's Standy last alive, and there you go. More B control here for Ultra. No point in sending bodies over towards A when you have a golden opportunity over towards B. Another 3 dead.
And eventually, Minnesota clear this. But the key here is now that Ultra have got 2 ticks onto both, they can start to dictate the pace of this game a little bit. Minnesota are going to have to be on their A game to stop this pressure. And I think Ultra said, all right, we've done the hard work. If we take A now, we might be laughing. But they're ahead in lives as well.
Røkkr here. Yeah, they're just going to leave A alone. Going to be a minute and 35 seconds. This should probably come down to lives for Røkkr. They need at least 1 good 4 dead. if they want to spot in this round number 5, or can Ultra close it out here in 4? Take your time if you're Ultra. Yeah, they've got so much time.
Attach again just keeps picking up kills. They're going for it as well. Cammy goes through, somehow gets it. Cleanix gets one as well. I don't know how they punch their way through there.
Stack it, stack it, stack it. That's it.
Cleanix gets another one. They're just going to wait for the next. Yeah, they can stack it as well. Ultra have done this. Ultra have cracked it wide open. That is unbelievable. Ultra say no thank you. Don't worry about your lives. We're not going to a game number 5. And it was incredible from them. The call coming in to say, concentrate B on our attack. Ignore A. Don't worry about it. They put the pressure onto Minnesota over and over again, and it paid out ton.
Really, really well played by Ultra in the end. Kind of a couple of shaky rounds, but they get it done when it matters. And ultimately, it doesn't matter how bad some of your other attacks or defenses were. If you find yourself in the lead heading into round number 4, you got to try for it. And really, what I loved about it was the fact that they were leaving it. What's the point in concentrating some resources over towards that side when you have pressure over towards B? They notice that they have that pressure. They notice that they have plenty of real estate around that area. And all of a sudden you say, right, okay, well, we got a good chance here. And they never let up for a second over towards B on that attack. Eventually, just find the kills. They get the job done. Well, A was inconsequential in the end. It was very easy for them to get a hold of. And because of the fact that they already found 2 huge ticks over towards that B side with that pressure that I talked about, ultimately, it's just about finding a couple down and stacking the point. There's only so many grenades on the Røkkr side.
Well, that's what they were working for. That 2 ticks onto it, and they're managing to break through. But I've got to say this, I felt like for a good portion of that control, it was Minnesota. They had the life advantage. They knew what they were doing around it. And Ultra said, all right, don't worry about it. Watch our attack. Old play calls coming out of them. It could have gone wrong. They could have gone further into deficit. Instead, they kept that pressure up, got the 2 ticks under B, and it caused problems for Minnesota. Simply because if they made that wipe, which they did, I wasn't expecting them to after Attach kept getting a few kills, they could just dive straight through.
There you go. I said it's coming clean. Next, they open the door. Standy then falls as well. It's just like, yeah, well, we need to literally be on this point for about 3 seconds together. 3 of them in there, and bang, that's game. Some good shots, nonetheless. That's to be said. You've got to clear them out. You've got to make it easier. But there you go. Ultra find their second map. I would say they're a 2-3-5 team, but right now they're a 1-3 team.
Well, here's the interesting one. Do Ultra win another hard point, or do we go to game 5? Now, bearing in mind, obviously, how good Røkkr did look on that S&D before they almost got full sailed. Was a very close game in the end, but I don't know, realistically, it's anyone's game here at the moment. Obviously, a little bit different from the Major going into our qualifiers here for Ultra. They managed to get a hard point straight onto the board. So, I don't know. Honestly, it genuinely still could be anyone's game here. And taking a look at the teams as we wait for this map 4 to start. Calm breathing. Benjamin Bance has been known for bringing those energy levels back down. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's been working out for them.
It has been. It really has. You can see the guys just concentrating, making sure they're relaxed heading into this game. Personally, I like them had about 3 coffees before I head in the rank play, so I'm on the complete opposite end of the scale. But nonetheless, these boys keeping themselves nice and chill. They'll know they'll be on the video through the week, won't they? And the comms check. It's inevitable, but hard point. Here we go into map number 4, and these stats are excluding map number 1. This is the hard point comparison for both these 2 teams.
It's okay. Hold percentage is still pretty high for both teams. Break percentage is low for both teams. We'll see how that plays out and goes through. And rotation win percentage. This is Ultra's entire problem, by the way. Look how far down on that. Not only not winning their rotations, but not breaking very effectively. And that showed at the Major, right? They just couldn't get anything going. Slightly different story here, though, against Røkkr in their very first one. They managed to start getting some kills on the board and eventually got their hard point back under control. And we'll see if they can do it one more time.
This time around, though, it's going to be a Tuscan. And Toronto have only played this twice, full stop. And they lost it both times. So, Røkkr will be feeling confident heading into this map. I'm just actually going to check whose pick it actually was here. So the hard point would be, okay, sorry, I'm just working this out. Map 4 Tuscan. So technically it is kind of a Minnesota pick. Yeah, because they ban it away. Then yeah, okay. So yeah, it's the Minnesota side of things, which makes sense considering Toronto haven't won this map all year long. But you know, have they been doing work on it? They've been surely working on their hardpoint after Major 1.
Oh, I'm sure Ryan and Marky B have done nothing but work on hardpoint after Major 1. Many VOD reviews of here. Hey, by the way, we've got 8 maps we need to look over because we didn't win a single one of them at the Major, guys, by the way. Just lock them in a room, throw away the key until they learn how to play hardpoint a little bit better. But yeah, for Toronto Ultra, getting some hardpoints on the board, and I saw this on the old Twitter sphere, still talking about it. If Ultra figure out hardpoint, it's going to be a horrible team for everyone else to play.
Very, very difficult. I think that's probably the most boomer thing you've ever said, though. The old Twitter sphere.
Well,
just leave it
I don't know what to say about that because it might be true.
No, it is. Well, look, I know, but it's true though. I mean, look, if they do figure out hardpoint, they become a contender for every single event. There's no question. Because I mean, it's just the fact that it doesn't matter who they play it up against, or whether or not we question some of their S&D players or whatever it is. The fact that they kind of just struggled their way to fourth without winning a hardpoint map says a lot about the team. It says a real lot.
It really does. Obviously, one of the other big talks about this time, Attach moving to that AR role and doing actually very well in it. I've got to say this. At the moment, Minnesota are down. But speaking of AR roles, Cammy has been lights out for Ultra for quite a while, and the critique was, before going into the Major, has he found his form again?
Well, I mean, he'll do very well to find his form from last year because, I mean, it was insane. Arguably, many would say the best player in the league at times. I mean, from my bias, Stealthy would have got the MVP vote if I was asked, but irrelevant. Look, I mean, the guy was incredible.
I hate to interrupt you here, Ton.
Go on.
I hate to interrupt you here, but why is Bance the only one bathed in golden light? Like, have they changed the bulb just above Bance?
Possibly.
Everybody else has more like. Bance is like, no, I demand the sun.
Everyone said that, you know, the 4 boys on Ultra are just like 4 parts of the same NFT collection. Maybe this is just one of the different properties of it. Different backgrounds and different lighting and whatnot. Bance gets the gold and the rare trait. Anyway, nonetheless, we'll move away from NFT chat because I know the chat will be slaughtering me as they usually do, but nonetheless, Ultra feeling good heading into map number 4. And is it going to be the golden child, Benjamin Bance, to have a good day and get them rolling once more in the hard points? I mean, if they can win this series, winning both the hard points, is that job done? There we go, we fixed it.
I'm going to say something maybe slightly controversial here, but I think it makes sense to me. I think Bance has probably been one of the most consistent players this year.
He has.
Like, and that's kind of crazy for people fans of the Ultra from last season. People were like, Bance is a good player, does the work, is a great leader for this team, but genuinely this year, when the rest of the team have had players that have gone up and down in terms of play, I think Bance has been pretty consistent.
He has been. I'd argue he has been their most consistent player. Insight's going to be up and down, but when he's finding S&D clutches like that, then that's worth its weight in gold. You don't complain about that. Cammy, yes, okay, we've become to expect high things of him, and well, CleanX he's doing okay. He's doing his thing. But Tuscan hardpoint. Well, I mean, it's the same story as before. Neither one of these teams have won this map so far, but yet it has slipped its way into the map set. Attached so far, a Mountain Dew feature player, a 1.17 with that AR in hand. He's not having too bad of a game, but he needs to be that little bit better if his team want to force him up number 5.
Well, at the moment, Insight's been playing very, very well. 1.32 KD, 72% non-traded kill, 172 damage per life. And they're going to need every little bit of that KD ratio coming into this one. Can Ultra do the impossible? Win not 1, but 2 hard points. Well, the Minnesota go, hey, let's get to a game 5 and see what you're made of.
Well, I predicted a game 5. And I believe that's where we'll be heading. But who knows, because I said that neither one of these 2 teams is great on this map, so who's going to be the better of the 2 worst? At this point, let's see. Priestahh eating things up, and can we get some sort of control? Røkkr on the preferred side, they'll have this rotation over towards P2 when we do get there in 30 seconds.
At the moment, Minnesota are trying to stack this. They're going to try and make a play here right at the very end of it. Also trying not to give away the spawns. They've done a very, very good job. Bance is just waiting. He's got 1 player as well. Decides to back off towards you. And there will be scrap time for Ultra. They're going to try and make their way through for this rotation.
Yeah, very well played. Plenty of pressure coming in here as well. They will know that Røkkr have spawned here, but can they find these kills on the rotation? some of the most important, if not the most important kills in Hardpoint are on those little moments in between, around 10-15 seconds remaining on the old hill and that new hill spawning up. A couple did go Ultra's way, but so far so good for Røkkr. They're holding. No, they're holding well, 4Dead.
Yeah, completely shutting out Toronto here. Toronto going to have to try and get somewhere near this one again, and this is Minnesota just opening up. The backspawn has come in, though. I don't think they know. They're going to know now. The reaction's going to have to come through. Minnesota's like, oh my goodness, they're behind us at the same time. Are they cleaning them out completely? Benjamin Bance with a two-piece. And Røkkr are going to be a little bit shook.
Oh, I'm shook. I don't know. Have Røkkr pushed maybe a little bit too far? I don't think so. Bance has done so well, but my heart bleeds for Røkkr in that situation. Is Attach gonna be able to stay alive towards the back, though? It'd be huge if he could do. Surely gets traded, and rotation comes in from Ultra. They've been struggling with that. Not struggling at the moment, though, thanks to some very, very nice spawns, has to be said. They should be able to lock in P3 here, too.
They managed to get this rotation. Clearx continuing to just do work. I swear he wins gunfights. I don't expect him so often. Back to the back as well. Attach going up high. Managed to get it, but it will be a push out from Cleanx again that shuts them down. And now this is an infamously difficult one to push here at the same time. Insight holding up top. Those nades have done the work, though, already for Røkkr. It's opened up a gap for them, but Cleanx slides down and gets another kill. They can't let him keep doing that.
Ultra feeling it. Cleanx is feeling it. It's spree for him. Glide bombs locked in. Push gonna start coming in here for Røkkr. I mean, it's only the first few hills, but things start to get a little bit desperate when you've only got 15 points after 3. 22 seconds remaining. They're still gonna have a little look at this. Or are they just gonna try and lock them in? They're really, really struggling to find a way through. Cleanx from behind. That is a perfect 60. There or thereabouts for Ultra. They're about to break 100. Røkkr haven't broke 20.
This is the big hold into Church. Insight around the back, though. He's been stunned, so they're going to know he's here as well. And it's Priestahh who will stand against him. He's just waiting at the moment inside. He knows there's going to be a player nearby ready for the challenge and doesn't care. Takes him down as well. And now Ultra have control. They're going to try and push into Church here as a team. Attach already gets one. Another push coming through. Attach gets a second one. MajorManiak backs him up as well. And they pulled this one out of the fire. Great hold from Røkkr.
Yeah, really good hold from Røkkr, but can they accumulate some sort of points? It just feels like Ultra are swarming all over them at the same time, though. Can they find the kills on the offset? MajorManiak and Standy, they've done well, continue to do well as well. Cleanx will find one. Insight will surely get traded and does so. It's a really good hold for Røkkr. They really needed it, though. And when I say it's a really good hold, they then get broken. 15 seconds to go. And Price, they only got 17 points there.
17 points is better than 0 points, and I'm sure when they go for this next rotation, they'll be looking to get the 60. Already you can see they've pushed out both sides. They don't want a pinch coming in. And it could be a difficult one now for Minnesota.
Well, Ultra cruising in hardpoint, which is quite bizarre. And they must be feeling good, as they have nearly a 100-point lead. Can they continue this run of form in hardpoint? Let's go into a Toronto Ultra listening right now.
Standy's close, one split, window dead.
I'm pushing Major, yeah. I'm going Jimmy.
I'm pushing broken.
Yeah.
Okay, mid.
Flip. Okay.
Come on.
Pretty sure they flip. I stunned one church ramp.
I've got you low.
Jim.
Be green.
Go side me.
Yeah. Low, Priestahh.
I got all. Wait, one shot plat.
Turn, nice.
Still link for one.
Close mate.
Go new.
He has a cross here. Pinch.
Yeah, mid. Mid, he's dropped out mid. He's
I'm hold. I'm fucking head.
Yeah, play that.
Close the window.
Go new.
Hey, Jamie. He's left side. Weak.
One slow broken.
I'm going for it, Jamie. Yeah, go.
Yo, our side you, Cam. Our side you.
Yeah, nice.
They're gonna be mid already.
Yep.
Hey, our side you. I'm nading Cam. Wait up.
Our side you. Can we shriek?
Low church. I can shriek.
We got side you. One shot bomb church. Yeah, wait.
I'm holding our side.
Okay, yo. One top church, one our side you, one their side you, and one deep their spawn. I'll kill the guy.
Wait, Priestahh,
kill the guy close.
No.
Their side you.
Touch on the head.
Nice, good shot. Speed left. He's deep.
Deep.
I got time.
On the pillar. You might want to get mid off spawn. Major does. Mid already. Weak, Jamie. Really weak, bro. Nice, one more, Jamie.
Their side you.
I got it close. I got nice, weak, Jamie. He's still there. Challenge. White. Weak.
Unlucky.
Nice, still weak. Play life.
I got mid.
Fire weak.
Major, fluid mid. Bottom mid, bro.
Fire.
I'm on one shot.
It was weak.
Still fire the side.
Nice. 17.
Big 17.
Yeah, let's push left.
Yeah,
they could be mid. Careful.
One's close to church on me. Close church, gone top church. I'm back. Back. Nice.
Is he still top?
One's gonna be top church, Ace. Top church. One's back tank camp. One's back tank.
Yep.
One
See
is
the guy
back tank. I
top.
spawned in.
Nice.
We're flipping.
I'm green. I'm green. He's top plat. Hidden hill.
Far across.
Yeah, let's see him in the back. I'm playing back.
Come on me, I'm beating him.
On
Go push now.
Hold church, maybe.
Two men.
Well, HyDra in the comms for Ultra and HyDra on the map at the moment. This game is getting away from Minnesota. Over 100-point difference now as Ultra are feeling themselves.
Oh, Cammy is really feeling it. It's just taking turns, every member of Ultra having their moments to go off. This time around it was Cammy. Opened it up with a kill towards the back onto Attach. Really, really well worked by the Ultra. And as mentioned, rotational side of things was really their struggle point. They've rotated so well, albeit with the help of some good spawns, but Standy finds 2 big kills. Priestahh alongside him as well. Can Røkkr limit Ultra's points here? As you can already see they're setting up for P3, but Ultra, Brycey, they're only going to be 35 points away by the time they get over there.
However, this is a massive hold. If Minnesota want to make the comeback, they need the 60. And Ultra are going to know this. They're probably going to take their time a little bit and try and stack up. But however, there's more kills gone down. Ultra to reset. They'll be calling in the spawns now, but they're going to have to check every single corner as they make their way across the map. And look at this, holding fast. Røkkr determined to make a stand here, refusing to go down. Eventually, Inside opens it up just a little bit.
Oh, Standy is going to catch some really good shots coming in. Cleanex through the front door. My goodness, that second kill is disgraceful. And the third is nearly there as well. But is that going to open the door for Ultra now? That's 3 dead momentarily. Good shots from Attach. It looks like Røkkr will just about hold on. Standy 5 in a row. He will eventually fall. No streaks for him. It's about this rotational play. Now is Insight. He'll find some kills and he may well be able to get a hold of that scrap. Yeah, he's going to jump onto it. And the rotation, it's 50-50.
And it's both teams looking for this one as well. Bant and Cammy, though, managed to get those first controls at Standy one more time. MajorManiak looking for Bant to the back. He's Simp Bant as well. And Bant is all right. I'm not having any of that comfort. I'm out of here. Røkkr with the rotation. But they have to fight off Ultra. Bant has just gone into Narnia and says, all right, I'm not taking MajorManiak on. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the teamwork. Insight hunting now for MajorManiak, and that's going to allow Bants to move forward at the same time. Here comes the pinch. They're going to try and punch the Røkkr out, but it's not going to be quite enough as they get some bodies in here eventually.
Oh, Bants through the front door, not going to happen. Priestahh is there, ready and waiting, and it's only Cleanex who can eventually answer back. Insight at the point, he will fall, but Ultra ultimately still only 15 points away. Cleanex side door, then he falls as well. This past 2 hills, Røkkr have been clawing away, but there hasn't been that much clean about it. You haven't been able to hold full 60s. It's been sporadic points of like around 30, maybe 40 at best. Ultra, when they locked down those first couple of hills, they found 60s, which is why they're still only 14 points away. Every single little ounce of scrap that goes to Ultra. There's a knife in the back to Røkkr.
And this is the hold. This is the hard one here for Minnesota. They've had every rotation but this, and they don't have time to stack it. They just have to go and win the gunfights. Priestahh opens up with 1. Cleanex, though, will take him down eventually. More players coming. Standy knows you have to go and gets it. Ultra are running up the stairs to try and get into this one. It's going to be points on the board, and Cammy and Bant shut it down. And Ultra win not 1 hard point, but 2 as they get back into the qualifiers for the second major. And they are going to win this one 3-1. And for any Ultra fans out there, a bit of a sigh of relief. They just need to translate this to an event.
Much better from Ultra. And really, I mean, they just had their moments of heating up, but their rotations were so much better. Look, like let's just admit to the point of the spawns that happened over towards P2 on that first rotation, because Røkkr had a really good start, and from then they just didn't get a look in. That rotation about P2, yeah, okay, the spawns, whatever. They get a hold of that there from Ultra, but then from that, Ultra stem that into points and points and points and more points because of how good their rotations were. I love to see the rotational kills percentages and who managed to pick them up so much for Ultra. It just seems to be that every single time they were there, in this game specifically, they were winning those battles. That's what counts in the end. It's a 99-point game in the end for Ultra. And well, I mean, I don't know if the curse is broken, so to speak, but it's a good start. It's a good start. Road to recovery.
Well, interesting you say that, because that is a very Ultra hard point, by the way. I was looking through some of the scores at the end there, and I think the only player that was positive was Bants, and by 1 kill. The only player positive was Bants. Like, and that is just Ultra all over, right? Like, look how far ahead they are for the majority of this game. Like, 115 points there. They eventually start to lose it a little bit. They don't get these rotations flowing as much as they want.
Yeah.
Even with Cleanex doing something as disgusting as that fountain-heady shot.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah, but I think the difference is, though, what Ultra did really, really well, when Røkkr were rotating, there was no free points. Every time it was trade, backwards and forwards. And even if they were losing those trades, you're preventing Røkkr from getting so much time. There's so many opportunities for Røkkr to pick up multiple big hills, but Toronto make it very, very difficult. The ones that they held well. The ones that Røkkr held, not so good. Ultra, make it awkward and find a 3-1 series win. 2 hard points, what do you mean?
They did. Well, I also got to bring out, I was a little bit wrong there. Looking at the final scores again, Insight was also positive, 18 and 15. And I'm sure there's many people who call me stupid already, and not just for the hair. But yeah, Ultra there getting forward into that one. And that's 2 pretty good hardpoint wins for them as well.
Yep.
And they probably either have worked on it very, very hard or are hoping to translate that into the next event.
Yeah, hopefully so. Let's see if they can do. But yeah, the hardpoint curse is broken. There you go. That was 8 in a row they lost. They've just won 2 to win a series. Unbelievable.
They certainly have. Well, let's find out what our desk made of that game then. And it was a pretty quick one.
How do you analyze that?
It was a really good game. Toronto Ultra going from 0-8 to hardpoint to now 2-0, nameless. Yep. New day, new me, right?
We weren't clapping for Bryson Ton. We were
Yeah.
clapping for Toronto, but they did a great job as well. I mean, it's so nice to see them finally win hardpoint. They fixed so much. You heard Ton talking about it there. The rotations were just crispy. You saw Minnesota went up there on that map 1, but then remember the big 2-piece out of Bance. You were going crazy when you saw that. It was huge, man.
I literally wasn't even in the room. I was walking back and forth from the restroom, and I was just sitting there like, oh no, man, P4 is in control, Minnesota Røkkr, and then Bance is top boat. He gets 2-piece that he has no business getting at the same time of the pitch around the back. Minnesota Røkkr flip out. That is full time in hands of Toronto Ultra. And not only that, they break P5 following P4 to just get this massive lead on GvU2.
You got that right. And we also have a game field post-victory spotlight. So let's go ahead and jump right in it.
Hey, Insight, what's going on? Congratulations on that huge win. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see too many of your snipes today, but I do have to ask, on that control, man, what was going on in that last defensive round?
Yeah, so like we obviously have a game plan control. You know, we'll like the first attack we weren't doing very well. We were getting slayed, we were getting spawn trapped, but the second one we were able to run around, have some fun, get some kills. We managed to get 2 ticks on B. So once you get a wave, it's just wraps for them because you can just jump on the point and cap it really quick.
Sounds good. Insight, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on winning 2 hard points. I know it's been tough out there. They're a major one. That's got to feel good, man, putting that work in and winning that game mode. But I want to ask you about the search and destroy. You guys almost had an insane comeback, a full sale, and you switched it up. The adjustment was perfect. You guys are playing aggressive. You're getting the kills mid-map. And then round 11 came around, and you guys sort of played a little bit slow back church and back right. Why did you guys decide to slow it down that round 11? What was the decision making there?
Honestly, like obviously we have a way to retake B, and then obviously going to the round, we got the kill off bomb after they planted, but we took a bit too long to go down. Once we got the kill and collapse, we allowed Major to make a good play. Yeah. Honestly, we did a good play, but then they made a counter play because we took too long.
Yeah, it was just a blind counter, to be honest, overall. But you guys, still, you almost pulled off the full sale. I was getting PTSD from Singularity on main stage, man. I was like, no way these two are about to be part of it again. But y'all are looking so much better. Congratulations.
Yeah. Insight, for the last one, man, I have to ask you. So, okay, I like your team. Liking Toronto Ultra is like an emotional roller coaster in a good way, right? So, you know, before the event, great in hard point. You get to the event, you're not that good in hard point, but you get to search and destroy. You guys are popping off in different ways all the time. As a team and individually, I mean, what is the conversation like behind the scenes to, you know, about the potential of you guys bringing all that together to be the great team that we know you guys are?
Yeah, so obviously we did win our hard point in the major. It's not great, but then obviously we were really good at S&D. But then prior to that, we weren't good at S&D. We were good at hard point. So it's like one thing, like you said, once we bring it all together, it'd be great. But I mean, we got top 4 without winning a hard point, which I feel like never been done before. So this is a sign of a good team, to be honest.
Yeah, you got that right. And it's like, yo, I got to be completely real with you. I got to keep it a buck. Watching you snipe at the major was incredible. That was dominant stuff right there, man. Congrats on the big win, and can't wait to see you next time.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
No problem. All right, so go ahead and put a bow on this entire series. Got to say this, though. Minnesota Røkkr losing that outright. I mean, they're kind of like, they're like a 1980s Camaro, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what's underneath the hood, but it's taking a while for the car to start. I'm hoping that they're full speed, come in time for Major II, because we're all going to be there, and that stadium's going to be bumping for them. But to put a bow on all this, aLLeY, Cammy and the boys really did a great job.
They could have won a hard point and they won 2-1 series. I'd say we're looking good, Toronto Ultra.
Yes, keep it up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series of the day. I'm going to be real. I'm kind of hoping that this one is just an outright crazy game. We have Atlanta FaZe versus the Seattle Surge. It's kind of like a kickoff classic rematch. And I can't wait. We'll see you guys on the other side for some more CDL action.
Needed to pick me up, I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to Sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Clayster's off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on him.
Still, if fire works out, you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they will finish. He comes out the corner in time. And you bet he will. That's it. Take Let's get this show on the road. Over Cellium, who fights 2 right off the red. Makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The beefy way to pound. Where's the next? Give him the last point through. Waiting for his demise. There it is. Look at the mini-map FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. My name is Velly, this is aLLeY, and also that's Nameless at the end. And for this matchup right here, we have 2 pretty pissed off teams, okay? Both of these teams are coming off of losses that they really didn't want to have. For Seattle Surge, the losses have been kind of streaky. They struggled to win games beside their first 2. But on the other side, Nameless, you have Atlanta FaZe, a team that didn't expect to lose in Texas, man. And also, we know that they're not happy with that finals performance.
Yeah, they're locked and loaded and ready to go, right? And despite, losing both those series to OpTic, they are still a fantastic team versus everyone else. I'm absolutely terrified going into stage 2 because these guys are ready to go. In this series, the odds are just stacked against Surge. The only map that they really have, an advantage in quotes is GvU2 in terms of map record for that control. So in order for Surge to, extend this series, they have to win that control. But for Atlanta FaZe, man, this is a team that can do it all across all game modes. They're positive everywhere. And for the game fuel keys to victory, Cellium needs to continue to make an impact in Search and Destroy. 1.61 KD so far this season. He's been lighting it up. And then also bounce back in Hardpoint. They went 0-2 versus OpTic in the Major 1 final. FaZe still the #1 team in point differential and holding. They're great versus everyone. Versus OpTic, OpTic had their number. OpTic dominated them in that series. And FaZe definitely went back, and they're going to get even better after that. And then also make strides in GvU2 control, especially offense. 6-2 on Tuscan and 1-3 on GvU2. Last in GvU2 offensive win percentage. So definitely have to work on that going into this one. Versus a Surge team that we've seen have some good GvU2.
I'm going to be completely honest. Playing this FaZe team is pretty terrifying, like you said, man. It's kind of like we've seen a bull get punched, and now the bull is seeing red. But when it comes to Seattle, aLLeY, I do have to say this outright. You know what? They've been struggling. Yeah, they've been losing a lot lately. But the thing is, when it comes to this roster, these players and their mindset, I actually think that they're a good match when it comes to the individual skill there.
It's frustrating, right? Seattle Surge might be one of the most frustrating teams in the league right now because they have the players, they have the talent on this roster, and we saw what they were possibly capable of doing coming into the qualifiers. And then it was nothing after that. It was none. It felt like their fundamentals were lost. Unfortunately for me, it feels like Pred and Mack are very aggressive route man SMGs, which allows absolutely no frontline for Simp and accuracy. And accuracy needs that frontline man. You know where he's going to be. He's a bit of a slower AR, and if he doesn't have those 2 SMGs running in front of him, you're leaving him to get put into the blender. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, they need to find a second hardpoint map. They're 3-1 on Tuscan, 1-8 on non-Tuscan hardpoints, and there is no Tuscan hardpoints in this series. So already if you're Seattle, you're a little worried heading into this and execute better post plants. I saw this perfectly the other day on Desert Siege. The bomb went down on A site. Sib makes the aggressive push to go to the enemy spawn with Mack, and they get shot from the back because the player cuts through train, gets good timing on both of them. The bomb is planted for your side. Back up, play the spawn in the angle. It was just terrible timing overall, and need more from Sib and Mack and S&D. Mack is 0.75, Sib is 0.79 KD in the game mode so far this season. Sib has arguably been one of the most consistent players when we talked about it in the beginning, but after that Major 1, man, I don't know.
You see Sib's face in that picture right there? I want him to be looking at that screen just pissed off like that this entire series. I'm gonna be real, man. Watching Sib and this team play at the beginning of the year compared to now, it's like 2 totally separate teams, right? Sib dropping 40 bombs like it's easy, but when it comes to him telling pick'ems though, I like Seattle. I really do. I love Seattle. I want them to win. But I mean, what's up?
Are you good?
I'm not predicting them to win. Come on, man. How do you do the FaZe up, man? FaZe are gonna win this. I think it's gonna be a 3-0. This team is mad. They're angry, and they're gonna take this whole qualifying month like by storm. So I'm going with Atlanta.
You know what? Seattle could be FaZe's Achilles heel. To be fair, one of the biggest L's they held to them was Seattle at the beginning of the season, but I would be off my Røkkr if I betted against Atlanta FaZe in this series. The desk is right. They are coming hot off that grand finals, and again, Atlanta FaZe will always and forever be Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and like despite FaZe losing, like they lost 2 series, but it was to OpTic Texas, who played amazing Call of Duty. It's the best team in the game, and Atlanta FaZe, they still were fantastic versus everyone else, right? So I'm going with Atlanta FaZe versus a struggling Seattle Surge team. I don't see how you could put any weight in Seattle in the series.
I will say this though, if Seattle are able to pull out this win, that would be incredible. I still think it's possible. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the last series of the day. Atlanta versus Seattle. Lando is steady. Go ahead and close out the day, fellas.
Thank you so much, Vel. I think we're going to tend to agree with the desk on this one, Jay. I hate to speak for you, but the way that Atlanta FaZe have been looking, obviously based off the major the OpTic Texas major loss in the finals. You got to imagine they're coming out angry, and the problem for Seattle is that they're starving for a W. Seattle cannot be fed right now, losing their last 5 series, and it's terrifying as well, Jay, because they're going to have to face off against the Atlanta FaZe to kick it off a Bukaj.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy for Seattle Surge, man. You're starting off on that first hard point, going up against probably the second best hardpoint team that we have in the game, but this Atlanta FaZe's best hardpoint map. We've seen them take down the likes of OpTic Texas, who really enjoy this map pretty easily. So for Seattle Surge, this is where it has to start for me, because the Search and Destroy, obviously, they have been struggling with that. Recently, we saw them yesterday versus Boston, losing in a 6-1 fashion. So for this team, for this young team to come out and try to take this series, it has to start with early momentum, and no other way than to start on the Bokaj.
Yeah, and the problem for Seattle as well is that when they faced off against Boston Breach yesterday on it, they allowed for Big Cap to break the kill record, some of the highest numbers that we've seen in CDL history. We'll see if maybe players like aBeZy and Simp can try to contest for the King of the Cage title that Big Cap currently will hold in his favor. But into B1 we go. Half the hill has expired, and currently it is Atlanta FaZe on top. A few different players to look out for, but the guy who unfortunately just gets taken down on our screen is the one that we're going to be taking a really big look at, Jay. It's not just going to be Pred and Mack, but I think it's fair to say we're also looking at Sib.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Simp, because the way that he started off this year, like, he was an absolute beast with that AR in his hands, putting up 1.2s in hardpoint, taking over in Search and Destroys. But as the year has progressed, he's just kind of slowed down a little bit. Same thing alongside Pred. This is the guy who I really want to focus on in this series, because in that last series versus Boston, he put up a 0.8, but him and Accuracy had the same exact amount of damage, 9.7K on the damage amount. And when you think about a player like Pred, the amount of pressure that he's able to put with that SMG, he's going to be flying and frying. So I'm really looking at that guy to step up today.
Yeah, without a doubt. You want to see the APAC man really go off. Obviously, we talked about him the beginning of the season, how great he was at the Kickoff Classic. Many saying that he could be the best SMG player in the game for all we know, as Mack will unfortunately be taken out on the other side of the map. Basically leaves and will depart in terms of the kill column as well. Nice trades overall, as it will be. The Seattle Surge prepared for next. They've also got spawns here as well. We'll see what they can do at bottom grandmas as the FaZe will secure the final few seconds of scrap. Mack aware of the push. It's going to be 3 strong through the field, 3 strong through the back end. Spread holding things down inside of the bottom. Well, it's Mack up toward the top. He falls off the 3 spree. And with that, FaZe do falter. 1 toward the top is still alive, and that's going to be Arcitys.
And Arcitys is doing a great job of just playing his life. He's on a 5 spree. Just trying to allow his teammates to try to get into this play. Number 7 trying to go for that long flank. aBeZy does win that gunfight. So that's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is going to be back window. 4 dead, 4 easy kills coming in for Atlanta FaZe to get the break in. Arcitys trying to pick up this kill streak right now. 25 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint. But if you're Seattle, you want to start thinking about that rotation. You do not want these spawns to flip.
And the problem is that Arcitys has also got the glide bomb already. In N3. We're talking about Cellium. We're talking about aBeZy. We're talking about Simp. We can never leave out aLLeY. Arcitys off to a 10-3 start. Nearly makes it 8 kills in a row. Finally, will get taken down in the Surge once more. in possession of spawns when it comes down to our next hill. But as Miles loves to call it, so many different entries, so many points of view when it comes down to getting inside of the barn. And we'll see which route the FaZe elect to try and take as Mack falls toward the top.
And there's so much pressure coming in from Atlanta FaZe. I thought the setup from the Surge was beautiful. You had a player that was pushed out all the way towards Plat. You were spawning all of Atlanta FaZe towards that middle gate. But this is what makes Atlanta FaZe Atlanta FaZe. Whenever they want, they can just break on into the hill from any direction. Clean 4 dead. They're able to take control of this P4, spawn up all of Seattle towards this lower trenches. And the boys are just not missing. Keep in mind that they still have that glide bomb to work with off the rotation towards that P5.
Yeah, and as we talk about it, right, obviously there's a 40-point advantage right now for FaZe. Final 15 seconds before we head toward P5, and it's Cellium winning those initial fights. The last 2 times that these teams have met, it actually has been the Seattle Surge walking away with those victories. We're talking Stage 5 Major, and we're also talking about the Kickoff Classic. So Seattle, I want to say, have already kicked off Atlanta previously, but obviously FaZe, they want to get some revenge, and they're also trying to get some revenge from their loss over at the OpTic Texas Major. It's going to be a hard beast to try and take on down, as Mack from the skies at least able to take down aBeZy. But the problem being is that there's not a whole lot of presence and a whole lot of information to go off of, as Atlanta will take over time. As Mack once more from the skies gets taken down, trades aplenty.
So far, trades are going back and forth, but Seattle doing a great job at just contesting this hard point, not allowing a lot of time to go in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Let's see how they can try to get back in this game with the Seattle Surge. Listen in.
I think dirt. I'm going top bar. I think tools.
He's already low T2. He's already T2.
I'll pitch him. One's back street on one shot.
One shadow, two. Nice.
We don't have the right.
I'll pick up right.
Push up, guys. I have all the left, okay?
I can't get that.
Black car. He's in
Bottom, Simp, trip.
One's hot as well. I can't see Trip.
Top barn.
Reggie. Top barn, he's still top barn.
I think he could be in the right.
He's in the corner, top barn, okay?
Yeah, he's up there.
Could they push up
the right? Pick up the right.
Yeah, they could have.
I'm holding half wall.
I'm gonna go play for top barn. I'm going up there.
Yeah, top house, iLLeY dead.
I'm holding the right.
Bottom, top barn ledge, back barn ledge.
I'm sliding on him.
He's on the ledge.
Gate dead. Chris is P or P2 somewhere.
I'm looking for P2.
Street, iLLeY, black car.
Simpson barn somewhere.
Yeah. I'm
black car dead.
I'm looking bottom barn.
He could be in barn.
I got
nice.
Okay. I'll get ready.
Yeah. I need a gate.
I've read.
I have your tool.
Yeah, I think he's back for time. I think he's chasing for time. I'm on shot.
On the right.
I'm on your bottom.
They're all going right.
Top house. One more gate.
aBeZy. He went dubs. Dubs in top. Oh, we might flip.
No,
we're good.
One dub, one
Chris in barn.
He's in barn.
I'm trying to on the right. He could be top barn.
So nice.
He's dub one shot.
Single.
Spawn on the right, guys. Pick up left.
Absolute bottom stairs.
Single, iLLeY. Dead. Nice.
I'll hold the right, guys.
Pushing up water. Water, so.
I'm trying to get
I have your front.
Water tank.
They could run up front. I have mid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need help. They can run front. Help from front.
I'm coming. He's water tank. Bottom house, Lamar.
T1.
I'm going top barn.
One's upstairs in the hut. Tractor single. Single or barn hop. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, a little bit of a frustrated Seattle Surge, but at the same time, Jay, they're starting to pick up some kills. You see Sib going off. You see Pred on a few as well. Maybe this could be their chance at field.
This has to be the tournament for Seattle to get back into this game. This remaining 30 seconds is either going to make or break this first map for them. As you still see Atlanta FaZe still putting on a lot of pressure. They're not trying to give this 25 seconds easily. Cellium still doing a great job at eliminating these players from the backside. The final remaining 20 seconds should go in favor of Atlanta FaZe. This is where you have to start thinking about that rotation though. Simp's going to be here. He does get taken down. So Seattle, they are going to have the man advantage here early. Can they shut down this pressure coming in though?
Oh, and a great stun as Mack and Arcitys pretty much go back and forth. aBeZy will be the man who stays alive inside of the sewers. Still, the battle for spawns is in. The last pushed up player for FaZe will fall. And with that, Seattle will now secure spawns for bottom grandmas. Oh, and Arcitys, go ahead and give it to him. The headshot there on the Pred. He'll never be the same as aBeZy. Now given the clearance to rush on into the hill, walks right through the front door, for God's sake. Takes a few down. Simp, meanwhile, was taking down players over toward the staircase. And just like that, FaZe take over the house, make it their own. And Surge now left to try to make something of it all, already down majorly in this bocage. They cannot afford to allow for these points to go elsewhere. They break right on cue, but it is the continuation as Accuracy will find two of his own. is the continuation of FaZe walking away with the majority of these seconds, regardless of the ways and the moments where Surge seem to be finding a few in stride. Is now the rotation prepared for Barnes. Surge is here early.
Surge just got to get a hold. Every time they've been rotating early to a couple of these hills so far throughout this map, number one, they just simply can't find the kills once they get there. And just like that, once again, even though after the team kill comes in from a Cellium, Arcitys is able to find two, at least contest from the front side for the time being. 123 to 194. Seattle are basically down 70 points, putting a lot of pressure on through the backside, able to find a couple kills. That's going to be a clean 4 dead. 2 players from Atlanta FaZe trying to attack this through the middle of the map. But with 25 seconds left, if you're Atlanta FaZe, they still have that glide bomb to work with. So you're not in panic mode yet.
Not just yet, but it could be right around the corner. Accuracy with a few nice kills on the outside of the barn, as it will be the pinch for FaZe. They'll be happy to grab those final seconds, but it will be the rotation. As you said, the streak still ready, still an option if you are FaZe, and you have to imagine that it could come in there at a moment's notice. Surge here early, and Arcitys will look to call in the glide bomb, so at least getting the information, calling that out to his teammates. We'll see if the kill can come through it as well. That is a clean 4 down, an excellent break from FaZe. Great awareness of utilizing that streak, and of course it's player 5, it's Cellium, clearing out the lanes as well.
And the spawns are still there for Seattle. They just cannot find an opening to get towards this point. Right now, Atlanta FaZe basically have everything cut off. One player in Mack is going to win that gunfight onto Simp. So he's actually able to break into this hard point. 25 seconds remaining here, but here comes Arcitys. He finds 2. He does get traded by Pred. So now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you want to make sure you keep control of this side of the map. You are getting closer and closer to that finish line. Surge, your main objective right here is to try to chain these kills with great time off P1. It's very difficult to do, especially versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, but that is the way that they want to fight back into this one.
Yeah, this absolutely looks like a team who was undefeated on Bocage without question. Is Pred doing everything he can to try to take down a few, jumps off the gate, but he'll get taken down. aBeZy all the more clever toward the bottom side of house, eventually gets traded, but 24 seconds left before FaZe can call this game one theirs and continue with the undefeated streak on Bocage. As we said, the SMGs, the Surge players doing everything they can to try and at least get a few of these trades, get as many seconds as possible. But it just feels like the inevitable at this point as Cellium tosses out the nade. Now 28 and 18. Fantastic game for MC as Simp is there for the read. Surge thinking about spawns, but at the time, really not favoring anybody. I think we've seen, what, maybe a total of 4 seconds be granted on this hill. It is the full-on awareness from both of these rosters on what this P2 could do for Surge if they were able to get the full 60. But much like Seattle walking away with this Bocage, that thought about taking P2 feels like it could be a dream, but Arcitys pulls out the rat, makes it work. Also, the MP40, a few extra shots in accuracy, and he is done. Simp with a nice few as well. The hard point will clear. 30 seconds now on the game clock.
Atlanta FaZe have the spawns. They have the setup. Great nade coming in from accuracy to try to relieve some pressure on this point. As Pred is able to sneak his way on, but Simp with a huge 2-piece. He's going to be able to at least control it for the time being. 30 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe can still close it out here. They have the spawns.
Yeah, it just looks like FaZe really toying around. Know that they have this game in their hands if they at least can stay alive. Back and forth we go. 20 seconds left at this hill, and the final second will come through for Atlanta FaZe as they will remain perfect on Bocage and take game 1 versus the Surge.
And the reason why Atlanta FaZe, they were able to just basically slow down their game towards the later half of that Bocage is because they started off so well the very first half of the game. Arcitys picks up that streak. They don't use that streak until the second rotation P5. They were just putting themselves in a position, all right, we got this lead. We have the streak to work with if it ever is needed for a break. But then when they put themselves in such a great lead, you see the Seattle Surge players, they have to start committing towards these rotations. You can no longer fight this junk time. Atlanta FaZe, final 20 seconds of every hill, they were still contesting it to the T. And that eventually is what allowed them to grow this lead all the way to the very end. 250 to 165. Seattle Surge simply just could not stop the bleeding. They were doing a great job on their rotations, but once you get those rotations, once you get control of those spawns, you have to be able to chain that with a couple kills. Atlanta FaZe were able to break in whenever they wanted. They're able to take the map number 1 in a pretty dominant fashion.
And how about the consistency from Atlanta as well? The lowest kills, 31. The highest, 34. It was an all-out onslaught from the Atlanta side. And I mean, as we said, Jay, it's been a rough time for Seattle lately. It's been a rough time, and the hard points is coming into this map specifically. I think they were 4-9 in Major 1. They're 1-6 in their last 7, and now you're facing off against FaZe on Bocage. It feels like the perfect duo together. It's just never going to be an easy time, but it's always hard to point out stats, and it's always hard to point out different players, but it felt like one player who just really wasn't there as much as the others. Again, with Simp, a lackluster game, and really a moment where the Surge absolutely need him to go off.
You can just tell that the pacing is off for Simp, especially in this map number 1. He's going to be that guy that's running that second AR in his hands. With the way that Atlanta FaZe was shooting, you have Arcitys who picks up early streaks, Cellium 30 and 21 as you see on our screen. The guys are just stepping up. Both of those AR players just hold down their lanes, and if you're not winning those gunfights, those huge one-on-one gunfights cross map, then you're going to put yourself in a terrible situation. This is what eventually you see the SMG players not really go positive. Pred started off the game like 15 and 10, but start to slow down. When Slip slows down with that AR, Pred's going to slow down with that sub. You need them both to be in sync to see success.
Without a doubt, game 1 in the books, and it will belong to the Atlanta FaZe. But it is time for Tuscan Search Destroy. Also, we got Gavutu control for game number 3 and double Berlins on both Hardpoint and Search Destroy. If it can get there, and I don't know, maybe this is the opener. Maybe this is the opportunity for Seattle. I mean, coming into the vetoes, you and IJ were like, okay, Bocage, it feels like you can already guarantee that to be in the hands of Atlanta, but there is maybe a potential, right? There's maybe something where Seattle can start to dive into this series. Maybe it's in this Tuscan Search Destroy. And if you do remember, back to the Kickoff Classic, it was Seattle who took this in round 11. Maybe it'll happen again.
Yeah, every time for some reason Seattle beats Atlanta FaZe, it's us two casting it, and it's one of the best series of all time. Last time that we saw these two teams match up, though, was at the kickoff. And if you're Seattle, you're not going to be too worried about losing that map number 1 because they were able to win it in a 3-1 fashion, and it all starts with this map number 2. Tuscan Search and Destroy. They were able to clutch up all the way into round 11. And this needs to be the answer for the Surge. They need some kind of life, man, because it's been a very, very tough road for them ever since that stage 1 qualifier. You go out there, you win your first 2 matches, but ever since then, they have literally not put it together. On a 5-game loss streak, they need something, some kind of spark to spark this energy for this team.
They do, man. I mean, they look like this kind of stern talking to by their parents. They got to wake up a little bit. It's Bocage. It's FaZe. It's okay. All right, Surge, you can do this. I feel like I'm being the coach right now. I definitely don't deserve that title, but let's go. Come on, Seattle. But let's take a look at our top performers, though, in Search and Destroy. It is accuracy from the Seattle end, and it is no surprise on the Search and Destroy KD for Cellium. A good old 1.6 there for good old MacArthur.
That's insane because before the major even started, he was sitting at a 2.6. So he only went down a 1 KD ever since that major happens. And keep in mind, he made a loser's bracket run, made it all the way to the grand finals, played a lot of Search and Destroy, and still puts up those insane stats. 1.61, obviously accuracy on the other side, but a little bit of ice in his veins. When he's the guy that's left in the clutch, he's going to be able to find a couple of those extra kills. But you can just see the ranks coming in. The KD ranks for Atlanta FaZe, number 1 out of Cellium, 10 out of Simp. And then obviously aBeZy and Arcitys probably need to step it up a little bit. But if you go back to what happened at that Major 1 finals, they were able to at least win 2 out of the 3 Search and Destroys in this series. They lost every single respawn to OpTic, but Search and Destroy, this is usually where Atlanta FaZe rely on heavily.
Yeah, a lot of people always like to think it's the respawns, but this is what, rather this game mode is what FaZe feels the most comfortable with. That's right, partner. Throughout their run together, as it will be the initial plant for Mack. He falls, but it will be 2 in reply there from Seattle. Quickly flanked is going to be accuracy as he drops from top fire. So FaZe very aggressive to get in the Surge base, which is exactly what they're going to have to do. As Pred's able to find another, it is all on to MC in a 1v2 position made known in only 20 seconds to clutch.
20 seconds, Cellium's going to jump out towards the middle of the map, but Pred reads it beautifully. Great first round coming in from the Surge. I always say it in Search and Destroy, early into these rounds, it's all about tone setting. It's all about who's going to be able to set the tone right off the rip of the game. And right there with Seattle, just going with an all-out A-bomb plant. Mack didn't hesitate on it, even though he gets blooded as soon as he's as soon as he drops that bomb, Seattle were perfectly set up for the crossfires to put the numbers in their advantage. Even in the 2v2, Pred works his way all the way around Church, goes through P5, flanks his way to top fire to pick up that kill, to force it into a 2v1. Great plays coming out of Pred to start off with 3 early kills in the first round.
Good stuff from Pred. Maybe he heard my speech. Who knows? Here we go. Into round number 2, Atlanta. Their first attempt at the attack, and aBeZy and Pred could meet up very, very soon. And give that one over to aBeZy, known for his first bloods, and he'll add another one this time around. But it's the Tiny Terror starting things off nicely. Simp, meanwhile, does have that sniper and makes it land in the middle of getting shot, but he still will take the head of Arcitys. Mack's waiting. Thought for a moment he's gonna get the timing up close and personal. We'll grab it there versus Cellium. Now a 1v1, Mack versus Simp.
Simp's just trying to locate where Mack can potentially be. The bomb is going to be down towards that A site. So if you're Mack, I would sit a corner. I'm playing for the sound cue for him to pick up that bomb, and then eventually you decide to make your move. He's going to put himself in a great spot. 25 seconds. Simp still trying to sniff him out here. But he picks up that bomb. Mack in a great position to clutch it up. Great round from the Mack attack. Even with that early first blood coming in from aBeZy, it was a 4v2 actually.
Yeah.
Like aBeZy gets one, Simp gets one on the late flank, but Mack goes so big to find a couple kills at that 8 point, stays alive, wins a huge one-on-one towards bottom Church, and the clock is on his side right there. You know that the bomb is down towards that A bomb. All you have to do is put yourself in a great position once you hear that sound cue coming here that he has received it. And eventually he was able to clutch up the round. 2 good rounds coming in from the Surge.
Indeed. 2 solid rounds so far. And one big talking point that Simp actually had in one of his post-major vlogs was about this very map in Search Destroy. Their struggles on offense maybe already starting to show its worth again. They're definitely not struggling in the kill department. That's without a doubt. Simp again with the first blood. aBeZy with the melee up close. 2 early kills. There at a Simp and aBeZy. Simp will drop as well. And just like that, it is all on to accuracy. The Iceman, you gonna give him a chance? No, you won't.
Yeah, don't count him out though. You know, accuracy, he can definitely get it done, man. We've seen some insane clutches coming out of the young man over his time competing. But Atlanta FaZe able to stop the bleeding. Believe it or not, Atlanta FaZe in all 3 of these Search and Destroy rounds, they have gotten first blood. Just the last 2 really haven't gone in their favor. Starts off with a 4v3, then a 4v2 in the previous round. But right there, they say, hey, 4v2, we're not going to mess this up ever again. Able to make that one look easy on the defensive side. Now going back on the attack. Atlanta FaZe, you saw the pressure they were putting towards that A bomb. First time, Seattle, they tried a 3-man commit towards that A side. Once again, they're going to go for it once again. Arcitys gets that first blood.
Perfect in first bloods. And Arcitys will add in the second, nearly the third. Simp will just barely escape with 2 HP. That is a 2 in the HP department. And we get some revenge onto Arcitys. Both of them just tagging each other up, but it's aBeZy who will find the ending elimination. Arcitys starting off that round hot and really set up his teammates for the final one.
And you can already see the adjustments. First offense, you saw Arcitys, he was going towards the middle of the map. This time he said aBeZy. Last time they 3-man pushed through it, but I'm going to be here to assist you this time around. He gets the first blood, finds the second, almost finds the third. And that is just 2 clean rounds coming in from Atlanta FaZe. So far, these mid-game adjustments are being made. Tie 2-2. Seattle Surge. So far, their A push has been working. I would like to see them commit to that again.
Pred yet to get a kill in these last 3 rounds. He was great in the opener, but yet to find one. See if that will look to change. Mack again, very aggressive on the plant. Can he get through? Looks as if he will for now. Still halting toward the front side of Church, but aBeZy's there to sniff him out. Another first blood for FaZe. As Simp rounding the corner, shuts down Sib. A 2 versus 3 Seattle in post plant and 28 seconds to work with. They've got Pred on the flank and accuracy lingering over in P5. FaZe not happy with the fact that they don't have enough information to maybe go for the defuse, but now it's all on to Pred. A 1 versus 3, it's the greatest way to start it off. Trying to play the timing, but can't get it in time. A few extra shots necessary to potentially clutch that one out, but it will not be the Aussies' day as FaZe will grab the third.
And I thought Pred put himself in a great position to at least put himself in a clutching spot. I would have liked to see him wrap completely around the A bomb site to go around that P1 side instead of stopping yourself towards Church, because once they eliminate accuracy from top fire, they know in a 3v1 situation, he has to try to check this bomb. Your best bet is to just try to stall enough time for accuracy to either stay alive or work your way all the way around that A bomb site, find one, force it to a 2v2, and then make it a more manageable situation. With only 15 seconds left, he puts himself in Church. He gets the first gunfight, but Atlanta FaZe, they put the body stack on. They're able to win the round. So now Atlanta FaZe back on the attack. This time they're going to switch it up, though. Have a couple players attack through the middle of the map, playing slowly for the objective.
aBeZy trying to lead the way. Simp, meanwhile, with the sniper. A lot of information that could be granted with it, and given the timing, Simp could either find the first blood or be first blooded. Arcitys with the objective, lays it down. As now it's time for the retake. Accuracy called upon for the initial gunfight. Meanwhile, it's Cellium who takes down Pred.
And Cellium's going big on the left flank as well. He knows there's another player in his position, and he's going to be able to win the gunfight. Huge plays coming in from Cell to force it to a 2v2. aBeZy finds one on the accuracy. Now with 23 seconds left, Simp, he's really not going to have a lot of time. He has to try to pick up this kill, but if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're just going to sit nice and dandy in the corner.
Oh, and Cellium, how does he know? How does he know? Cellium backs up inside of fire. It felt like Simp at least had one kill. I was, like you said, Jay, it felt like he didn't have the timing. But Cellium just backs up, the awareness on point, and FaZe are having a great time. Can't see, you know, how Cellium's feeling right now, but, you know.
Sure, can imagine he's smiling there. Yeah, 100%.
He's bugging in the profile picture, but he's got to be dying right now.
When you're the guy that's watching the late flank and then a two-piece just walks in front of you and then eventually you close it out with the third kill as well, that puts him on a 5 spree. Already 2 kills away from picking up that glide. You see Atlanta FaZe. They're trying to put pressure through the bottom of the Church, but this is going to open that late flank. Pred reads it beautifully. He's going to have to go big in this situation.
Big spot and 2 players that he could find. Gets information for 1, but does not know. Okay. Cellium lies just ahead of him. Finds the first, but it's the initial trade back and forth for FaZe. 1 away from the glide bomb as Simp will hop with a defuse. It's up to the rookies, up to the young guns to try to stop this defuse from happening as Simp takes down 2, nearly with the third. It feels like shades of the kickoff classic. Simp takes him down and Pred is there as well. The rookies go big to give Surge another round.
Yeah, that one got a little scary though. If you're Pred, you can just tell he's playing with some hesitation in his game. Like right there, Pred, at least in his day 1 at the kickoff, he's flying top P5, potentially finds that 2-piece. But he tries to play a little more safe, allows one player to get out towards Fountain, and then aBeZy actually was able to pick up a kill. Great adjustments though from Simp to at least put himself in a position to eliminate that player off bomb as the rest of Atlanta FaZe, they would just focus on the positioning of Pred. Once Simp finding that 2, Pred eventually gets back into the play, and Seattle, they were able to take the round.
They take the round. They also take Cellium off of the spree that he was on. Give me a break, aBeZy. Another first blood turns onto Simp. Thankfully, accuracy is at least able to even things up and now give Surge the man advantage up to Arcitys and Simp already. We have just entered this round on Tuscan. And just like that, FaZe now down to just half the team. Mack still gaining bits of information. And maybe an opening.
Yeah, Pred's all the way on the opposite side of the map. So he's going to potentially cause some problems, but this is what's going to make Simp try to be a playmaker. He doesn't spot that player in towards aLLeY. But see, the comms do come in. Mack was able to take him down. So now in a 1v3 situation for Arcitys, this is going to be a difficult task. He's going to get sniffed out. And Seattle Surge, they were prepared for one hell of a round coming in from accuracy to put himself towards that back tank area. Or the back truck. He finds that trade onto aBeZy, but then finds that second kill onto Cellium. Now in a 3v2 situation, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're kind of scrambling. You know that these guys are going to be playing safe in the back of their spawn. But then when Pred puts himself in that position all the way through that A site, they get the bomb down. They find that first kill onto Simp. Then in a 3v1 situation, Arcitys did not have the chance to clutch it as Seattle Surge tied up at 4 apiece.
Big round from the Iceman. Go ahead,
This
Jake.
is going like the kickoff. This is a little bit similar to the kickoff, man.
It is. Is it going to require a round 11? We'll have to find out. Seattle in a must-win type of situation. It just feels that way. Going down 2-0 versus Atlanta FaZe. Not many have done it, but it has happened. And somewhat recently. Here we go. Pred to the top center broken as Arcitys will find the first. Mack instantly on reply with the nade. Pred, the excellent shots toward top church. But Simp will make it now a 2 versus 2. Bomb down in church, and Pred finally gets his chance to get inside of a power position and seizes the opportunity. The headshot onto Arcitys, and now it is up to Simp. A 1v2, 35 seconds to work with. The positive for him is that he doesn't have to worry about the objective at all.
Yeah, so if I'm Simp right now, it's all about just playing this corner until you get that notification that the bomb has been picked up. Now, with 20 seconds left, Simp does hear that. It's about that time to start hitting that rotation. The bomb is going to get planted down towards this B site. So now in the 1v2, Simp is going to work his way in towards Fountain. Going to work his way in towards top B5. And just the way that Seattle are set up, they're prepared for Simp to wrap back to their base. This can catch him off guard if Simp is able to find this player on plat.
It absolutely could. Here comes Simp. Here he comes. Doesn't get the timing. I thought for a moment he could have the angle, but does not get the chance. Surge continue to play the numbers and hold on. And as you said, Jay, I mean, that 1v1 goes slightly differently as Simp doesn't maybe spot Simp out there at the plat. Things could have been totally different, but going big for the team and now puts Seattle up 5 rounds to 4. We said it has to be a W here. And now they're just 1 round away from getting it done. And aBeZy will grab the bomb and Atlanta prepare for what could be the final round. Pred so aggressive inside the middle. Pred is aggressive. Takes down aBeZy to start, but it's Arcitys on the other end. That brings it to a 3v3.
So now if I'm Pred, it's all about just playing your life. You already have Atlanta FaZe on their toes, thinking that they have to watch their front. They have to watch the flank now. You have the man advantage. You do not want to give up your life for free. Still in the 3v3 though. Bomb is going to be down towards the middle of the map. Right now, Atlanta FaZe is just trying to get any ounce of information. They are going to be able to pick up that bomb. Pred slowly trying to work his way towards that P5, but Atlanta FaZe, they're just trying to sniff out Pred. They do not want to get this bomb planted. They do not want to do anything until they notice the positioning of Pred.
Simp finds one, and Pred will fall. Just like that, a 3v3. Now a 1v3 for Mack. Bomb nearly planted. And Simp, how about the shoulder? It's the info. And can Mack do the impossible? Early shots onto one, takes down Simp, and there we have it. Atlanta FaZe, despite dropping in the first blood, despite the crafty plays from Pred, will dig deep and give us OT, much like we saw at the Kickoff Classic.
No, Kickoff Classic. It's looking just like it. Let me tell you right now, if it's a 2v3 and Civ and Pred need to clutch up, it's going to be a straight mirror reaction coming in from the Surge, man. Here we go, round 11. Between these two teams, you're going to have Seattle on the attack. This time Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to give this A plant easy. They're going to have 2 players fully committed towards this push.
Simp doesn't see him.
If you're not the Seattle Surge, you got to be careful. Look at the pressure coming in front of aBeZy. He takes one, almost takes down the second, but at least makes it a 3v3.
Simp did not see aBeZy, but at least is able to get the trade. But Pred, he somehow finds himself on the flank. Makes the 2v2 as Cellium did get the nade to drop. Not a 3v2, but a 2v2. Now his accuracy shuts down Cellium. All up to Arcitys. He runs right past him. He just runs right past him. Arcitys manages to find him. It's a 1v1 Arcitys versus Pred. Pred grabs the bomb, but knows where Arcitys is. He knows where he is, and he'll clutch it out. Pred goes huge, locking it up in overtime. Something about Surge, something about this matchup. They have got the ice in S&D and on Tuscan specifically. Pred wins the 1v1, and now we've got ourselves a game.
such an insane round 11 between both of these teams. I thought once aBeZy puts himself in that position to get that first blood, it's immediately traded. Now in a 3v3 situation, accuracy really steps up tremendously. Even though he's sitting at 7 and 10, in the majority of these rounds that Seattle Surge were able to clutch up, he was able to at least find a 2-piece to close out the round. Picks up that first kill onto the player that was pushing through A, but then perfectly reads in the 2v2 situation of the player overextending on the left side of that outer wall, which is Cellium. Now in a 2v1 situation, you let the guy run right by you, it gets a little scary, but Brad in the 1v1, he reads it beautifully. He knows that Arcitys no longer has dead silence to work with, so he probably gets a couple sound cues in his headset, turns that corner, immediately finds a kill. And that is how you get in the series if you are the Surge, because we knew it was going to be difficult. Last time we saw him at the kickoff, they were able to at least win the 2-3-4, and the Gavutsu control, they dominated Atlanta FaZe in a 3-0. I think it's going to be a little different this go around, because Atlanta FaZe, they know how to play the map, but that is how you want to respond if you're the Surge. To take down a team like Atlanta FaZe on a map like Tuscan, that they've only now played it twice, the 2 wins that they have versus Atlanta FaZe in a 6-5, very typical out of Surge. Now they're into this series tied at 1 apiece.
They are indeed, my friend. I mean, like you said, Seattle Surge, they're able to do it. I think it was Damos on the desk who said the only real advantage, if you want to call it that Seattle could have, is going to be on that Gavutsu control. And now they've got themselves a 1-to-1 game. They've given themselves a chance, an opportunity at an upset, but it's still a very tall task. The climb of the Atlanta FaZe mountain has only just begun, and we're happy that you are on the journey with us in our very final match of the day. But we come back after the break, folks. It is time to find out who will take the advantage in this series, who is going to go up 2-1 after the break. It is time for Gavutsu Control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of our Major II qualifiers. We're in the middle of a great series. It's a classic one between the Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge. Pun fully intended. Let's go and take a look actually at our Game Fuel tactical play. We are going back to round 11. If you just missed it, well, hey, it's a perfect time to have somebody break it down, and there's nobody better than Jeremy Stud. Take it away,
right? Yeah, so right there, Pred, it was a 3v2. In favor of Atlanta FaZe, but he able to work his way all the way around the backside to find that kill onto Cellium. And this is great work coming in from Akshy to at least make it a 2v1 situation, even though he does get traded. But just look how much ground Pred covers on this route. He knows that no players are going to be in towards the left side. No players are going to be in towards bottom church. It's obviously a 1v1. Arcitys just picks up that kill, but you can just hear the sound cues. Arcitys runs out of that dead silence just in the nick of time. Pred just pounces on it, puts himself in a great position to close out the round with the MP40 in his hand. And now we have a series. Now we have a series going into the Gavutsu control. This has not been a good map for either one of these teams. You can see the records there. 1 and 2 for the Surge, 1 and 3 for Atlanta FaZe. And even the rankings. Offensive win percentage for the Surge are going to be 10th. On the opposite side for Atlanta, they're going to be dead last. And in defense, a little bit better on the side of the Seattle Surge. But you see the stats coming in from Pred at 0.97. And when I got the chance to look at the numbers before this map started, shout out to Carson once again, both of these teams basically have the same exact team KD, 0.92. So that tells me one thing. If you can pick up your kills, guarantee yourself a round number 5 in that defense, just in case it gets there, that's how you will want to see success.
Without question, my friend. Also, have to get a quick shout out to CDL Complex, who basically just tweeted out the FaZe just got first blood at 10 out of the 11 rounds that we just saw, and we're basically 0.1 seconds away from going a perfect 11 for 11. They still lose the search destroy. I'm sure Crowder's somewhere screaming, but he's got to focus the boys up for this next control. Wild stuff, Jay, but we'll see how Atlanta FaZe look to try and rebound. This will be the Surge on this attack, and starting things off quite nicely. 3 straight in the feed. And Pred, per typical, loves to make these flanks. He very well could break things open right now, as he'll find Cellium first.
Great plays coming in from Pred. Great plays coming in from the entire Seattle roster. They're already up by 4 lives. They're about to complete this 8-point. Pred does get taken down in their spawn, but they have to pay attention to where aBeZy is going to be coming from. They captured that 8-point, but aBeZy, he's just going to try to reclaim map control right now on the side of Atlanta FaZe, but Accuracy holding down the top gun, picking up kill after kill on a 4 spree. Oh, good shots.
He's got to be so annoying right now. You've got Pred in your base. You've got Accuracy toward the top gun. FaZe are not having a good time, specifically Cellium. An 0-5 start right on cue. Thankfully, is able to find one there onto Accuracy. It very well might as well just be 3 kills that he gets awarded in that moment. A power position. Accuracy makes him work for it. But so far, it is Seattle dominating in lives, up 21-13. Well, no progress has been made yet at B. Pred could be the player to possibly set things up. Drops on the flank, and now it's back to the drawing board for Seattle as Civ gets taken down by the nade. Nice job there from Arcitys. Nice job from Simp from FaZe to hold this one off. As we said, Seattle in the life count advantage. We'll see what they can do with it as Surge reply back with a double kill.
And this is just great work coming in from Surge. They have been able to hold down map control for this entire offensive side so far. 17 and 9 lives remaining. Cellium, great team shots coming in from him and Arcitys to take down Mack lower beach. But if you're Atlanta FaZe, it's only a matter of time before you lose this round. You need to try to fight for some map control.
Oh, and a nice shot from aBeZy. That's a great way to do it. Accuracy again, trying to go toward the top gun. Not gonna work out this time. Pred trying to catch somebody up from FaZe. Okay. Gets his chance. We'll see what they can do with it. He's trying to find the head of Cellium. He's got a great head of hair, but he cannot find any hit markers on it. This FaZe still holding the line. 13 versus 6 and 20 seconds left. The time continues to expire. It's got to be a frustrating situation if you're Seattle. The nade to possibly open things up, but with 10 seconds, it just doesn't look likely. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to grab this, but Pred getting to it based off of lives, trying to make a play. He gets found in the back. It's a 3-for-1 trade. FaZe will hold on despite getting outslayed, despite Cellium starting slow, despite Seattle getting the A objective early. FaZe do not go down.
And that's great work coming in from Atlanta FaZe. If you're Atlanta FaZe, to be trapped in your spawn, basically not have a single ounce of map control, to be able to clutch up on that defense, even though you went down in a couple lives, I'm pretty sure they're down 4. But that is a great response from Atlanta to make sure that they're securing their defensive rounds. Now they're going into an attack. We saw what they were able to do in that one round versus OpTic. They had one of the most offensive dominant rounds that we've seen. But I think it was definitely matched better, or even better yesterday out of NYSL, as Simp opens up with a nice early 2-piece to fight for that map control to start this game.
Yeah, you don't expect things like that to happen very often, right? The New York outslaying by like 19 kills on attack. It's not going to happen too often. But we'll see what FaZe can do on their opener. As we said, number 12 right now on Gavutu on these attacking positions. It's not been great, but you know, a roster like this is going to be in the lab, trying to work and trying to improve the best way possible, as they will be nice and early at that B zone. aBeZy trying to lay down the pressure. So we've got somebody at B, somebody at A, and Seattle got to do a good job with some damage control. And they do exactly that, winning both the 1v1s.
And this is good work coming in from the Surge. I don't know what happened in Atlanta. I literally could not hear you for a second. But the Surge so far, they have just been holding down. Yeah, I can hear you, baby.
Okay,
yeah, I can hear you. This is good work coming in from the Surge to hold down map control. You have a couple players who are contesting towards that A point, but just good work coming in from aCBeZy to continuously hold down top rank, not to allow any Atlanta players to slip on through, as Pred does fine too. They're just picking up kill after kill, making this so difficult for Atlanta FaZe to even get on this point.
Doing a great job so far. 25 seconds left. FaZe yet to get really any progress done. No full ticks yet acquired, and that could be changing here soon. FaZe will look to stack, and they'll continue to win the fights. Headshot after headshot. Arcitys already thinking about pushing out top green, and Seattle say, yep, time to chalk it. They've got it. We'll back on up. Down in lives on defense. We'll see if they can make the same stand that FaZe were just able to do. Oh, I was gonna say, nice work from Cellium up close. The trades potentially there, but still favoring Seattle as the pressure gets applied now on the flank.
So right now, Atlanta FaZe, they're down by 2 kills. So from them, it's all about just making sure you're keeping it close in the kill department, as right now, Seattle Surge, they're keeping control of top rank, just making it so difficult for Atlanta FaZe to get out of their spawn. They do find that opening kill, though, onto aCBeZy with that nade, so you're going to see 3 players starting to approach top ring. So there's going to be 2 players from the Surge ready for this push. With a minute left on the clock, Atlanta FaZe up by 3 lives. If they take control of this top ring, it can definitely get scary on the side of the Surge.
Oh, it definitely could. The long-range shots, and somehow Cellium still has some HP left. Actually, can't believe it. Cellium will go back and join with his teammates over at P1. Hello?
Oh, what a spot.
Hello? I'm taking that one in rank play. Thank you very much, MC. 30 seconds, and we'll see if the spot can come to good usage. Teaching everybody in the CDL, but will it accrue to a round victory? Time will tell. Down in lives, 15 seconds. There's the clearance. That's going to be 2. Simp will make it now 3. Seattle, no respawns left. Simp will at least hop on the objective and allow for the teammates to try and slay on out. Pred will go for a flank, but with those 3 dropping the way that they do, FaZe will get dealt with. And despite the clever little angle from Cellium, it will not work out for a round. Basically, an almost identical type of rounds for both of these teams, despite leading in the slang. It's not happening in the attacking round victories.
And right there, it all comes down to Mack. Like, all 3 of his teammates dropped all around the map, but Mack was in a position to at least hold down the cross in those final nick of seconds. He takes down the first player and then eventually finds a 2-piece. That 2-piece was so huge. Eventually, he does get traded, but then it just leaves Simp on that point by himself. Such a big play coming in from Mack to secure the defensive round on the side of the Surge. I'm pretty sure right there, Atlanta FaZe also was able to outslay by 4, so we're dead even in the kill department right now.
Love that. Love to see it. Even control so far throughout this game, and great pressure.
Okay.
Already displayed from aBeZy, as has been all Atlanta so far, as they'll try to change those slang numbers the best way that they can. aCBeZy, the farthest pushed up player, the only man at the 50-yard line. He's got to make FaZe really work for it, trying to stay alive and Trying to provide some sort of a lane for his teammates. Can accuracy go big? Continuing to win fights, and he'll go back toward the top gun before he gets made quick work of. Nice nade comes through from Simp, takes him down. 40 seconds, and it just continues to be this same story. Can Seattle finally get to this objective? They've had to work so desperately even to get to this point. And we'll see what they can do now in their first opportunity at it.
They have one player that's on it, one player that's all the way pushed out towards green, so Pred has to try to go big, but unfortunately he does get taken down. First ticket progression does get completed at A, but there's still a lot of pressure coming in from Atlanta FaZe to try to not allow them to complete this point. Number 8 on your mini-map in Simp. Trying to be a nuisance in their spawn. He does get taken down by accuracy, so that's great work coming in from Seattle. They're picking up kill after kill. They should be able to close out this 8 point and extend time by a minute.
Seattle, the one opportunity and really the last chance potentially at it, and they'll make it work. Another minute added to the clock. And really, it's the pushes through green that they're going to rely on. FaZe, aware of such, decide to place themselves toward the top side of the map. And we always like to say it, as Mack finds himself now on 5. A beautiful double kill there on the Cellium and aBeZy. A big situation for Surge. They drop in this position and they could get picked apart off of spawn, but accuracy continues to win the fights on players trying to make the flank. Meanwhile, it's Mack, despite sitting on the spree, trying to set aside the streak and value the objective instead. Nice 1v1 win versus Cellium. It's not the glide bomb, but it is the time stopped at 55 seconds.
Yeah, if you're Mack, you just want to stay alive. You want to allow your teammates to look over you. If you can pick up a kill, that's going to be even better. But Cellium, with the Kobe over the top, is able to find 2 kills. Arcitys with the 3rd. So just what looked like Seattle Surge having full map control, Atlanta FaZe answer and take it right on back. 40 seconds remaining. You see all of Surge. They're currently down by 1 kill. Make it 2 as aBeZy does pick that up. But they're just going to play this slow. They know this is basically an impossible round to win on the offense. So much map control coming in from Atlanta FaZe. You do not want to go down big in the kill column.
It's fair to say, Jay, we cannot wait until that update comes. When it comes
can't wait.
Been told it's not too far away. Not going to come down to kills anymore in those round 5s. And I'm sure there's a lot of teams out there who are celebrating that. Nice little angle from accuracy. We got everybody showing us some spots.
Right? I can't wait to get into rank later.
I can't wait to not play with you because you're too high ranked for me, buddy.
It's unfortunate, pal. Unfortunate.
It really is. What, you're only like 1,300 SR ahead of me? Something like that?
Yeah. That means you're losing a lot. We need to lock in, Lando. Come on.
It is. Yeah, I don't know. It's the MP40 update. It just really threw me off. That's it. I'm still running the F8, by the way. It's really not good, Jay.
Okay. All right.
I really do need to lock in.
Yeah, we need to lock in. It's all good, though. Atlanta FaZe, they're able to clutch up on the defense. I'm pretty sure they were able to walk away with that round, at least up by 1 kill. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, you want to make sure you keep the kill department close, just in case it does go to that round number 5. But look at the pressure coming from Atlanta FaZe. They're going to commit towards his B point. Pred has to try to go big. He gets taken down. That's an early 2 kills. Simp, going to be the player that watches Cross. He does take down 1, takes down 2. And just like that, would look like a great push from Atlanta FaZe to start us off. Simp shuts it down.
He does indeed. Finally gets dealt with. The Cellium now enters 4 in a row territory. Mack staying alive as well. It's Simp on one side. It's Mack on the other as the nade will finally deal with him. But regardless of that, Seattle players on both sides of the map doing an excellent job and holding off Atlanta the best way that they can. Cellium now on 5 in a row as Sib hunts through the middle of the map, trying to find something. Cellium now 6 in a row. 1 away from the glide bomb, utilizing the spot again, and that will be it for the streak. 7 in a row. Accuracy's got to be heated.
Now this is
the glide bomb.
This is where it gets scary on the side of the Surge, because now if you're Atlanta FaZe, the only thing you're thinking about is completing this A objective. You have that glide bomb to work with. You try to approach towards B, as you see Cellium is trying to take more map control as a couple of new players from the Seattle Surge are deciding to give up this 8 point. But it's only a matter of time before he calls in this glide bomb. Huge one-on-one gunfight comes in from accuracy. Pred follows up with the 2nd. And that 8 point it still isn't going to be completed. Seattle Surge, they're actually going to push it. They're going to be able to get on it as well and stop that 2nd ticket progression coming in.
They absolutely are. Accuracy, great shots that are on to Cellium. Staying up. And with 20 seconds left, as FaZe continue to fall. That could be what decides the round. Cellium gonna have to hold on to that glide bomb for this round number 5. Seattle up in lives, at least right now in this round.
It's even.
Fred falls, and every one of these lives means so much. Jay, where do we sit on that?
It's even. It's even right now.
Oh, no.
I don't know how this is going to go. I don't think I've ever seen a tie at the kill going into a round number 5. But okay. Which team is going to get defense? Which team is going to get offense?
Somebody have a coin?
Still had that glide bomb to work with. Yeah, coin flip might be good right now. Unless my math is terrible. If my math is terrible, I'm really sorry about this, guys. But in my mind, I think it's going to be tied.
Lord knows you're better with numbers than I am. And there you have it. Seattle will get the attacking side for round 5. It's got to be heart-wrenching. It's got to be heartbreaking, but we'll see if they can dig deep regardless. Accuracy, he goes strong over at A, when in reality, it's actually the push over toward B. All out aggressive for Pred. It will force the unfortunate team kill, but aBeZy will pick up off of it regardless. A few unfortunate spots for FaZe, but they rebound, and a great play at that. Both teams tempting to try and make some plays over at that B zone, but it's been sniffed out every time from the defense. Seattle just moments away from getting the early A zone capture as Arcitys, much like his tiny terror duo, look to force the issue over on the flank, sitting behind enemy lines. It could make some plays happen. Meanwhile, it's Pred also making a play.
This is great pressure coming in from Seattle Surge. They're able to find 3 kills in the feed. Last player farthest pushed up is going to be Simp. He is going to be able to at least take down 1. He does have that top break control to potentially contest this player on towards B. As Atlanta FaZe able to eliminate Pred from that position and take down accuracy. And even though they're going to be able to give up this A point for free to the Seattle Surge, time is going to be extended by a minute. It's only a matter of time before Cellium actually uses that glide bomb for a defensive hold.
That's right, partner. And then has to sit in the minds of Seattle.
Yeah.
Throughout that capture, sitting in the boat for now. Maybe trying to bait out the streak. It's not going to happen.
Got to. You have to bait it out.
As they pretty much try to get from checkpoint to checkpoint. From boat over toward green, and maybe the back of the base is how they're going to get this done. Early trades are out, and it is favoring Surge for the moment. Simp doing everything he can to try and stay alive. A few of his teammates at P1, they go for the pinch.
Oh!
Continues to stay alive. Now on 4 in a row, but Surge trying to be careful with the glide bomb that could come in at a moment's notice. At any second, it could get brought in from the skies. When does Arcitys look to try and invest this? Excuse me, Cellium bringing it in. It's not Arcitys, it's in fact Cellium. He'll finally get the timing and take down accuracy in the objective.
Now look at aBeZy.
aBeZy can make the play.
aBeZy takes down 1. Now he's able to take control of that top ring. Challenges the second as well. Does get traded by Simp. Simp been having himself one hell of a map. He was 22 and 35. Map number 1 with a 0.6. In order to fight against Atlanta FaZe, you need to be able to step up in the slang. 31 and 26, having a complete turnaround here. But with 35 seconds left, 10 to 9 lives remaining. This is basically going to be the last push for the Seattle Surge. They have ring control. You have a lot of pressure coming in from the back. They're able to chain a couple of kills together. Simp trying to do everything he can from low beach, but that's going to be every player on the side of Atlanta FaZe eliminated from that 50-yard line. Everybody spawning in the back of their base. Seattle Surge get on the point.
Oh, here we go. 8v6, 23 seconds. Accuracy at least. Trying to set up his teammates to put that life advantage to good use. Pred will sniff him out. He'll find 3. It is Pred with the triple. Atlanta, no respawns left. Accuracy, he will fall in the objective. Time is going to continue to flow as Arcitys finds 2 of his own. It's a 5 versus 3. Mack's going to get found out as well. aBeZy taking him down. 4v3, somebody from Seattle is gonna have to slay out or get to the objective. Our FaZe gonna hold on. Accuracy, he's gotta run. He's gotta get here. He'll stop the clock, but he drops, and it will be Atlanta FaZe clutching up somehow, some way. They will walk away with the round 5 W. It felt like Seattle, it felt like it was theirs. Moments away. as the GvU2 control will slip through their fingers, and FaZe now up 2-1.
That had to be the most difficult GvU2 control on the defensive side that I have ever seen from Atlanta FaZe. Remember, the very first offense, Seattle Surge, they put a lot of pressure on Atlanta FaZe. They went down to their final couple of numbers, about 6 lives remaining, and they were able to clutch up. And right there towards the very end, I thought once Pred found that 3-piece, it was going to be over. But Atlanta FaZe, they never gave up. Once they shut down Pred out of their base, they know all we have to do is set up a bunch of teammates onto the player on point. You eliminate him, you watch the cross, and then it only leaves one player, which is that player that was outer fence. But as we take a look, let's just relive it. Let's take a look at the highlights of the final seconds of this game. As you see, Pred, it's not the final second, it's still 23-20, but this was a great start from Seattle Surge. The amount of pressure that they were able to put on early into this round is great work. Pred, he lives and dies in the back of their spawn. Every time you spawn up, if you're playing against Pred, make sure you turn around on GvU2 control, because he's most likely will be there.
That's facts.
Sib goes big though. Sib finds these couple of kills, but in those final moments, Atlanta FaZe were not panicking. They did not have a lot of lives remaining. 7v3, aBeZy finds that opening kill onto Pred. Now they take that player off a point. If you're number 6, your job is to simply hold down this cross. Arcitys does a great job of doing that. The last player farthest pushed up has to be Mack. They take care of him, and then now, with 12 seconds left, this play simply all comes down to Pred. If Pred can somehow, someway find a kill and get on this point, that's the only way that the Surge are going to be able to at least try to take this map, because they were spawning so damn far away. Once they eliminate Pred from the back of their spawn, your main focus from Atlanta FaZe is literally watch top ring cross. If we do not let them get on this point, we should be able to close it out, and that is what you call clutch and ice in the veins of Atlanta FaZe to take a commanding 2-1 lead in this series.
Icy stuff from the Atlanta boys. It was a 2v6 clutch on control yesterday for Seattle on Tuscan. It is a 3v7 clutch out of Atlanta today on GvU2. That's what it takes for them to go up 2-1. As we said, man, like, you know, we're coming into this series, we're talking about how, hey, there could be an opportunity for Seattle. They're coming, right? They're coming out hot. They want to walk away with this dub. The Seattle franchise wants to hold over Atlanta's head something, and at the very least, it could be their matchups versus each other. But FaZe, they get the big W. Now it's time to focus our attention toward this next Berlin Hardpoint. And if mine serves me right, partner, I want to say both these teams haven't played this a lot, at least for FaZe. I think they've only played it like one time.
Yeah, so this was like FaZe's auto veto, but obviously as we go throughout the rest of the year, they're going to want to expand their map pool. So they're sitting currently on this map 1-0, but this is like when you're playing in these qualifier matches, you want to try to go out there and basically use this as practice. They're going up against a team in the Seattle Surge who haven't really had a lot of success on this. They're sitting at 2-4. This has not been one of their strongest hard points. Their best hard point has to be Tuscan, and it's unfortunate that's not going to be in this series. So for the Seattle Surge to come back in that control the way that they did, even though they lost, like, where has this Surge been these last couple of matches? Like, this Surge team, it looks like they can compete with the best, especially when you're pushing a team like Atlanta FaZe to around number 5, where you potentially should have been able to close it out and be up 2-1 in this series. Now you're going into a Berlin hardpoint. This is where it gets a little scary, obviously, because they got a little bit more reps on it. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to just have to make sure you're doing exactly what you did in that first hardpoint. You start off hot, potentially pick up some streaks, but you need to make sure that you're keeping those rotations on point. Because on the side of the Surge, especially on this map, their team KD on this is a 0.83. They really struggle when they're just trying to pick up these kills, and it simply comes off those rotations. If they rotate, get some great holds versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, we should have had the potential to see a map number 5.
Yeah, you do indeed. One guy who stepped up dramatically in that GvU2 control was not just Cellium, but it was the guy on the right side of the screen. The player who actually sat on the bench of Atlanta FaZe last year, that being Sib. He goes big in the GvU2 control, so close to walking away with that dub. As you said, buddy, Seattle with slightly more experience on this map, but it's not really treated them all that kindly. I went back through the binders and I found the information. A 250-142 loss versus Toronto and a 250-186 loss versus Paris. Arguably one of the most difficult losses that a team has suffered this season. Can Seattle force the game 5 and maybe end this 5-game losing streak? We will have to find out, as here we go into Berlin and starting it off nicely.
It's a good start from the Surge. You're starting on that plat side, so the fact that they were able to get a clean 4 dead basically has this hill uncontested as Pred is putting so much pressure towards Trains. With 20 seconds left, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to start thinking about that rotation because Pred is finding kill after kill before he eventually does get taken down. And Mack, he's going to be that player from the surge here. It's going to have a huge one-on-one going up against Cellium. Actually, multiple players from Atlanta FaZe coming in, so Mack has to try to go big here.
I love that play from Pred. He's like, you know what, there's a door. I'm just going to try to open it. Oh, and Mack, he's got some support. He and Simp all of a sudden together. Arcitys doing everything he can to pretty much just give some information to his teammates. Let him know where Mack seems to be hiding, still lingering, eventually found out. FaZe with some free seconds as Arcitys will have some support fire. And for the first time after our first hill and a half, it will be FaZe getting some seconds on the board. But Surge, they have to be careful. They don't want to give away spawns for next, but they still want to try and contest this and doing a great job so far.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of just putting on the pressure from that street side. They know that they basically have the spawns locked up.
Well, that's
as they're finding kill after kill. The farthest player pushed up has to be Cellium, but with Simp spawning the way that he was towards that top plat, they should know it's basically locked down. As they're still finding a lot of time off of this P2 hardpoint. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to try to break on this because you need to try to change this towards that fire hill. Trades going back and forth. Cellium able to get the better of Pred in that gunfight. But now you start thinking about that rotation. Seattle Surge are going to be here already.
A great shot from Seattle, as you said, buddy. Over at Library, they do an excellent job at least contesting, not allowing for many seconds to go toward the Atlanta end.
Okay.
And a few shaky shots over at the street. There goes accuracy as well. A very developed push for FaZe as they will gain spawns. Now over toward the top left of your map. We'll see what they can do with it as Cellium ends his spree on 4 in a row. Pred still finding some kills and fire, trying to heat up, but not in the way that he unfortunately will get taken out. Arcitys will drop as well. FaZe with the time, FaZe with the close spawns, but will allow for them to get a few seconds. And a nice shot from Cellium.
Great work coming from Atlanta FaZe to execute the brick on that and at least get a good 40 seconds off of that P3 hardpoint to get themselves back into this game. Now it's all about the rotation. Pred does find that kill onto Arcitys, but does he read the player in aBeZy?
Oh.
He does not. aBeZy's going to win a huge one-on-one. So now, these is where the spawns can start to get a little funky. Yeah, Pred is going to be spawning towards that back train alley, but if aBeZy can win this gunfight, this is where you'll start to see these spawns trying to flip out.
And as we said,
or not.
Oh, well, maybe not as right. Back and forth we go. aBeZy up and inside of the hill, does get a moment. Force some breathing room, but quickly 3, make it 4, go down for the Seattle end. And I don't know about you, Jay, but a Surge currently locked things down at train. It just feels like the sense of urgency is there from this Seattle team. There's been so many people who have talked about, oh, hey, you know, this is just a team that figured out the game early. It just feels like they are playing with so much weight on their shoulders, the presence, the awareness. And the big thing for Seattle as well, my friend, is that they don't really know. Like, they don't have a result to prove otherwise. They don't have a result yet to prove that, no, we weren't just a team at the beginning of the game, but this victory would definitely do that if they can get at least to a game 5.
And right now, just the way they are playing this hard point is textbook. Up by 80 points. Players are taking long routes. As you see, Pred, he was able to flip these spawns and take control of that plat side. So now spawning all of Atlanta FaZe towards that back warehouse. And if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to try to at least get some good chunk of time off of this to get back into this game. Trades going back and forth. Arcitys is going to be the last player up that tries to flip these spawns, and he actually does so as well. So now you have all of Atlanta FaZe spawning out towards that top plat, but this time is going to go uncontested for the Surge for a couple seconds.
Hello!
Oh my!
Hello! A 14 team spree out of the Seattle Surge. A great hold at trains, and are we going to see a perfect hold at P5 as well? Cellium, of course, laughing his way to the nade kill. Down by 100 seconds, the Surge are coming out and not giving this one away. They want a game 5, and it almost feels like it has to be a game 5. In talks of rotation, Simp trying to make a play on the flank and seeing the boys from Atlanta try to flip the spawns and try to make something after what has been a lackluster first side of rotations. Arcitys walking to the office trying to make it his own, trying to stay alive as he'll have some teammate support, but so far it has been all Seattle up to this point. An 80-point advantage, but FaZe come roaring back as Arcitys now sits on 4 in a row.
And now Pred, He tries to be the playmaker, but he eventually does get taken down. So Atlanta FaZe successfully break into this P1 hardpoint. Now with 30 seconds left, you already see what the Surge are doing. They're trying to flip these spawns. They want to get towards the backside of that warehouse, or potentially at least set up that pinch to not give Atlanta FaZe all this time. Cellium's able to find a huge 2-piece to slow down the pressure from the Surge, make it 3. It's gonna be a huge one-on-one between him and Accuracy. Just gonna try to stay alive if you're Cellium, jumping back and forth, hit him with the bunny hop, but Accuracy is able to walk away with the gunfight. So now, Atlanta FaZe are able to get back into this game at least a good 25 to 30 seconds off of that P1, but now it all comes down to this rotation right here. You have to be able to get a good chunk of time off of this when you're securing these spawns.
How about Mack? Mack trying to make the play. An excellent game so far. 20 and 10. Gets called upon again, but aBeZy's there to read him. It doesn't set up somebody like Simp to go for more of an off angle. He gets challenged. aBeZy will handle him as well. Down by 100. FaZe are right back in this game. We'll see what Seattle look to do, how they attempt to try to break this. Mack catching out players from the top, and just like that, Surge, they break right on through again. As we said, Jay, where has this Seattle team been? They are breaking hills. They are running right through. Mack sits a double positive, for God's sake, and already trying to contest for this next rotation. FaZe will handle that. They will have spawns for P3, but a great break for Surge as they are ever close to breaking the double century mark, a hill that could define this game. If Surge can break, it would feel like the ultimate dagger, as here comes the glide bomb.
Glide bomb's gonna get called in, but you have all of Atlanta FaZe just sitting inside. They're gonna be playing this tight, so this opens up that street side for the potential pinch to come in. Number 2, in Accuracy, is able to work his way all the way around, finds 1 kill, potentially finds a second, but a good team shots coming in from Cellium to shoot that car, get that nade kill. But here comes Mack. Mack is able to flip these spawns. Mack with a great 2-piece to open up this break for the Seattle Surge. 30 seconds remaining on this point.
Mack goes big, but FaZe still spawning here. We'll see if they can get the time. We'll see if they can get the time. They still continue to drop. Mack hanging out, taking a breather, and not trying to damage the upholstery at the meantime. 13 seconds left. Pred not able to win the 1v1. It is a race now toward the next hill, as Surge at least try to apply some pressure, keep FaZe in the back of the base. You even see the stuns being tossed out. Anything that they can do to halt Atlanta's progress, they will try to make happen. Pred sent forth. He gets dealt with as well. Surge, no, it's just a matter of time before FaZe arrive. But what will they do? Once they get here, they run right into the perspective of Mack down the barrel as he looks at 2 more kills. 1 more player on the flank is going to be aBeZy. He tries to make his way in the hard point as well. Gets dealt with too. 20 seconds away. Can Surge force the game 5?
Atlanta FaZe are all spawning out towards trains. Accuracy hitting a great 2-piece to at least slow down the pressure for now. 23 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint. Seattle can still get it done. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to try to contest this to the nick of time, but you do not want these spawns to flip. You need to get a contest in. Cellium trying to go big, but Simp answers with 2 of his own. They can still close it out here.
They absolutely can. They absolutely can. Somebody from FaZe has to at least contest for a moment. Pred doing everything he can to watch over. And Seattle, a statement game on the Berlin. 0-2 on the map, but who cares? There is something about Seattle versus FaZe that just has got upset written all over it. As we said, Jay, the sense of urgency is there. FaZe, no, or rather Surge, no. We've lost 5 games straight. Let's take it to a franchise that we have bettered in our last 2 encounters. A 250 to 161 game. Are you kidding me?
I can see why Atlanta FaZe, this was their auto veto. They were just struggling on the rotations, man. Like Seattle Surge, they started off with a great P1 getting 50 seconds. And then Atlanta FaZe, they put themselves in a great position to at least respond on that P2 hardpoint with the spawns in the back warehouse. But Surge, they were able to control the spawns for that P3 and contest it basically all the way down to the very last second of that time. You did not allow Atlanta FaZe to get even 20 seconds off of that P2 hardpoint. And then as of that, when the Seattle Surge, they just started to get a little bit more hot. You were able to chain that P2 to that P3, grow the lead a little bit more. But then towards the later half of the game, we have to give a shout out to Mack, man. This guy was stepping up tremendously. He puts himself in great positions with that AR in his hands, finds a 2-piece left and right. And while he's doing that, the entire time his SMG duo in Pred is flipping the spawns. That was what you call textbook hardpoint coming in from Atlanta FaZe to force it to the game 5. I'm telling you, every time we cast these two teams, it's always one hell of a series, and I expect nothing less.
Oh man, this is wild. Like, surely this isn't gonna happen, Jay. Surely not.
I don't know.
FaZe,
Ken.
we talked about it. They got to be angry. They got to be so ticked after their loss in the finals at the Major, and now they've got Seattle nipping at their heels again. My goodness, what an installment. The third time these teams have matched up. Obviously, we've been casting them, and every time it is Seattle with the upset. It happened at the Kickoff Classic. It happened at Major 5 on LAN. Can it happen again? As we said, it is the trilogy. Will it be Seattle coming out on top again with the upset when they need a victory the most? Or will FaZe rebound for the first time in a few months versus this Surge franchise? If you have not done so already, tweet out the stream, hashtag CDL 2022. It is going to be a game. It is going to be a brawl. When we come back, it is Berlin Search and Destroy, Surge versus FaZe.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match here at day 2 of our Major II Qualifiers. Lado and Standy here to guide you through another Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge game. It is the trilogy match in which Seattle have won the last 2 encounters. They win at Major 5 back in Cold War, a game 5 in which Classic goes off. Then at the Kickoff Classic, where Seattle were able to take it 3-1. Can they do it again? Can Seattle, when they need a W the most off of 5 straight losses, get the job done again versus FaZe? Or will Atlanta finally come out on top and get something going after a major loss in the finals versus OpTic Texas? We're about to find out, Jay, and so far it has been the Mack attack show.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger of a game 5 between both of these teams. Obviously, on one side for Atlanta FaZe, they have a 3-2 record. For the opposite side for the Surge, they're sitting at 2-4. And the 2 wins that they do have, if you remember, it's all the way into round 11. Accuracy, for some reason, hits different during the later half of this game. But here we go, early on. The pressure coming in from Seattle Surge towards the safe bomb. Pretty sure Mack was able to at least spot that player in aBeZy on the site. Oh, but he runs right into the pre-aim of Pred. Pred is able to get the first blood. Arcitys with the answer.
Owen tossed out the nade. So close to Mack. And not able to lay down the objective. Just a half second away from laying down the bomb at that A site. And Simp will be able to pick it up and also find a kill. On top of that, he also escapes with his life, for God's sake. Meanwhile, player number 2, in accuracy, is set up for the crossfire over for the top side of the map and trying to provide some clearance. As Arcitys will get the read, and you can see how fast on the hunt that he will be. Both teams with numbers and both teams with information, as the bomb will be planted at B. Now up to FaZe on the retake.
And the accuracy, he's playing this round flawlessly. He's holding on the cross to give the information to his teammate in Sib when one player is gonna cross towards that B bomb. But with 30 seconds left, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you cleared out the back of their base. You know that there's gonna be no one playing the clutch spot towards that top warehouse. It's all about putting the pressure on towards this bomb. Accuracy gonna be able to give up his positioning, but now this is where Sib can collapse.
They might try to hop with the defuse. They might have to try to hop with the defuse. Oh, the shot of a lifetime takes down Cellium. Arcitys will not be on the defuse, but accuracy is there to wind it out. You can see on Seattle's faces what the opening round means. How about the snap from Sib? Accuracy there for the 1v1. Incredible stuff in our opener.
Such a big play coming in from Sib. Such a big one-on-one. If he does not win that gunfight, the round is definitely a little bit more difficult. But I think accuracy, he still puts himself in a great position to at least clutch up the round as he wrapped all the way back on the opposite side of the spawn in the final seconds of that defuse. Atlanta FaZe were not able to get it, so Seattle Surge answered early into this game. Now we go into the attacking round with Atlanta FaZe, and look how much pressure they're putting on towards B. aBeZy's already in their spawn.
Oh, he is, and he's going to get the information on the Pred. You can almost write this off as an instant first blood. Hello, a little bit of shaky shots. Still finds it regardless. Sib keeping up that hot spree, is able to find one on the Simp before he gets traded out. And speaking of trades, accuracy now brings it to a 2 versus 2. Bomb laid down. And now we'll see how Surge look to retake this. An equal situation to what we saw last time, but this time it is Mack walking away with the opening kill. And based off of accuracy's position, he knows that he's got to at least be somewhere around the bomb site. He's been holding this ADS for so long, goes for the bait, but Arcitys wins the first, baits out the shots, but can't make it land. It will be Mack clutching out the 1v1. Will get the defuse as well. Finds both kills in the 2v2 and gets the objective down on top of it. 2 big rounds in both of them, going the way of Surge.
And I thought that round was going to completely get shut down on the side of Atlanta FaZe once aBeZy puts himself all the way in their spawn. He was able to find that first blood, but then Simp, he goes so massive, at least picking up 1 kill before he drops at that B bomb, which allows his teammates to eventually set up on that long flank. You had Accuracy and Mack hit that long route to set up that pitch, but I think the biggest kill had to be taking down aBeZy towards that middle map, because right there you saw Atlanta FaZe, they planted that bomb to see it from top fire. Once they get that kill onto aBeZy, that's basically playing the clutch spot, they know that Arcitys has to be in bomb. They played the trades beautifully. Mack goes using a one-on-one to now take a commanding 2-0 lead. And right now you see the Surge. They started out that very first offense with pure aggression. They're just going to slow it down a little bit this round.
So far, Jay, I mean, obviously we're in a game 5 for God's sake, but it just feels like this Seattle team is back at Kickoff Classic. Like, it just feels like this team is firing again. Pred has been great. Sib has returned back to form, and this has been a series and a half there from Mack. As he'll be there to plant the bomb. The continuous objective plays over at this B site. aBeZy could easily get caught off guard. Oh, and Pred with a nice little angle. It's going to be able to feed that information over to his teammates. A nice entry there for Accuracy. Cellium drops. And that is a sweat off the brow type of situation. If you're Seattle, there goes Arcitys. aBeZy's at least able to find 1, but here comes Pred around the corner for 1 and also stays alive. aBeZy with no time to go for the defuse. It doesn't matter. It will be another round for Seattle. Round the corner, aBeZy goes, but he will hit the floor hard. And Seattle will grab their 3rd round in a row.
Right now, Seattle Surge, they are playing perfect search and destroy. And on the opposite side for Atlanta FaZe, they're playing a little shook. Like, I don't know if you can get that feeling. For me, it's looking like Atlanta FaZe, they're not really trying to go for the chow. They're not putting themselves in a great position to close out a bunch of these rounds. Like Cellium, he was that player that watches the cross. You watch the guy cross, but then you commit 3 players towards the flank. And at that point, it's a 4v4 retake. If you don't start with that opening blood, it's going to basically be impossible to win. Right now, the Surge, they're just steamrolling through this game 5.
Cellium 0-3, Simp 1-3. The top S&D players have been silenced through our first 3, and Mack again with the first blood to open it up. Thankfully, aBeZy is at least able to find 1 himself. An instant 3 versus 3 as Pred drops. There goes Mack as well. A great attack. Into the office they go, but now it comes down to Sib. A 1v3. He gets caught off guard. And finally, FaZe are able to answer and put 1 up on the board.
For some reason, between these two teams of Search and Destroy, whoever gets the first blood has been losing the round. We saw it in the very first S&D. Atlanta FaZe, they got 10 out of 11 first bloods, but they still ended up losing that Search and Destroy. Right there, Mack opens up with the beautiful starting nade. But when aBeZy is able to even up the numbers by taking out Accuracy, they just put on the all-out pressure in towards that bomb. They play the kills, force it to a 3v1 with Simp all the way across the map. And finally, Atlanta are able to get on the board. They just need to be able to stop the bleeding right now with this defensive win, because it's going to be a 3-on-3 all-out head bash towards his A bomb.
Was it going to be the rotation?
Okay.
Player 3, the man with the bomb, decides to make the rotation and lead the way over at the street. Accuracy's here. And Cellium, the only player really in a position to stop this again. But at the back of your minds, Pred with the first blood, Mack with the second, as they will open things up with the MP40. All 4 players drop in about 4 seconds. Pred is getting loud, and you can see on the face of Seattle a level of calmness, a level of comfort. And on the other end for FaZe, it's panic.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Seattle Surge smile in quite some time, but they are feeling themselves right now. It all starts with Accuracy giving that call out to how many players are crossing towards that A bomb. Their early round commitment was probably like, hey, let's just all out attack towards A. We're basically going to play off Accuracy's call out. Once he gives that call out, the bomb rotates back towards B, and then they just slowly pick apart the players from Atlanta FaZe. It's always been that one island player that's just messing up the plays from on the side of Atlanta. It's been Pred, it's been Mack. But at least going into this round, aBeZy, Simp, and Arcitys are able to find 3 early kills, turning into a 4v1 immediately. Simp last alive, and that's going to be a clean round from Atlanta FaZe.
It's just like you just know, right? The FaZe have the potential to do this in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
You see it on display right there. And what both of their round victories so far, it has been these aggressive pushes over at A, where regardless if they get the first blood or not, they are just storming through. That will be something to think about the next time that we see FaZe on the attack, is whether or not they'll continue to do what works or maybe change things up. But down 4-2. It is already time for the swing round, a much needed victory if you're FaZe. Accuracy to watch the cross, and Seattle to make the plays over at A. They've got a 3v1 advantage, and Arcitys will back up.
Yeah, if you're Arcitys, all you want to do is just try to get one, or at least get out with your life. But Pred puts on the pressure, is able to find a 2-piece. Simp follows up with a third. So now it's Cellium all left up to him in a 1v4 situation. His position is going to get called out. He does go for the challenge onto Pred, able to win the first. But now in a 1v3 situation, bomb planted at A.
Don't let MC get any bit of information. Don't let him get any easy kills. The first one on the Pred also beams Mack as well.
Hey.
Pulls out the pistol, ready for the challenge versus Simp. Oh, and Simp will take it. He will take it. It felt like Cellium had all three ready in his line of sight, but not able to walk away with it. I know we talked about Pred maybe throwing away his life at the end, but the way that he starts off this round is unbelievable. And now Seattle find themselves up 5-2.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Atlanta FaZe or not, but you got to see the way that they're playing this Search and Destroy. It's literally all on accuracy. Accuracy is giving them the play calls on the start of these offensive rounds based off the cross. He sees no one crossing towards A, and they're just going to fully commit towards that bomb plant and plant it. But now we go into the defensive round for Seattle. They already start off with the first blood, all out aggression towards B.
Oh, and they find the second. They instantly find the second. It's all on to Cellium and Arcitys. Is this going to happen? Is it going to be deja vu again as Cellium falls? It's all on to Arcitys. A 1 versus 3. A minute left on the clock, and thankfully he's got the objective on his back because he is going to need all the help that he can get. All up to him. Everybody from Seattle focused, aware of his position. And here he comes. Pred with the first bit of info as Arcitys has to back on up. Knows that somebody has to be toward the street. Somebody's toward the street, but Seattle again will take out the Atlanta FaZe. It's the trilogy as they will complete the upset, not just once, not just twice, but in their 3 encounters versus each other. It is deja vu. And you can say goodbye to the 5-game losing streak. And welcome back, Seattle.
Where the hell has Seattle Surge been in these last couple of matches? Because just watching them in this series, you can just tell they were playing with a little bit more pep in their step, and they knew exactly how they wanted to execute the game plan. Like I said, accuracy, he only goes 3 and 4 in that last map, 398 damage. It might not seem like he was doing a lot, but just the information that he was giving to his young teammates on how they wanted to attack some of these offensive rounds was beautiful, man. Straight textbook Search and Destroy. To win it versus a team like Atlanta FaZe 6-2, Atlanta FaZe, they don't really have a lot of success on this, but then for accuracy and the boys to really clutch up in the game 5, it all starts with accuracy, given the call-outs on offense, man. Like, that was their bread and butter every single time. Calls out the cross. Once you see at least 2 people cross, you have the man advantage. You decide at that point if you want to hit the rotation back or not. But in their very last offense, you see Arcitys, he was prepared for the gunfight versus accuracy across the map. But if you're accuracy, you're not worried about the gunfight. You're worried about the information. The fact that you see nobody cross that A bomb, you already know it's going to be a freebie bomb plan. All we have to do is watch our flank, watch the middle of the map, and they executed that game plan flawlessly in that map number 5 to take this series. Let me tell you, man, if Seattle Surge are ever in a slump, just give them a series versus Atlanta FaZe. They're going to be out of it quick.
Oh, that's without a doubt, my friend. Let's go and take a look at our Scump play of the game, and it is that final round. I know you've broken it down multiple times, but Jay, let us know. How did Seattle do it? Specifically, how do they pull this off in the final round?
It's just all teamwork. Simp opens up with that first blood, but then Mack is there for the immediate trade before his teammate even drops. So now it's a 4v2. Cellium takes down 1, gets that kill onto Mack, but then Pred putting on the pressure that he's been doing every single search and destroy so far in this series, going for the flanks, always trying to put himself in a position to get a trade, finds that kill, forces it to a 3v1. Now, if you're Arcitys on the offensive side, this is not going to be an easy task to get done. They have the B-bomb cross. You have multiple players that are sitting towards the middle of the map. Once they figure out Arcitys' position, and the 1v3 situation is not going to be easy to get done. They set up the crossfire, perfectly executed search and destroy. Great teamwork out of the Surge. I feel like that's the thing that we've seen that we haven't seen in the last couple of matches. It's just simply the teamwork. You can just tell the comms are flowing, the vibes are flowing, everything was going right for the Seattle Surge for them to come out and close this series out. What a day. What a day, man.
What a day indeed. Like, you're not giving this like, okay, well, you know, we obviously have Seattle versus Atlanta again. Maybe it'll happen again. Who really knows? But they do it. They're able to pull it off. 3 straight victories. Seattle, the underdog story, but they get it done. And as we said, my friend, in a series where they arguably have to. They've got a very difficult schedule coming up. A W here changes everything. We got to bring back in the desk because I got to lay down after a series like that. I don't know what it is, Valley. Seattle, they just turn up versus Atlanta FaZe. It's happened again, buddy.
You guys make no sense.
No, not at all. Yo, they desperately needed that. But the bounce back win against a team known as the Atlanta FaZe, you know, the best team in esports last year. Yo, that was incredible.
That was incredible. Yeah. And honestly, like, they could have won that control as well.
Yeah.
Literally, like, the kills were tied. They end up getting offense in the last round. And they had a kill lead, and they were on the point. Unfortunately, didn't end up getting it. So, like, the last 4 maps were just... literally masterclass out of Seattle Surge. It's mind-blowing to see that. And honestly, a player who stepped up huge for this team was Mack. Mack has been popping off. Like, that Berlin hardpoint was perfect. The P4 setup both times, they literally locked it down for, like, I think they got like 100 seconds combined on both those hills combined. So Seattle, man, they're on the money, especially in search and destroy as well.
And speaking about money, let's go ahead and talk to accuracy for the Game Field post-victory spotlight. Whew, I know he's got to be just living right now.
Oh, no, accuracy. Hey, what's going on? Congratulations on the win. We're all super excited for you. A huge dub after, you know, a couple of really tough losses, right? I got to know, what was it like going into this match against Atlanta FaZe, being on such a loss streak?
The biggest thing we said after we lost yesterday was, yo, we just need to get our team confidence back, get our mojo back, play with that swagger, and just don't overthink things, don't malfunction your brain or anything. Just do what you feel in the moment and just trust your gut. So that was the team talk we had after we lost, and it feels like we're starting to get our mojo back.
Accuracy, why do you guys match up so well with FaZe? Because it seems like every time you play them, there's like an extra chip on your shoulder, or you guys just seem to rise to the occasion.
Honestly, I don't know what it is. We just play with confidence. We don't treat, it's something that might hurt us and help us, but we just treat every team the same. You know, whether it's FaZe or any other team, we just play the same. So I don't think that like FaZe effect that makes some people, you know, play worse or something like that happens to us, because we just treat every match the same.
You guys rise up to the occasion. Okay, accuracy, you guys had a big losing streak, got the fattest win you could possibly get today. Congratulations. I'm gonna leave this space open for you to basically talk to the fans out there, because they've been starving for a big Seattle victory, and you guys gave them the biggest play possible.
Yeah, you can. The biggest thing I want to say to them is, you know, just keep believing in us, keep supporting us. We want you guys to know that every day we're coming into this facility, putting our nose to the ground and grinding as hard as we can to make sure that you guys are proud of us.
All right, accuracy, we're all proud of you here on this desk. And damn it, win some more games, man. You guys are too good, yo. Keep tearing it up. I'll talk to you later, all right?
Appreciate it, bro.
No problem. aLLeY, I mean, Nameless hit it on the head as well. I mean, one of the biggest win conditions you could think of in that lobby. I mean, Big Mac was just popping off in every way possible.
He was, and you know what? It was Simp and Pred that were struggling in the beginning, but once they hit their stride, especially in that hard point, it was game over. Like, once I saw accuracy in the search and destroy, his positioning on dock for the B plant, we haven't seen that yet. I feel like in Berlin search and destroy, and Seattle knew that, and they capitalized on it. You saw Atlanta FaZe, they went hunting in warehouse, because that's usually how they play that retake, and there was nobody to be found. Simp snaps on a good one for Cellium, and accuracy instantly route mans through mid to go into a better positioning at warehouse to get the kill on the Arcitys. Once that happened, man, I was like, it's over. Seattle matches up so well against Atlanta FaZe. You know why? Because every player in Seattle Surge plays just like FaZe.
Yes.
Accuracy and Arcitys match up perfectly. Sib and Cell, amazing flex aggressive players. Mack and Pred match up with Simp and aBeZy. That's why these teams always go so head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love it. I want to see both of these teams battle it out throughout the entirety of the year. And, man, Seattle winning is just beautiful for the CDL. But what was also beautiful were the other games that we had today. Let's go ahead and run down the list because we kicked off today with Paris Legion facing off against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And it wasn't a good day for LA all the way. And
yeah, well, LA ended up playing great in this series. So, I mean, like, looking at, the Paris Legion, we were excited. Jimbo.
I'm in Paris, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were excited for Jimbo, coming into the roster. But LAG, they wanted to prove everybody wrong today. Slasher came out in that first map, absolutely fried. Gunless had himself one hell of a performance today. The guy was putting up LeBron numbers. And, yeah, I mean, this is the LAG team that we saw earlier in the year, especially their hardpoint game, right? And it's just a team that's been wildly inconsistent. So, I'm not going to, it's nothing to write home about for me beating a Paris team that's coming in with a roster change, so I just need to see a little bit more out of LAG.
But it was definitely a good step, though. I mean, I gotta say, man, seeing Slasher definitely step up in a big way, especially on that first hard point, the man went nuclear. But Paris on the other end, team change happened. They weren't as explosive as we saw them last time at the Major, and hopefully they can pick things back up. The second matchup of the day was London Royal Ravens versus the Los Angeles Thieves. This was an LA team I was thinking about when I was saying that they weren't having a good day. And aLLeY, yeah, they got clapped.
They did, but it's a testament to how good London Royal Ravens is. I mean, with a sub-in. Granted, Paul is nasty. We've seen what he's capable of doing. That man is still in challengers, free for pickup, but across the board, we saw the tweets from Zero Man. He just got to sit back and let the rest of the boys fry and Afro and nasty. Paul once again taking over on Gavutu. LA, though, they are still struggling in search and destroy. And to lose both of your best maps and game modes in one series, that's got to be hard.
I know. They were 9-1 on Gavutu, hardpoint and control combined. They come in here and, the Red Menace just laughs at them. Man, nasty and Paul X were popping off. There's just some huge swing moments, especially in that hardpoint where London just took control and it was lights out. Like, these guys know exactly what they want to do. Is translate, man. Their breaks are still like money on every single hard point. I don't know how.
They're starting to rotate.
Yeah, exactly. And they're starting to rotate now, so it's just getting even better. I love this London team. They're going to be championship levels.
Even with the sub, with Paul X stepping in and being great, right? I mean, the core of this team is strong. But the other game that we had, the game field marquee matchup of the day, was between Toronto Ultra and also Minnesota Røkkr, the host of Major II. And we wanted to see what Minnesota was all about, but Toronto just had, better plans for them.
Yeah, they showed us that they are the real deal in hardpoint. Finally, this team was 0-8 at Major 1 in hardpoint, and they come out and they win 2 hardpoints in this series. Cammy had a good performance throughout the latter half of the series. Didn't start out so hot, but they still got the win. And that just is a testament to the teamwork on this team. You heard the communication. It was a little bit more intense in the listening this time than usual, but it was great because Bance was really taking the role as that in-game leader, and he had some huge moments for the team. I mean, if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have won this map 1. Got a couple big 2 pieces, and then it just comes down to hardpoint for these guys. And if they can continuously win hardpoint, they can win a championship. Well, that is the key difference with this team that we saw today.
They won 2 more than we've seen from them in that Major. And also, I think it's definitely a bright light. And what I want to talk about is that Cammy had a .67 in maps 1 and 2. And yet they still were able to win map 1. And then after that, map 3, he drops a 1.36. So I'm scared to see what this Toronto Ultra squad can do with Cammy starting out with that 1.36 at the beginning of the series.
And I would say, as an ex-professional player, and you can completely agree with this one, listening to Toronto's comms, for all of you at home that are aspiring pro gamers out there, listen to the way that they talk. That was masterclass that we heard today. Exactly, it was a conversation. And let's move this conversation into what we're going to see tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule. And the first matchup of the day is, of course, the Minnesota Røkkr facing off against Paris Legion. After that, New York Subliners versus Florida Mutineers in the the Mountain Dew marquee match of the day, nameless. Okay, Los Angeles Thieves versus OpTic Texas. That's a fire match.
This is a matchup I've been wanting to see. This is what I wanted to see at Major 1. Then, unfortunately, didn't get to see it. So this should be a banger. LA Thieves, though, today, they didn't look the best. Hoping they can come back in that Major form versus an OpTic Texas team coming off a win. They're about to be at home full confidence going throughout these qualifiers. So should be a banger.
OpTic's going to be beaming. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you guys tomorrow for some more beautiful Call of Duty League action. And also, for you OpTic fans out there, we know you've been waiting for it. We'll see you tomorrow for OpTic Texas facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. Today was great. We ended out the day with an amazing upset, and tomorrow is going to be even better. We'll catch you guys next time for some more CDL action.